Democrat voting record since 2004 that's out there telling Republicans not to vote in an election. We encourage all voters to vote in an election. Democrat, Republican, Independent, Green, Socialist, Libertarian, whatever party you want to be, go out and exercise your vote. This is your right as an American. Another thing that Sidney Powell then said was the algorithm absolutely switched votes in Georgia. Not true. We did, again, I'm going to remind everybody, we did a hand audit and human beings did. No machines were used. And in fact, somebody asked Glenn Wood and Sidney Powell, the hand audit said this, how do you know how your algorithm thing had worked? And they said, no, that wasn't a hand audit. They used the machines to count those. They lied to the people who are believing their face. It's this kind of lying and this kind of rhetoric that is continuing to inflame passions on the ground unnecessarily, and it's wrong. So with that, I want to go and just take any questions you all might have. Yes, sir. I mean, what happens is if they put them into the election reporting system, we look them over, and then we upload them. So when we launch this in about probably 20 minutes or so, you'll see those 132 or so will be on there immediately. And then as the counties continue to upload them throughout the evening, we will continue to upload them. We'll probably send our employee who does that home. He had a very long night last night. And I hate, this is going to seem like I'm just piling on at this point. He couldn't get out of here until 12:15 because for the special election in District 5, Fulton County had to send 2 employees out to find 2 memory cards they had left behind. So, again, we see the same kind of issues that come out on those things, and it caused our staff to have to stay late. So we're trying to let them go home and get some rest and do some work remotely to do this final uploads. So it should be through the night, and if there's a couple of counties that lag, if they're tired, the work's getting done. It'll be done by tomorrow. They're all going to meet the deadlines of recertifying by Friday, and then the state will meet its deadline of recertifying by Friday afternoon. Then the governor will do the ascertainment and send the paperwork back up to D.C. Here's the thing, I can't make the case. There's one particular county that's always last. I don't have to say it. You know I don't have to say it, but there's always going to be one. So, what else we got? Yeah. I do not have that number, and it would be kept at the county level. I don't think we have a generalized report for that, but it's probably a good thing we'll probably have to get. What else we got? All right. These things are getting shorter and shorter. I like it. But I appreciate it. Sorry I didn't have as much bombast today, but I'm kind of happy I didn't have to.
Brofist. Boom.
What's up, guys?
All right, what's up, everybody?
What's up, Lisa?
Oh, man, what is up, guys? Good to see you, Jeff. Tony, dude, what is up? Topic today is going to be the infamous, heavily censored.
Again, I'll say the same thing I said before. We follow the law.
Hey, what's up, Stacy?
When we do the list maintenance,
it's
necessary to keep the voter rolls clean.
A little difficult to say out loud. This is Georgia Secretary of State office. They were just holding a press briefing.
I was way more interested in watching the translator, the sign language translator. I think his beard is related to Talon Tsai's beard.
LOL. Let's see, we got anything going on over here? All right.
What's up, Fairly? Yes.
Oh man, okay, so
what is time?
good evening,
What's up,
everyone.
Stacey?
How is your day? All right.
Cart full of hats.
Good afternoon, golf and guns.
Get your hats.
Yeah, let's get a little bit.
Oh, look at those dogs. Oh my goodness, they are big.
Now, this is in Arizona.
Okay.
At a Stop the Steal rally.
Excuse me. Sure.
We're just keeping our eyes on what's going on.
On this fine Wednesday afternoon.
The beard game is strong.
Hey.
That dog Stray, what's up?
His beard game was strong, and it was like perfectly manicured. What's up, Alan?
Wrapping out.
Brofist Bill, thank you so much, man.
Joe, another fine day in paradise.
Just another day in paradise. Yeah.
I know, but that became like kind of sad after the Paradise Fires.
Oh,
Get out of there. Let's have a cigarette.
too soon.
Well, it wasn't a joke. It was
Dude,
sad.
Golf and Guns is like Lynn Wood 2024. Didn't he look very caricature?
Yeah, he was.
Boy, he was. I mean, man.
Just the way that he.
I like
I
this
don't
guy's
know.
style.
I don't know.
He's carrying no armor. He's just rolling with a light pack and drop leg holster. I wonder if he's there for security purposes. But he puts law enforcement on
Do
edge.
you count that as a Hawaiian shirt?
Nice.
Do you count that as a Hawaiian shirt? There's a lot of borderline Hawaiian shirts.
Jody, thank you so much for liking the stream.
Yeah, really. It was just, it's not that, I'm not going to say he wasn't being genuine. I'm just going to say that.
No, I think he was being absolutely genuine.
Yeah,
He-
but,
I
like,
mean, he put
the
his
way
full
he
heart
was-
into it.
I think he was really like, he was like, all right, be Clint Eastwood.
Katrina, thank you. Fairly says Linwood is so hype. Right, exactly.
Oh, Stacy said, how's our day? My day is pretty good.
How is your day?
Work day is almost over. Whoop, whoop.
It was awesome. Damn, you're on early. Yeah. Cody, thank you so much for the like. Thank you so much, everybody, for the love.
It all comes around at some point.
Everybody gets to drop a tip in the jar. Thank you so much, guys. Jeff, thank you. Karen, thank you. That's awesome.
Why is that so satisfying?
David Brofist. Susan says it was awesome. That's good to hear. Jeff, thank you, man.
Matt, that's awesome. I'm selling grain armor, riot gear in general. That trying to survive, selling off my old gear. If you're serious, that's awesome. Drop a like. If it's a joke, that grain armor would be the armor that I would invest in.
No, there's growing armor.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Of course there is.
Yeah, it's a real thing. That is a real thing.
Joe said, the way Linwood was talking, I felt I needed to be healed.
Oh my gosh.
It was a good speech. He's a strong speaker.
New subscriber.
Maybe we've just gotten the bar for strong speaking has been lowered so much over times, like since Bush, really. But whatever your opinions are on Bush, I remember growing up, everybody making fun of him because of the way that he would speak. And so, to my recollection,
Fool me once. Shame on me. No, shame on you. Fool me twice.
So the bar's kind of been lowering ever since, and now when we see a strong
Idiocracy.
speaker, we get really cringed out. We're like, whoa, you're way too intense. Like, you're at a 10, I'm going to need you to bring it down to a 5, you know?
Great Scott.
Which is really shame on us. Like, shame on me. I'm the one. I get cringe. I'm like, don't make eye contact.
There used to be passion.
There used
You know what I
to,
mean?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and...
But now everybody, like, the MO is, I don't give a, watch how, let's compare who can give less Fs, you
Yeah.
know? And so then, people start really not giving and then you get less passion in your speeches.
Cinnamon, what's up?
But man, I will say, okay, so when we were hearing the chants in the streets during BLM and protests and stuff like that,
The Cure for 2020, a 1776. Brofist, Cinnamon.
boom, those chants back in the day, I really thought that they sounded very intense and emotional and passionate, and they were. But then when you hear the right chant, it is different.
Almost
It
scary.
is a war, it is
Yeah.
intense.
Almost a little spooky sounding.
It sounds like everybody, whoo, like it's an order.
Baby, we ready.
Right, the
Fisty
BLMs,
fist.
it was like an encouragement, like, on your feet into the street, But if the right did it, they're like, on your feet! Okay.
The voice thing does work, Cinnamon. I'm sorry it didn't read it. I had Google muted for a little bit because of the copyright stuff. I apologize.
Look at that gimbal setup.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna record me. Are you recording you? Recording me?
Joe's like, because it's a war cry.
Well, yeah. I mean, of course, but that's the difference, right? I maybe they thought it sounded like a war cry, but man, I wonder if any of the left have heard the right and are like, oh, see, this is what we were going for, guys.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Sorry, guys. Going through what I have.
Politics and occultism meet, and we dive into all of that on the channel.
Nice. I'll check it out, bro. I'll put your link out in the channel.
Bye, brother.
You get it out there, bro. All right, man. You guys have a good one.
I hope that background music doesn't get us super. Yeah.
Commentary.
Cinnamon one
Yeah.
said, I think that is what we were watching at fairly_loco 7.
Okay. Okay. What I'm going to do is selectively turn that down. All right. So there we go. We'll just keep that down real low. If anything gets to going, we'll turn it up. So yeah, we're looking at, a last-ditch effort because a lot of patriots are losing faith, and, there's a lot of conditioning and programming in the mainstream media. In every avenue, sports, entertainment, mainstream news, they're all like projected president-elect. No. They don't even say projected. They just say president-elect Joe Biden. They really want to let you, Joe, bro fist, man.
What's up, Escape?
And the parties agreed.
Escape, what's up, man?
Man, those kayak videos were just...
Yes. I mean, those dadgum kayaking videos were just... Dude, that is awesome. That is awesome, man.
Do you think that the left is starting to lose hope? Or the right? I'm sorry. Do you think?
I think that what they've done is they've given the left a false confidence, maybe even intentionally.
I think they've dug in the belief and are just kind of like, all right, well, we're going to wait and see. And I think that's what everybody is doing. I think that everything is kind of at a lull because I think both sides are like, so both sides are 100% ready to call it a coup.
Cinnamon one said, the right is focused on the prize now.
Would we call him like usurper Biden, or is that not appropriate?
Biden the usurper.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding, y'all. No, well, kind of not, but whatever. It's all in good.
Yeah, man. Escape with Jay. Great job and great content, dude. That was excellent, man. Excellent videos. That's like right up my alley. That's what I watch. That's sick, dude.
The chill.
I wish I could do that, man. I wish I was at 100%, but
yeah.
I don't know these days if I could tackle the Mississippi on a kayak.
The insignificance.
One rollover.
We have been, and you know what I mean? Like, you essentially kind of rode over our spot. Those ships
Cinnamon
are
one
huge.
Said, yes, that's exactly what he is.
Those ships are huge. And even being on the banks, like, you feel insignificant. Like, I felt.
I rode jet skis in Florida and got up close to some of those tankers and those freighter cargo holders. And, man, bigger boats are intimidating. Mm-hmm. When you get up close to them, that stuff will freak you out, man. But look, back to the point. Trump won by a landslide.
Right, like in actuality, but
Point two.
Nobody cares about
Point
facts.
two is the Dominion and the Dominion company and the voting machines.
Right. Okay.
So, look, at this point, if you trust technology, I unfortunately don't trust technology. I feel like...
Color me shocked.
Well, I mean, it's just because anything to do with this, it gets so fishy with how easily edited and programmable and hackable things are. It's really more of a, like, programmable matter, but it's not actually, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, you could manipulate it to say whatever you want.
Right, and that's, yeah.
Let's see here.
Cinnamon one said, at some point everyone who can walk is going to have to march on these people.
Do you think it's going to come to that?
Eventually. The question is when.
flat earthers, guys.
You know, so like for the woke, if you will, like talk of, okay, so to the people who believe that, we have been on the brink of this for many, 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 many years. This was an inevitable that has been coming down the pipeline, and many people have seen it coming down the pipeline. And so, you know, so, and some people kind of could sense it was coming down the pipeline, but didn't want to look at it and didn't want to see it and just wanted to carry on. And some people didn't have a choice but to carry on, what have you. But the point of the matter is, one group of people got to a point where they were like, okay, it has to burn. Like, the only way to fix it is to break it. And the other group of people is like, no, let's keep it going. But I mean, everybody knows.
No, they're like, let's drain the damn swamp, because
right, like let's rid it out. But if the other
we need term limits, okay? Yeah, the monopolies have become legal. Propaganda's become legal. We have an evil agenda that has slipperily slipped its way into our our leadership in the legislative, and and it's about damn time that gets taken care of.
Absolutely, but there's a group of people that think that it's too late. All right, so there is a group that thinks that it's too late. The only choice is for it to burn, and to be rebuilt. Hence the phoenix.
Tyranny.
I don't think that. But there is a group of people, and I was just what made me think of that is Cabin in the Woods, the Scooby-Doo character that's like a stoner and stuff. He has this monologue where it's like, basically, society is already doomed. We're all just too, like, everybody knows it's doomed. We're all just too chicken to pull the plug, you know.
That's an old trope.
Of course it is. But I'm just saying, like, it's an old trope, if you will. But obviously, there are people that think that. And I think that with life experience, you see it doesn't have to be all that, but I don't know.
Well, thank you so much, everybody, for being with us, and thank you so much to everybody smashing that like button. We really appreciate the support and help with the algorithm. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Let's see.
Look at that. That is awesome. Christian Patriot Viking.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 4 years, bro. I've been doing this for 4 years. I've been protesting for 4 years, bro. Yeah, you don't know what it is that I've done, bro. And you don't care.
I know, Goblin, you're absolutely right. It's more than future elections or gun rights, etc. It literally will be a hell on earth if these globalists succeed. That's right. They want to create a prison planet. Worse things than you can imagine will happen. That's absolutely right.
Wait until spooky shit's tomorrow.
Hey, Pay the Frog, what's up? Pepe the Frog. We don't have years to stop this. The globalist socialist horde is coming through the wire now. That's right. You're right, man.
That's what that was
100% agree.
Everything just came together for me right now on what the issue was earlier, guys. I'll explain later.
Oh, I'm definitely going to get a copyright strike. Oh, for sure. For surezies. It's totally fine, though, folks. That reminds me. Something else Intel said. Tyranny doesn't stop until the masses stop it.
Right. I was just thinking that. I'm like, it is important to have a line that this is your line that, hey.
Cinnamon 1 said, they don't even try to hide it anymore.
That's right. They're out in the open. It's blatant as hell, and they're evil as a son of a bee. It doesn't take too much. I mean, they think that we're all just cattle, sheep, and dumb as hell. I'm one of the dumb as hell ones. And if I can connect the damn dots, okay, with shit I find on the internet, you know what I'm saying?
I didn't mean right.
Look,
as in you're dumb.
okay, all right, well, look, all right.
To me, I think it's an important conversation to have, to know where your line in the sand is, because what is the final straw that, okay, when this happens, I'm heading to the hills, so to speak. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of like, like warning, road out ahead, and you just keep speeding towards it. Well, eventually the road is going to go out and you're going to go off it if you don't have a bailout plan, So what, that's the scary part. Like, at what point do you say, okay, this is not safe, this is like what we've been talking about, and then versus rationalizing it like, okay, the human race is not new to suffrage or bad years, or bad decades, and we do overcome, but that's the inner dialogue, I guess, for me.
Yeah. Let's see. Deb, what's up? Thank you so much for liking the stream. The only problem with the second is there was no clear go mark when it becomes necessary. Thank you. Yeah, you nailed it, Jay. Yeah, that's exactly right. Sleeping Masses is like, you can't hide from the Republic. Steven Brofist, man. Thank you so much for liking the stream.
I love the little zombie guy.
Yeah, I like that one. That's what all those who are gonna be taking that jab that's what they're gonna look like.
What's up, Landon?
Landon, what's up? Long time no see, man.
Now it's stuck in my head. Well, that.
Oh, that's a Proud Boy. That's a Proud Boy.
Yeah. Note to self: don't wear yellow and black.
Black and yellow, black and yellow,
Which,
black
FYI,
and yellow.
yellow is like in right now, so I do wear yellow and black sometimes, and I'm not a Proud Boy.
Cinnamon 1 said, something has to break soon, the tension is palpable.
That's right.
For real.
Tangible even.
Sorry. that was-
Brandon. Brofist,
What's up,
dude.
Brandon?
Good to see you. This is in Arizona. What's up? Guns, Games, and Gadgets.
He's profiting off of a fake pandemic, a pandemic, not something that's real, something that has been made up.
Rock Bear Angel said, good morning, Bear Fist.
Bear Fist.
Rawr. That should be like, I don't know.
Yeah. Rock Bear Angel. Good morning, Rock Bear. Cardioid.
Yep. Fairly says, in my opinion, people think we're too modern for bad things to happen. We used to think we were too modern for a pandemic, yet here it is. People used to think about a civil war, used to think that about a civil war or revolution too. ...
That's right.
See, Mark is a very instant they infringe on your rights. People gave up. Well, but then that's long
Cinnamon
past.
1 said, the bullet was COVID and the target was the election.
All the choices for them a long time ago. Big mistake. Yeah, Goblin, it was a big mistake.
Holly. Bear Fist. Bro Fist. Glad you could make it.
Holly, that is awesome. No, it's not your weird schedule.
No, it's our weird schedule. For sure. For sure. Paul, what's up, man?
How many people agree to that? Not gonna happen. We have to stand up for each other. We have to stand up together, side by side, like they did in 1775, like they did when they fought the war.
Where is this? This is a
Arizona.
Stop the Steal protest in Arizona. You probably already said it to them. I'm sorry.
We don't want socialism. You can take socialism somewhere else.
Yeah, Brendan, valid point.
That's right, DJ. What's up, man?
What's up, Paul?
Metro, Bro Fist. Metro
What's up,
Jethro. What's up, man?
I didn't mean to what up over your what up.
What the squirrel is going on here?
This is a Stop the Steal protest in Arizona.
What's happening? Artificial loneliness. What's up, man? Patriot lady. Brofist. What's up, guys?
It's so fun when we go on daytime. It's like, yay!
Yeah.
Old friends. What's up, golfing guns?
That's right. Yeah, we better do it now, before,
Don't act like the present. I think about in, World War II, what they thought,
You know what I think about?
What?
World War III.
I know, but that's the end of my point.
Let's see the players. We got Iran, China, Russia, U.S.
If the Jewish community had known what was going to happen, they would have fled. Some did, and they fled, and they were thankful they did, I'm sure. But I'm just saying that, if they had known, surely they would have left. And it came upon them. They kept explaining it away and rationalizing away right up until they got put on the bus or the train or...
Yeah, it was a train with shackles. New subscriber, Brofist. Kelly S., what's up? I am watching the same thing on other YouTube channel. Salty. Oh yeah, I know Salty Snicker.
You know what I think about? World
That's
War Z. Yeah, Kelly, for real.
Yeah, after that jab comes out.
I've been seeing a whole lot of I Am Legend memes, like
Cinnamon 1
a picture of me
said,
and my dog.
I always thought Iran, Russia, China, and Venezuela would attack the U.S.
And wouldn't you know?
Just hold your horses. Just wait. I know, though. You ever see, okay, this sounds dumb, and I hate referencing movies all the time, but damn it, that's why they're popular.
Yeah.
But you ever have a connection sometimes with a movie, and you're like, this is somehow going to play out some way or another in my life? I had that connection with Red Dawn, that's why I hated it for so long. You would put it on, and I hated it, because I'm like, no, I relate way too, I can put myself in that position way too well.
I love it. I love that movie.
Stepping in the backyard and seeing
Wolverine!
troops. Did you see that dog that looked just like Casey running up?
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
White Zorro, Brofist, thank you so much for being here, man.
I've even had dreams about that, like in the car chase, getting out of the neighborhood. That's the part that freaks me out.
Lots of British treats. That sounds good, Kelly.
Yum,
I
yum.
love I love care packages.
I know you do. I try to do you a little care package. Give them little happies.
I love care packages.
Rock Bear Angel said, they don't have to attack us, we're taking ourselves down.
Yeah, for real.
And they can fund it.
And then they can watch from afar. You know what was crazy that we watched this morning? That interview with that girl. And I'm sorry, I don't know the players, but it was somebody from the WHO or something. I believe she was Thai. And she said, will you consider Thailand for, I don't remember.
I think it was Taiwan.
Taiwan. Okay, sorry, I thought it was.
I don't know for sure though.
And he was like, just radio silent, and then she said hello, and he's like, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. And she said, I'll repeat it. And he said, no, that's okay, we can move on. And then she asked it again, and he hung up on her, like live in this interview.
Mac Hall, I'm pretty interested in the same thing, man. Jim, what's up? Good to see you. This is Stop the Steal in Arizona.
Ooh, sleeping masses.
Yeah, yeah. I don't like it, but he's very right.
You sent me.
Deb says, I always knew that this would happen. Preparing for a while. The thing that breaks my heart is our children. That's right. Not what any of us want the world to be for them.
Yep.
Well, and I'm 100%, and there is a mourning that comes with it, and I think as parents we've all been going through that. But here's the thing, I don't think that the parents before and during the the Depression, or they didn't want that, and
You're
didn't
right,
they came out of the raging 20s or the roaring 20s.
Yep.
And
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be insensitive. Brendan said, yeah, Taiwan is the Voldemort of China. They
Timothy Bell, bro
shall
fist.
not be named.
Yeah, they shall not exist until they are owned by China. 50% of we Brits won't be getting the jab. Oh, that's good news.
Boom.
That is very good news, isn't it?
Good.
All right. I guess we're going to have to break out the claw. Cheers to you guys. Thanks everybody for being with us.
Yeah, come on up here, dude. You got a mic over here. So I don't know about you guys, but I am hopeful for the future. I don't know about you guys, but I am excited for the next couple of weeks. And I personally
10-4 guns.
very well get our country back from
Okay, when the horned, shirtless, face-painted Viking gets up there and with the sign that says Q sent me and a scripture on one side, like he's ready to fight, and says he's excited like that for the next 2 weeks, that's when you get your bags ready.
He literally has Mjolnir tattooed on his belly, or Sharpied on his
I was
belly.
like, I don't think...
this one wrapped up, so just keep holding the line. And here's Nick.
Cheers.
You know he's ready for a fight.
Rock their angel said, "Did you hear that Trump is going after Section 230 reform? He should have done it a year ago, but better than nothing."
He needs to repeal the NFA,
It's right.
the National Firearms Act. Repeal it immediately.
A little bit. I've been doing this for 4 weeks. 4 weeks screaming and yelling and jumping up and down outside of state capitals. But it's good that we have a turnout every day here. That's what it has to be, every single day. And there's been some new developments. I guess we'll start out with
So
that.
weird to
Some
me
new
that there are
developments
still
since
men
we
that don't
gathered
have
here
beards.
yesterday. I don't know if you saw, but they
And, like,
just
he's
completed the
respectable.
recount in
He
Wisconsin.
might have a little fuzz.
And the result was actually that Joe Biden had about 80 some more votes than before the recount
He might have a
started.
little bit of a
And I
5
see
o'clock
that.
shadow.
It's totally
And it's
fine.
actually not
It's just
surprising.
all my
The
friends are
mainstream media
bearded.
has been trying to
All my
demoralize
beards are.
us with
Nope.
things like this. They say,
No.
oh, we did a recount and Joe Biden
All
got
my
more votes.
friends are
Our
bearded.
lawsuits
Actually, I should
keep
stop.
getting
Okay.
thrown out. But if
Repeal
first you
NFA
look at the
100%.
recount,
Yes,
what actually
exactly.
is the recount supposed to be? They recount the votes.
Fraudulent.
What are we alleging about the election? It's that the votes are fake. The ballots are illegitimate. If you recount
Yep.
the votes, you recount
Oh, that's right.
illegitimate
Escape with Jay.
votes.
Right,
This
exactly.
is what happened in Wisconsin.
Exactly.
This is what happened in Arizona. In Georgia. In Georgia, for example, they conducted a recount over there. They completed it last week and certified the results. And during the course of the recount, they would find
Yeah.
many ballots.
DJ says, I watch Newsmax now. Yeah, good. Screw Fox.
It's like X equals 3 because 5 plus 2 is 7. Well, 5 plus 2 is 7 is true. That doesn't mean that X equals 3. You know what I mean? Like, they're trying to say that, look, we recounted the votes, so that part's true, but like, exactly, it doesn't matter. They were,
to know which
like, they were
ballots are
wrong in the first
legitimate
place.
when you can't verify that the person that sent in the ballot is the person that ballot is registered to. You can't.
I appreciate that, Rock Bear.
That's right.
Thanks, bro.
Exactly right. What we're calling for is not a recount. We could recount these votes every day for the next 4 years and you get the same result.
For those of
What
you
we
who may
need
be interested,
is an
we're also over on Twitch.
independently
I'll drop our
monitored
link.
audit in every single state. The good news from Wisconsin is that even though the recount didn't go our way, the Trump campaign found more than 280,000 ballots. They flagged more than 280,000 ballots that they need to investigate. And that is what will be done once some of these lawsuits are filed. Because you look at the mail-in ballot votes in these swing states, and to me, the smoking gun is very clear and obvious. And I said this the other day, the media's been telling us since the election, there's no evidence of fraud. There are baseless accusations from the Trump campaign. Here's a smoking gun for you. In the year 2016,
We are now known
the
to
rejection rate for mail-in ballots in Georgia was 6%, meaning they rejected 6% of all the mail-in absentee ballots that they
Happy
received
to have
because
you,
they were
both of our Twitch
illegitimate.
viewers.
In 2020, do you know what the rejection rate was in Georgia?
Waves.
It was 6% in 2016. It was 0.2%
See you in a bit, Goblin.
2020. Does anybody believe for 1 second that in this election, when you had more mail-in ballots than ever before in American history, that the system got more than 30 times more
I'm not even
efficient?
joking, I will.
You already mentioned it
Well,
now.
that's what they're telling us. They're telling us
We
that
very much
even
appreciate
though
it,
we
Rock
have
Bear.
a record spike in the number of mail-in ballots,
This was
more
gonna happen.
received,
Such a bad
more
influence.
requested, more in the system. They solicited millions of ballots. That the rate of fraud and abuse went down, and not down by a little, not even down by a lot, but down almost exponentially. That is
Almost.
impossible. When Barack Obama challenged his votes in 2008, he found a rejection rate of 62% of the ballots that they flagged. 62%. Those were the ones that they wanted to look at. In Wisconsin, the GOP found 280,000 ballots worth investigating. If they reject
Mark, thank you.
62% of those ballots, and by the way, how many of those fraudulent ballots do you think went for Biden? That means we win the state of Wisconsin.
Yep. But how long is that going to take? Because to reject the ballot, you would have to do an investigation on each individual
We
ballot.
don't
This
need
is
any
going
more
to take
recounts. We
years.
saw the original count and it was a farce. We've seen the recounts and they're a farce. The operative word is independent, independently monitored audits of every single ballot.
Rock Bear, you were so awesome. He's watching on both, so you're one of our Twitches.
Yeah.
So don't listen to them when they tell you, well, the recount shows that there's no fraud.
At least we
The
got a
recount
supporter.
isn't designed to show
Other
that there's
Twitcher
fraud.
comments in.
Additionally, the media is
If
trying
you
to
want.
demoralize us by telling us all of the
Phil,
president's lawsuits
thank
are
you so much
being
for the
thrown
like.
out in the local and state courts. But the point is not to win these cases in local courts. The point is to win
Need a
in the
revote, Miss
Supreme Court.
Patriot Lady. Yeah.
But then that would be when you would start to see the attacks on voters, in my opinion.
In the year
If they really
2000,
went through and
in
made
the
everybody
Man, that
go
sounds
and
like
do
war.
For the Bush versus Gore
Of
case, it was an
course.
election contest.
Are we going to be able to get out of this without a
Bush
civil war?
lost
Be honest
every
with yourself.
single lawsuit until it got
There
to
is
the
going to
Supreme
be a
Court,
civil
where he
war,
won.
whether it be in the hope. What we can hope
their
for is
angel.
that it's fought out in the courts.
So when they
Andy
tell us
Barr has
they're
come
throwing
out
your
saying that no
lawsuits, you're losing
widespread
your
fraud that
lawsuits,
will overturn
it
the
doesn't matter
election.
until it gets to the Supreme Court. That's what the president said on election
Misunderstood.
night. He
What's
said
up?
there was
Merry
fraud,
Christmas.
And we're taking it to the
What's
Supreme
up?
Court, and that's what we're doing.
We're gonna do a
And I have a
Christmas
lot of
special.
confidence, actually,
Victory is
in going to the
received
Supreme
for
Court,
those who
because what has
are
been done in each of
willing
these
to
swing
pay
states
its ultimate
is
price.
obviously
Mock,
unconstitutional.
Brofist, thank you so much for joining the channel.
And
That's
we know this
awesome.
already because of the case in Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, their state Supreme Court
No,
extended
if they
the
attack
deadline for when
Republicans,
they
it's
can
gonna go
receive
down.
Mail-in ballots. There's one problem with that. The state Supreme Court does not have the constitutional authority to do that.
Did I see
The
that
state Supreme
Flynn
Court
was
has no
calling for martial
jurisdiction
law?
over how
Like,
a state conducts
suggesting
these
martial law to
presidential
get-
elections. They extended
Yeah,
the
man.
deadline. Contrary
Lynn Wood
to what the
wants him
state
to enact
legislature had
Oh,
ruled.
gotcha, sorry.
There are
martial
tens of thousands of
law.
ballots that were received after the deadline
Michael
set by the state
Flynn's-
legislature.
See
Counted,
here, call for
counted
martial
because
law.
of the
Can we,
unconstitutional ruling by the state Supreme Court.
You got it?
Yeah,
We know
I
that
sent
if
it to
that
you. Do you
goes
mind
back
if
to
we
the
cover
Supreme
this
Court,
just real quick?
and they actually
I
have
just
a
wanna read
case
it.
pending right now. They declined to rule on it before the election. But that's just one example. If they rule on that case, they will rule in our favor, and they will discard tens of thousands of ballots. And by the way, they'll do the same thing in Wisconsin too. It was a very similar story in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
They've
so
got
basically,
strict deadlines in Wisconsin that all the ballots have to be received by 8 p.m. on election
See
night.
here.
And again,
I mean,
there
like,
was
it was
lots of
basically, it was
confusion
just
because
a
of their
tweet.
state
He
election officials
retweeted.
arbitrarily and illegally, unconstitutionally extending the deadlines.
Retweeted
It's
a call
clear
for the
and
White
it's black
House to
and white.
declare
We are
martial
going
law
to win in the
and
Supreme Court.
rerun
It will
last
happen.
month's presidential election. So then, how would that play out? Can you
It's
pause
just a
him for
matter
just a
of
second?
if we show up and
If we declared
pressure
martial
the
law
system. I don't have any
and re-voted, how would, so everybody has to stay home and everybody has to mail in, or everybody has to stay home except for an allotted time? Like, you have a specific time that you have to go to vote because you're on martial law and you have nothing else to do, so
The
there's no
people
reason you can't be here.
deserve a fair election, and if they need to be counted on a live stream 12 hours at a time, by hand, then
I know, but the, like, martial law to vote, we shouldn't have to go like freaking Hunger Games to vote.
they need to
Do
set
you
up...
need blood now too?
No.
Well, I mean, shoot, how else are you going to prove people aren't double voting?
Well, everyone will double vote if they have to revote.
The blood thing was pulled out of, like,
I
that
know.
was just well, I just don't want people to be like, nobody said that. Of course nobody said that. Yeah, I mean, jeez.
Right. You seen Daybreakers?
You seen Hunger Games? The Thinning?
I volunteer as tribute.
Shut up.
Oh.
No, he doesn't. I'm just
You know for a
I didn't mean
fact
shut up. I
that
didn't
if
mean.
this were happening to a Democrat, they would have all of their leadership here at every one of these things. They would be marching in the streets. They would be, you
Golf and
know,
guns.
they
Martial
would
law
hold
doesn't
hands
house arrest. You're
together,
right, and
they
I
would,
guess
you
I
know,
have that in my
march through
head that
the
it's like
Good trouble. That's right.
You're remembering the line from World War Z
I
where
am.
it's house rules, but it's not.
Yeah,
I freaking hate how much influence movies have on my
Pelosi
life.
would be here. Where's Kevin McCarthy? Do you see him here?
But Iron Hand, how is it
Chuck
working?
Schumer
Because I
would
mean,
be
like,
here. Mitch
martial
No,
law
man.
is just another rule, just like
Martial
curfew.
law is unconstitutional. I hope they don't do it. Just saying.
Agreed, and I do too, but that's what I'm saying. Oh, wait. Mo Kick for you. Great to see you all on the Twitch. Are you our second Twitch viewer? We're so happy.
Fourth.
What? Four?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
We have to look
I'm
out
with you,
for
Hector.
ourselves at this point.
That's awesome. We're so
We have
happy to have
turn out
you.
to the streets,
Mo Kick
and we
for
have to
you.
make an ultimatum
Mo
out
Kick
to
for
the
you.
Republican Party. Do your jobs,
Bro fist.
or we're done with you.
Smiles, what's up, man?
No more GOP. That's
What's up, Smiles?
It's got to be a two-way
For
street.
real, Hector.
For decades, it's been a one-way street. Everybody knows this.
I gotta get one of Smiles'
Look at our country
video
right
game
now. We don't
tables.
have anything. We, the American people,
Rockford
have not
says
been
martial
able
law
to
is not
preserve or
unconstitutional,
protect
but it has
anything. Not our
preconditions.
culture, not
But
our
kind of in the
heritage,
sense that
not
all of
our
your rights are
language,
stripped
not
in
our
that,
jobs.
in
Right.
the sense of like,
And how many years
so
in the past 3 decades
my
have
dad didn't know this, but in New
Republicans
Orleans, when
presided
martial
over
law
the
was
House, the
declared,
Senate,
people
and the
were
White House?
disarmed
Yep.
after
The
Katrina.
point is this.
They
No
came
matter
to
who
your
is in
door
charge,
and took your
the
own,
result
you know
is
what I
the
mean?
same.
Like,
Door by
The
door.
country keeps going
and
downward,
so
no matter
that
who
is
in charge. And they
unconstitutional.
tell us it's
Yep.
just us versus
You ain't
them.
got no
Well,
freedom of
if you
speech,
don't turn out
no
for
Second
Republicans,
Amendment.
Declaring martial law may not be
They
unconstitutional.
actually
but
martial law, state of emergency suspends
yeah,
the Constitution
its
and your rights.
consequences are
And
unconstitutional.
in my opinion, anything that suspends your Constitution is unconstitutional.
In 2017. That's when I first started
It's supposed to be
my
the
show
supreme
on
law of the
YouTube,
land, not
actually.
martial
I was with
law.
Right Side
But then
Broadcasting
the
Network.
other
You guys
side of
like
that
them?
is, well, then prison would be unconstitutional because you're
That's
stripped
right,
of all
show
of
the
your rights.
crowds.
But I would argue that you
And
forfeit
when
your right
President Trump
when you
first was
committed
Paul
whatever.
Ryan, who was the Speaker of the House at the time, and Mitch McConnell. Yeah, boo. Can we get a boo for
Anyway,
Yeah,
my rambling.
I'm with you,
Paul
Susan.
Ryan, the
Cinnamon
Speaker of
One
the House at the
said,
time, and Mitch
"Don't worry,
McConnell, the
Biden
Senate
will do more than
Majority
declare
Leader,
martial law.
both
It'll be
convinced
unthinkable what he and his
President
cronies
Trump
will
that the
do."
first thing he needed to
Yeah.
do was repeal Obamacare. Now, we like
That's
repealing
the
Obamacare,
fear.
right?
Oh, fear consideration.
Obamacare is horrible. It's made everything more expensive, and it's a disaster. But
Yep,
think
Jeff,
about the
absolutely.
2016 election. What made Donald Trump stick out from that field?
Jazz
of 16
Christmas music
Republican
playing low
candidates?
on the network
Was
speakers.
it that he wanted to repeal Obamacare?
I could make that happen.
Not quite. It's because Donald Trump said
That's
he
some of
could
my
build a
favorite,
border wall
like
on
in
our
the
southern
family
border.
back back before they moved out there, would have the jazz music playing at Christmas time, and everybody would just be mingling.
Well, we know that that's not how they use it. He says it's supposed to be used in wartime emergencies, but they don't even use it during wartime emergencies. They use it during any emergency. Okay, at least down here they have declared martial law in New Orleans after Katrina.
And one would argue wartime emergencies is when you are at most at risk of being taken prisoner for something. So
I need my guns during wartime activities or what, you know.
I need my freedom to be able to travel, and
I need my freedom to travel even into wartime.
Anyway, that's just.
I don't want my rights suspended
there
because
is something to be said for true, where like if people could just calm down, like, you know what I mean. Panic doesn't help anything either. So there has to be a balance, because if there is a bad sickness, if Ebola was rampant, you would want people to stay home, because that can help curb it, and if you have to force them to stay home, well, that's in the best interest of everybody. And if some people are too proud about their constitutional rights to see that, well,
hold on. He says what happened in NOLA during Katrina was very wrong. I'll take it a step further than that. It wasn't just wrong. It was a lesson, and it was a lesson that we sure as hell learned about what the government would do and how they're going to act. And it should be a lesson for all of you as well. Okay? That all it takes is for some societal collapse, and they will enact that mug. It ain't the only time. I can look it up. We can look up how many other times they've enacted martial law here. You know what I mean?
So, that's not to say that it doesn't ever have a place. It's just to say that there's a balance to it. I'll be right back.
I don't know if you guys remember this, Michelle.
Exactly, Linda. What about Boston? Door to door, searching for those guys. That's not cool.
Michelle Malkin will be here tomorrow. She'll be here tomorrow at the Hyatt Regency, where they're holding the public hearing, and we'll all be there. But at CPAC a couple of years ago, she said, "I'm talking to you, the ghost of John McCain." And I saw that, and I said, that is so badass. That is so hardcore. I said, but there was one mistake. She should have said, "I'm talking to you, the ghost of John McCain." I'm talking to you. And maybe that's a nasty thing to say, but they say in Dante's Inferno that it's the lowest level of hell that is reserved for traitors. Traitors to their country, traitors to their
New
people.
subscriber.
They said it's in the three jaws of Satan.
Awesome
It's
plays.
Zacchaeus and Judas.
Brofist, thank you so much for that, man. Awesome.
But the point is this. 4 years of the Trump administration, and look at the obstacles to our progress. For example, on appropriating money for a border wall. Look at the obstacles to progress on bringing our troops home from the Middle East. Does it come from the Democrats? In some ways, yes. It always comes from the Democrats. But the point is, it comes from the Republicans, too. And sometimes it comes more viciously and more consistently from Republicans than from Democrats. It should not be that way.
We can't let leaders remove our freedom by locking us up because it's for our own good. History is full of dictators. That logic, road to hell, is paved with good intentions. That's absolutely right. Shadow Wolf, Brofist, 10-4, 100%. Going to get pizza, I shall return. Don't go anywhere. 10-4, we'll be here. Cheers to you guys. Thank you so much, everybody, for smashing that like. Very much appreciate it. Shout out to the new subscribers. Brofist, thank you so much, guys.
They're talking about a great reset. And the great reset that they're talking about is basically destroying Western civilization.
That's right.
Resetting it, and in its place creating some kind of totalitarian technological society.
That's right.
The real opportunity, I think, is for a different kind of great reset. And that great reset is resetting American politics. That great reset is realigning our American politics. That's realigning our Republican Party. And we're resetting it from a party that represents business interests.
Daniel, Brofist, thank you so much, brother.
Represents global special interests. A party that represents
Goblin, 10-4, good to hear.
To a party that represents and puts first the American people. That's the great reset that has to take place. And all of this will have been done in vain if that doesn't occur. If you look at in 2016, President Trump running in the presidential primary, he basically destroyed the GOP. And it was awesome. And let's not forget, it's not like they let him do this easily in 2016. Does anybody remember that election? They lied, they cheated, the party tried to screw him time and time again. It was only because President Trump just kept winning in primary after primary. They kept saying 20% is the ceiling of support. He will never surpass 20%. And then the next week he'd have 35%. And they'd say 35% is the ceiling. He will never get past 35%. And he kept going up and up and up. And in this election, running as an incumbent, he had a 96% approval rating in the GOP, the highest out of any.
That's right, sleeping masses. Even freedom isn't free.
Out of any president in American history. President Trump in this election won 74 million votes. That is the largest vote getter in the history of the United States of America.
We saw this coming.
As an incumbent,
we saw this coming.
His vote total by 10
I wish we would have had some
million
contingencies in order and we had all talked about it and agreed on something. Because now we just kind of have to go through the process.
All of the media
We saw this coming.
about him for years.
We knew that
is in
this was
spite
going to
of big
happen.
tech censoring his supporters for
Hector
years.
Brofist,
This is
thank you
in
so much.
spite of the
Thank you so
Republican
much,
Party
man.
sabotaging and co-opting his administration, and he is still more popular than ever before. And that sends a very clear and unambiguous message to all of us. We don't need the GOP. We don't need them because we have
Wow,
us
great
and
question,
we have
Kelly.
Trump.
Cinnamon 1 said, founders expected bloodshed in America about every 10 years and said, God forbid if it doesn't happen. Rock Bear Angel said, watch the movie The Siege with Bruce Willis. Some of the quotes are eerily relevant today.
There is no Trumpism without Trump. We want 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 Trump. That's right. We want Donald Trump. We don't want Trumpism without Trump. We want Donald Trump. Doesn't exist. Do they seriously think that Josh Hawley from Missouri can replace Donald Trump? Are you kidding me? And don't get me wrong, Josh Hawley says some nice things, but Donald Trump, there will never be another. There will never be another like him. At this point in time, he is irreplaceable. And additionally, Donald Trump is the only one who truly is not a politician. It makes all the difference. Say what you will about your, so-called patriotic congressman or senator
Cinnamon
or something
1
like that.
said,
Politicians.
that's because the
I mean,
left
look at
wants to
somebody
cheat
like
golf
Josh
dash
Hawley.
n dash
Look
guns,
at his
same
chief
with
of
all the
staff.
mailing
His
crap.
His chief of staff is like Bill Kristol's son or something. That's politics, right? And you look at some of these other politicians like Ben Sass, and people say Ben Sass, Tom Cotton, maybe they're strong on immigration, but they want war in Iran. That's not in favor of the American people. That's politics. So it makes all the difference that Donald Trump is not a politician, because Donald Trump is the only one that answers to the American people,
who
and
even
not the
thinks
people that put up
I
the
just-
money for his
I-
campaign. It makes
I didn't
all the
even think
difference.
that Biden had a shot.
I didn't either. I really didn't. I thought it was going to be a landslide.
I thought, no shot, and here we are.
They're Republicans, she says.
What's up, Michael?
Ooh.
So the point is simple. We can't let them get away with this. And I'm not talking about just the Democrats with their fraud, but the Republicans with their betrayal. It has to be a new and a fresh start now, or like I said, all of this will have been in vain. Everything that we've done over the past 4 years. Trump mounting this impossible campaign to defeat every major Republican in the country, to defeat Hillary Clinton, the most corrupt candidate in history, to fight. Lock her up. That's right, lock her up.
Cinnamon 1 said, Look at what COVID did for the left. Gave them mail-in voting and gave them 6 feet apart to keep people from challenging ballots and policing the election.
Oh boy, how convenient it's been.
And they never pay the price. You know, I say this all the time. It's like I drive 15 miles over the speed limit, 15 miles per hour over the speed limit. I get pulled over, I get a ticket. Barack Hussein Obama is out there committing war crimes, and he walks free.
And gets a Nobel Peace Prize.
So true. He's not even American.
It's Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and it's obvious. The evidence is out there. You have the Hunter Biden laptop. You have the WikiLeaks emails. You've got all the evidence right there. And these people, Barack Obama buys a multi-million-dollar home in Martha's Vineyard. Why should it be like this?
He was buying hot dogs.
That's right, right? How many millions of dollars for hot dogs and pizza, right, in the White House? I mean, give me a break.
Sorry, but he was buying.
This is America. Nobody is above the law. Nobody. Yeah. Not Barack Obama.
Cinnamon 1 said, people watching MSM have no idea of the evidence of cheating.
It's so true. Imagine how many chumps they just rely on mainstream media.
Congress battling neocons in the Pentagon and the DOD. Fights through in 2020. I got to be honest, I was getting even a little bit nervous about 2020. You see the vote totals.
Cinnamon
Donald
1
Trump won that
said,
election by a
no
lot.
kidding at 10 years.
So he fought through and came out and even won re-election. And all of that will have been in vain. It will have been for nothing if after all that we let the Democrats steal the election.
I agree, Linda.
And what's worse, we let the Republicans
We need a real
return
Constitution
to
party.
as usual.
That's right. The rhinos do not
Never
care.
Let them return to business
Yeah,
as
man.
usual.
Both sides of that bird are corrupt.
It's gotta go.
Basically burned down
But
and
that's
ruined.
exactly what they want to happen. And
you
I've
know.
been saying this for 4 years. The real battle that's coming up is in 2024. Whatever happens in this election, the real battle will be who will inherit this Republican Party in 4 years after Trump leaves, whether it's in this election or the next election.
I have your old phone. So your dad and your uncle send
You didn't, yeah.
funny, dirty pics every now and then. That's always a fun surprise.
That's right, Michael.
I appreciate that.
Cinnamon 1 said, my husband had to work today and the guy was telling him how Trump is causing his work to slow down and how Biden won the election. Good thing I wasn't there. Hubs can keep quiet, but not me.
Nikki Haley is the one who said that Donald Trump inspired Dylan Roof, the mass shooter. What a disgusting thing to say. What a disgusting and wrong and evil thing to say. And she has the audacity to think that she can represent us? No chance. It's Nimrata, that's right. Why do they always change their names? Do you ever notice that? They're always changing their names. But Nikki Haley's waiting in the wings. It's not just Nikki Haley, it's people, I hate to say it, but I think it's also people like Mike Pence.
Biden got that many votes.
I like Mike Pence.
All those
but you look at
sniffing
Mike Pence
videos.
and his chief of
Then
staff,
either
Nick
way,
Ayers.
we
Nick
have a
Ayers is
poison in
very
our
close
country
with the Nikki
we
Haley
have to
crew.
completely
It's a
cure.
little bit disturbing.
I could
You
not
also
agree
have
more.
people like
I
Dan
heard
Crenshaw.
that
I
there
could
was
not agree more.
an article of people who said, "Oh, I wouldn't have voted if I had known that Biden had about all the stuff
it's people like him
and
Cinnamon 1
accusations."
said,
There is no
my guess is
way
Biden got 20% of the vote.
that the left didn't see those sniffing videos.
Well, yeah, sure.
They
there
saw
is.
that and they excused it away. So they know that I got evidence that they lie to themselves.
Oh, of course.
You know what I mean?
Their life.
And then I've also got evidence that completely chops the legs off of their moral high ground because of those memes that they were so proud of. And it's sad because they really can't meme. And so you see the memes come out where it's like, I don't care if he raped where they don't even, they're just like, screw your team, I don't know. Where they don't care, that's...
do all of this stuff, fight more wars in the Middle East. There's no pathway where
Cinnamon
that
1
Republican Party
said,
makes this country
God gave
great
the left
if it doesn't
reprobate
exist.
minds.
The only way that we make
Yeah,
this
it seems
country
like
great
it.
again is by creating a new party for America first.
Listen to that. It's not a suggestion. That's a M and F in order.
And we're not necessarily talking
New
about
subscriber.
actually creating a whole new party, but gutting this
912,
Republican Party,
bro
and
fist,
filling it
man.
with you, filling it with the people. Doug Ducey, we're coming for your job. You will be replaced by one of us, one of the people. And the same
No
goes for
way.
all these Republican
Smile says that they believe it's
politicians. Your days are
CGI.
numbered starting right
Oh,
now.
like the sniffing videos are CGI? Then they lie to themselves.
We know all of their names.
And see,
We know
that's
every
where it
single
goes
one of
back
their
to. It
names.
doesn't
We
matter
created
how
a
much.
list. We created a
For
list.
both
You can
sides,
find
in
it.
some
It's on
instances, it doesn't matter how much
We
truth
made a
you put
list
in
of
front of
every
somebody. If they don't want to
Republican
see it, they're
that
not
has
going to
asked
see
for
it.
the
They're going to
president
explain
to
it away.
concede. Every
Or
Republican
say that
that
you
has
lied.
refused to stick up for President Trump.
Goblin, I couldn't agree more. James, bro fist.
Right. And I will make it my mission, no matter what happens in this, to go out with my supporters and primary every last one of them in 2022 and 2024. And are you going to be there with me to primary? We're done playing games. It's over. And their message from both sides of the globalist mono party, Republicans and Democrats, are telling us the same thing. It's amazing. And I imagine actually a lot of people might fall for this. Joe Biden said when he illegitimately claimed victory a couple of weeks ago, he said it's time to heal the
Illegitimately.
nation, lower the temperature, bring the country back together. We're not going to turn the temperature down. We're going to turn the temperature up. Because this is, in truth, a bit of an ugly time. And there's a lot of conflict, and it's unpleasant. I know a lot of my friends have stopped talking to me because of my support for President Trump. Many of you can relate. It's difficult to be a Trump supporter. Sometimes you wear a Make America Great Again hat on public transportation, and you're worried if you're going to get attacked by a gang of liberals. So it's certainly not an easy time.
Good luck with that.
But what is incredible about the time that we're living through is we're
Steven.
forcing the issue.
Thank you so much for
We are
sharing,
finally
man. Bro fist,
forcing
dude,
the
you
fight to
rock.
happen. And it's not
Share
a
us to your
fake,
Patriot groups.
astroturfed fight between two puppets. It's a real fight. It's a street fight between the global special interests, the real people responsible for the decline of this country, and the American people. That's the fight that they don't want to happen because they know that we will win it. That's why they tell us, turn the temperature down and listen to each other and go back into your houses and watch television again. Can't you just... Come on, guys, can't you just go back home and watch Fox and Friends? Can't you just go back home and watch King of Queens reruns?
If you'd like to get in touch with us, or if you have articles or information you'd like to send our way, you can check us out over on Parler and Instagram. James, dude, bro fist, thank you so much, man. Thank you,
And let me
man.
tell you something.
You guys
There's
have no
this
idea how much that
QAnon
helps. Thank you.
phenomenon that's gotten around these days. And I'll tell you, I'm a little bit skeptical, but here's what I will say. What QAnon has done, and why they're terrified of it, is it has people asking questions. And they fear that. They're asking questions
Anderson
about
Cooper
some of
is
these
quite the
relationships
individual.
between Saudi
His
royal
family is actually
members
quite suspect, in my opinion, and their dealings with the
They're talking about the tunnels, the Clintons.
I'm not getting into that.
They're talking
Look, in
about
his
the
parents'
satanic
Manhattan home, there is a portrait of Anderson as a baby in a pool with no water, and there's like children all surrounded by it. Look, there's like these weird pictures, and he interned for the CIA at 19 years old. Now, what 19-year-old do you know that interns? That is so clear as day that dude is a CIA plant. Go and look at the interviews where Congress interviews the CIA back in the 60s, trying to ask if they have any CIA in media. They would rather answer that question in private session, they said.
hearing that chant. That is my favorite one, and it's so refreshing. I said this yesterday, and I will never stop saying it, because for years it would infuriate me. The politicians would come up every year and make these very generic appeals to God or religion in general. They never say his name. They fear it. They never say Jesus Christ.
Say his name.
And
That's
you
right.
know why that is? That's
This
right.
dude's speaking truth.
They cannot have permission to do anything without the Father, and Satan has to go to the Father to give temptation permission to you guys.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
Alex, what's up?
Say his name. Say his name.
Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Say it loud for the whole world to hear. Jesus Christ is Lord.
I was gonna say, I hope the name is Jesus.
I love hearing that. A lot of politicians won't say that, largely because the politicians that represent us are not Christians. This is what I found out. When I started to get into politics, and when I started to show up to Washington, D.C. and meet political people, I was shocked. You know, you would think because the people that they represent are Christian, conservative, right-wing, family people.
And that's what they want to get out of this country. They want to remove that and fundamentally change this country forever. And that's what they want, and we can't let them do that. Okay? Though they may get what they want in the end, it'll only be for a short time. Don't make it easy for them, folks. Kicking and screaming.
But we are a Christian nation.
Amen. Golfing hands. Amen.
Is it time for another claw?
Oh my gosh, this is so amazing. I could cry right now.
Christ is king. Christ is king.
We are
Christ is king.
people in a Christian nation, and this Christian
that war
nation should have
horn?
Christian
Shofar.
leadership. It should have Christian representation. I want Christians representing here.
This
And
is a
that's
zipper.
no,
I'm like,
I'm not
leave
trying
my
to diss
zippers alone.
anybody else, but look, if you want to be something else, then go somewhere else, because this is a
BS.
country for God
Bro
and for
fist.
Jesus Christ.
Amen,
We don't
Linda.
get that from our representatives. We don't get that. But as I was saying with QAnon, what is so, I think, beneficial about this is people are
So did we,
really starting
Michael.
to look at what's going on.
What?
People are
What did Michael
stepping
say?
away from
Brace
the
your
puppet
ears,
show
everybody.
that goes on television, and they're starting to ask the real questions. That's why social media censorship is at an all-time high. That's why the media has abandoned any pretense of
Cheers.
impartiality or that they're doing
Cheers,
any kind
guys.
of investigative journalism.
Cheers to you.
That's why they've totally shifted to full-on information and psychological
subscriber.
warfare, because people are waking up. It's
Remix.
people from older generations and it's
Cheers.
people from younger generations that are starting to ask questions about
Thank you so
who's
much for
really
subscribing.
in charge here and who's really responsible for everything that's been going on. And we see that the people responsible are these billionaires. And this is an issue for me because I go to these rallies, and I told you this Christ is King chant is amazing. When you get the American people out to rallies as opposed to politicians, that's when you hear Christ is King. When you get the American people out here as opposed to politicians, that's when you hear America first.
Grinch, that's
When
right.
you get all these other people out here, you hear about everything else. You hear about, well, they have to come here legally, and socialism sucks, and this kind of stuff.
You don't want that.
One of the big problems I have with the GOP these days is this fixation.
Who's this guy?
on
This guy for
socialism.
president.
Now, I will clarify.
I don't know this guy.
I'm not a socialist. Socialism is evil, and it's failed everywhere it's ever been tried, and we know that.
I agree.
But I believe it is
Billy
anachronistic.
Brofist.
It's outside of our time period to act as though we're fighting between socialism and capitalism. We don't want America to become socialism, but think about it this way. The Democrats outspent Donald Trump in this election $5 billion to $2 billion. Who put up
Hey,
the $5 billion?
the Mindsteaders. Brofist, good to see ya.
Was it
Got
the
home in time to
socialists?
catch the cast. Yeah,
There are many
awesome.
people that are sympathetic to socialism,
Nick
but
Fuentes.
largely it was
Nick Fuentes.
multi-billionaires.
This
It
dude
was
is
big
just
business. It was
nailing
people
it.
that owned hedge
Nailing it.
funds. It was people
I've
in
heard
the
this
Fortune
name before.
500. If
That's
you
why I
look
recognize
at
him.
political
He does this,
contributions,
obviously.
The
I mean,
biggest
golly.
groups that contributed to Donald Trump were truck drivers and machinists, police, real Americans, in other words.
Dustin, what's up?
Who contributed to Joe Biden? Well, it was largely lawyers, accountants, financial professionals, middle management. And don't get me wrong, we have a lot of accountants that are Trump supporters and lawyers that are Trump supporters and things like that. That's right, George Soros. And it's George Soros who everybody knows. It's also actually...
Yeah, absolutely, Michael. Bro fist, Patriot family.
This didn't get a lot of press coverage at the time, but the Koch, back then it was the Koch brothers.
Quadruple A, thank you so much for the name.
A couple of years ago that the Koch brothers said
Jehovah.
Donald Trump
That's
wants
right.
to halt illegal immigration in this country. And God bless him for that, by the way. Yeah. But the Koch brothers said Donald Trump wants to stop immigration in this country. He's a nationalist. So they said, you know what? Because we benefit from the cheap labor that comes from mass migration, that's not good for our bottom line. That's not good for
Landon,
our businesses.
Brofist,
So what we're going to
Landonia.
do is we're going to start to finance primary opponents against Republicans that support Donald Trump.
One White Claw down.
For the first time in the 2018 primary, they would back Democrats against Republicans because Republicans wanted to close the borders. So the point is this. Whether it's George Soros or it's David Koch or it's the Sacklers or Jeff Bezos or any of them.
They all hate you.
They all hate us.
That's right.
They all have contempt for us. They all have contempt for our way of life. They loot and they pillage the wealth of this nation for their profit. Now, I don't want that to sound like some kind of Bernie Sanders screed because I believe in private property. I believe in markets. I believe in the price system. I grew up reading Milton Friedman and Thomas Sowell, and believe me, I know all of that stuff. But what we have
10-4
going
BS,
on
good
right
to see
now
you.
is not a real free market. What we have going on right now is not fair or right. We have an economic and political system where power has been concentrated in the hands of a dozen people.
Our founding
and
fathers
they rig the
urged citizens
system,
to
and
never
they
let
make the
their guard
decisions
down
for
and
everybody
always
else.
remain
That's
ready
not right. I don't
for
accept
armed
that.
revolt for all the world, prevent tyranny.
And there's a word for
Was the
something
wrath
like
of
this. It's
the
not socialism, it's globalism. Yeah! I don't want to hear about capitalism and socialism. I am a capitalist.
Lar, it's
but I want to
because
hear about we, the
right-wing,
American people,
conservative,
against the global
Christian
special
outlets
interests
are,
rigging this system.
voices are being silenced and censored on a scale unlike we've seen before in this country's history.
There are people who are more traditionally minded.
Nick
There are
Fuentes
people that
absolutely
came up
is
during the
somebody
Cold
you
War,
should
they're
know.
thinking about it in these terms. And a lot of people like to pitch it like it's Venezuela versus America, hamburgers versus socialism. And believe me, I totally understand that because there are socialist policies in America and they are destroying us. Obamacare is a perfect example. Obamacare is a socialist takeover of healthcare, and Obamacare has made healthcare more expensive. It's killing everyone. Well, I totally am sympathetic to and understand that. But Obamacare may actually even be a perfect example. Obamacare is passed in 2010. The day after Obamacare passes, take a look at the market share of the three biggest insurance companies in the country. They triple in value. They triple in value.
Holy crap.
Take a look, for example,
Battle
at these
Sound,
big
Bro
government
Fist, awesome,
lockdowns
good
of
to
our
have you.
economy because of coronavirus.
That is awesome,
Look
man.
at the market cap and the price of Amazon, Apple, Google,
Holy
Walmart,
crap.
and
What's
Facebook
up, Bro Fist?
after the lockdown.
I can't pronounce that.
It's the Great Reset. All of your
But I'm
small
glad to have you.
businesses went down because they were prevented from operating. All of your jobs dried up and were laid off. But these giant corporations, the five,
British
it's now
84,
the S&P
Bro
5,
Fist.
not the S&P 500. These
Holy
five
crap.
big tech companies soared record highs. These are private companies benefiting from these policies.
No
And
way.
What is really happening is
Noob
a public
X
and
Bro
private
Fist.
partnership
Thank you so much
between
for
the world's
subscribing.
biggest corporations and these supranational, these global government organizations like the UN and the
No
World
way.
Economic
No
Forum.
way.
They're working together, and they're working together to take
Dude,
your
Bro
money.
Fist, thank you so
They're
much for
working
subscribing.
together to take
Cheers,
your
I'm just
freedom,
gonna chug.
And maybe most importantly, they're working together to take away our sovereignty over our own country.
No way.
And our families. That's right. So the
Emin,
point is this.
Brofist,
This
thank
is
you
a
so much. Holy
nationalist
crap.
uprising of
Hey, I'm
we,
glad to
the
have y'all
American
here.
people, against
chocolate
all of the
liqueur,
global
and I
special
want him to
interests,
try
no
one
matter who
so
they are.
bad. But he's like, no, I have to save it. But like,
AR Brofist. Dude, thank you so much for joining the channel, guys.
They're equally as
I'm like
responsible for what's going on.
freaking
Maybe
out right
more
now.
responsible than most.
this is my
and they
goal.
have
Y'all
to be
encourage
stopped.
him. I want him to
That's
do
what this
this.
is about.
Regulate them.
Tiff wants me to eat a little
Because
chocolate thing.
if we allow Joe Biden to get inaugurated, these global special interests will have their way
Cheers.
completely with us.
Because peer
You
pressure
all know
works.
that. And this would be the case even if Joe Biden wasn't completely mentally incompetent. If he wasn't totally demented, it would be the case no matter what. The Democrats get in. It was
He's a
actually
poor
kind of
guy.
funny. A lot of Bernie Sanders supporters voted for Joe Biden. Isn't that kind of funny to think about?
The boomer girl.
Bernie Sanders supporters vote for Joe Biden. And who does Joe Biden bring in on his transition team and in his administration? Lobbyists, millionaires, the people from the big banks, you know, all of these elites that the Bernie Sanders people oppose. I guess there's no refunds, right? No refunds for the Bernie Sanders supporters. So they all come in there. It's not going to be this progressive, hardcore, left-wing administration. It's going to be a globalist fire sale. Globalists coming in, and you already see it in the transition team. And what they're doing right now is they're going to institute a lockdown that never ends. What do you think benefits from that? Joe Biden gets into office, locks down the whole country.
What he's saying is so on point.
Oh, yeah. You have to get your back if you want the
If
free
you want to
money.
participate in society,
Don't worry,
and you want to be
everybody's-
free,
Now I hear that these same
Everybody's
people
gonna
that
get
failed
stay-at-home
to
pay,
get me in
but you gotta
Washington
get your shot.
have sent every piece of information to New York so that they can try to get me there. It's all been gone over and over again. For $48 million, you go through tax returns, you go through everything. The New York Attorney General, who recently ran for office, campaigned without knowing me, stating, "We will join with law enforcement and other attorneys general across this nation in removing this president from office." I never met her. It's important that everybody understands, she said, that the days of Donald Trump are coming to an end.
thank you, Mac.
And all it's been is a big investigation in Washington and New York and any place else that can investigate, because that's what they want to do.
Tanya,
They want to take
thank you
not
so much
me,
for the
but
like.
us down. And we can never let them do that. Everything's been looked at. A friend of mine who's very smart said, "You've probably seen more than anybody else. You've probably been investigated more than anybody else. And for you to come out with a clean bill of health makes you probably the cleanest person in this country." Some people in this administration, but fortunately not all, have been beaten down and disparaged. They just disappeared. Nobody knows what happened to them. Why aren't they active? Why aren't they involved? There's so much to be involved in. The corruption is so rampant. They just couldn't take it anymore. They were threatened by Democrats with impeachment, and horrible things were said about them, and they're good people. Even recently, the head of the GSA was hounded and harassed, as she reported, like she has never been before. What can I say? We caught Comey cold. We caught McCabe cold. We caught them all. We're still waiting for a report from a man named Durham, who I have never spoken to and I have never met. They can go after me before the election as much as they want,
Brenda.
but unfortunately, Mr. Durham didn't want to go after these people or have anything to do with going after them before the election. So who knows if he is ever going to even do a report. But if you look at the lies and the leaks and the illegal acts and behavior done by so many people in their desire to hurt the President of the United States, something should happen. The hardest thing I have to do is explain why nothing is happening with all of these people that got caught spying on my campaign. It's never happened before, and it should never happen again to a president of the United States. All you have to do is watch the hearings and see for yourself. The evidence is overwhelming. The fraud that we've collected in recent weeks is overwhelming, having to do with our election. Everyone is saying, wow, the evidence is overwhelming when they get to see it. But really, it's too late to change the course of an election. It's too late to change the outcome.
The
In fact, there is still
Mindsetters.
plenty of time to
Brofist,
certify
thank you so much for
the
joining.
correct
That's
winner
so
of the
awesome.
election. And that's what we're fighting to do.
Dude,
But no matter when it
glad
happens,
to have you guys.
when they see fraud,
Got another
when
cool
they see
cat.
false votes,
That is
and when
awesome.
those votes number far more than is necessary,
Sorry, guys, I'm working on a Christmas
you can't
present
let
for my
another
niece.
person steal that election from you. All over the country, people are together in holding up signs, "Stop the steal." To understand how we will challenge this fraud, it is important to know the problems with mail-in balloting. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, Georgia, Arizona, and most other states allowed anyone to get an absentee ballot and cast their vote without showing any ID. The voting took place entirely on the honor system. No identification of any kind was required.
The
Most
Mindsetters
Americans would also
said,
be shocked to learn
nice.
that no state in the country verifies United States citizenship as a condition for voting in federal elections. This is a national disgrace.
It's a good point, Willie.
No other advanced
It's a great
country
point.
conducts elections this way. Many European countries
Quiet
have
girl, what's up?
instituted major restrictions on mail-in voting specifically because they recognize the nearly unlimited potential for fraud. Out of 42 European nations, all but 2 prohibit absentee ballots entirely for people who reside inside the country, or else they require those who need absentee ballots to show a very, very powerful ID. Throughout the Democrat effort to dramatically expand mail-in voting, the Democrat Party leaders were also feverishly working to block measures designed to protect against fraud, such as signature verification, residency verification, or voter ID. And citizenship
Mindsetters
confirmation
said,
was almost
_Bearcat
unthought
clenched
of
fist.
that we should ask for it. Can you believe this? These are not the actions of people who want fair elections. These are the actions of people who want to steal elections, who are willing to create fraud. The only conceivable reason why you would block common sense measures to verify legal eligibility for voting is you are trying to encourage, enable, solicit, or carry out fraud. It is important for Americans to understand that these destructive changes to our election laws were not a necessary response to the pandemic. The pandemic simply gave the Democrats an excuse to do what they have been trying to do for many, many years. In fact, the very first bill that House Democrats introduced when Nancy Pelosi became Speaker was an attempt to mandate universal mail-in voting and eliminate measures such as voter ID, which is so necessary. Dramatically eroding the integrity of our elections was the Democrats' #1 priority for a simple reason. They wanted to steal the 2020 presidential election. All of the Democrat efforts to expand mail-in balloting laid the groundwork for the systematic and pervasive fraud that occurred in this election. In Pennsylvania, large amounts of mail-in and absentee ballots were processed illegally and in secret in Philadelphia and Allegheny counties without our observers present. They were not allowed to be present. In fact, they weren't even allowed in the same room. They were thrown out of the building, and they looked from outside in, but they had no way of even seeing because there were no windows, and the windows that were there were boarded up. Democrats even went to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to block observers from receiving access. There is only one possible reason that the corrupt Democrat political machine would oppose transparency during the vote count.
Landon.
It's because they know they are hiding illegal activity. It's very simple. This is an egregious, inexcusable, and irreversible harm that stains the entire election. Yet this unprecedented practice of excluding our observers, our vote watchers, as some people call them, occurred in Democrat-run cities and key states all across the nation. Here are just some of the additional facts that we've uncovered. Many voters all across Pennsylvania received 2 ballots in the mail, and many others received mail-in ballots for which they never applied.
Trump
So
did not
many
divide us, the
got
Socialist
ballots,
Democrats.
they didn't even know
and
what
their
they were
mainstream
for.
media propaganda machine
And again,
created division.
so
You're
many
absolutely
received
right. Nailed
more
it on
than
the
one
head.
ballot, in some cases more than 2 ballots. And they happen to be, for the most part, Democrats. In Fayette County, Pennsylvania, multiple voters received ballots that were already filled out. They didn't know what happened. In Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, a poll watcher overheard unregistered voters being told to return later to try to vote under a different name. Tens of thousands of voters across Pennsylvania were treated differently based on whether they were Republicans or Democrats. Voters who submitted flawed ballots in some Democrat precincts were notified and asked to fix their ballots, while Republican precincts, and in particular Republican voters, were not so notified, which plainly violates the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution. If you were a Democrat, we're going to fix up your ballot, make sure it's perfect.
Oh, man, that's hilarious.
If you were a Republican, don't even talk about it. Okay. In Michigan, a career employee of the city of Detroit witnessed city workers coaching voters to vote straight Democrat while accompanying them to watch who they were voting for, violating the law and the sanctity of the secret ballot. You can't do that. The same worker says she was instructed not to ask for any ID and not to attempt to validate any signatures. She was also told to illegally backdate ballots, many, many ballots, received after the deadline. This is something that is so unconstitutional. And she estimates that thousands and thousands of ballots were improperly backdated by her and many others. Other witnesses in Detroit also saw election officials counting batches of the same ballots many times, as well as illegally duplicating ballots. One observer testified to seeing boxes and boxes of ballots, all bearing the same signature. Another observer in Detroit gave sworn testimony
We'll be right back,
that
guys.
he saw countless invalid ballots that did not belong to properly registered voters, and then witnessed election workers in Wayne County entering fake birth dates into the system in order to illegally count them. Witnesses have signed sworn affidavits. In other words, you go to jail if you lie, testifying that after election officials announced the last absentee votes had been received, a batch of tens of thousands of ballots arrived, many without envelopes, all voting for Democrats. In Wisconsin, a record number of voters were categorized as indefinitely confined, a status reserved for severely disabled individuals, also for the elderly, that allow them to vote without showing ID. Last year, approximately 70,000 people claimed this status statewide. This year, the number miraculously was nearly 250,000 voters after election officials in Milwaukee and Dane counties, a couple of the most corrupt political places in our country, urged citizens to improperly register under this status. And register they did in levels that don't exist. In Wisconsin, there are approximately 70,000 absentee ballots that do not have matching ballot applications as required by law. In Georgia, 9 observers have testified to seeing countless irregular ballots without the creases or typical markings indicating that the ballots did not arrive in envelopes as required. A poll watcher in Fulton County estimated that approximately 98% of the large number of unusually pristine ballots that she witnessed were for Biden, a highly unusual number. In addition, thousands of uncounted ballots were discovered in Floyd, Fayette, and Walton counties weeks after the election. And these ballots were mostly from Trump voters. They weren't counted. They were from Trump voters. In Detroit, everybody saw the tremendous conflict and the horrible way that the two Republican canvassers were treated, so horribly, because they wouldn't vote when they saw that 71% of the precincts didn't balance. And also, there were more votes than there were voters. Think of that. You had more votes than you had voters. That's an easy one to figure. And it's by the thousands. In Arizona, in-person voters whose ballots produced error messages from tabulation machines were told to press a button that resulted in their votes not being counted. Also in Arizona, the Attorney General announced that mail-in ballots had been stolen from mailboxes and hidden under a rock. In Clark County, Nevada, where most of the state's voters reside, the standards for matching a signature using the signature verification machine were intentionally lowered to allow large numbers of ballots to be counted that otherwise would never have passed muster. This machine was set at the lowest level. According to one report, in order to test the process, 9 voters in Clark County cast ballots with intentionally incorrect signatures, and 8 of the 9 ballots were accepted and counted. They said you could sign your name as Santa Claus, and it would be accepted. Last week, the Clark County Commission threw out the results of a local election after the registrar reported finding, quote, discrepancies that we can't explain. Also in Nevada, some voters were entered into a raffle for more than a dozen gift cards worth as much as $250 if they could prove they had voted. This took place on Indian reservations. One of the most significant indications of widespread fraud is the extraordinarily low rejection rates for mail-in ballots in many key states. These are the states that I had to win. In swing state after swing state, the number of ballots rejected has been dramatically lower than what would have been expected based on prior experience. That means years and years of voting. In Georgia, just 0.2%, that's substantially less than 1%, of mail-in ballots have been rejected. In other words, almost none have been rejected. They took everything. Nothing was rejected practically.
Rock their angel
compared to
said,
6.4%
even if the election is not overturned, we need to address these issues. I am so disappointed in Barr right now.
Almost none were rejected. And the previous election, 6.4% were rejected. We have seen similar declines in Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Michigan. Ballots weren't rejected, especially if they happen to be in Democrat areas. These irregularities are inexplicable unless there is a deliberate effort to accept ineligible ballots or fraudulent ballots. In Pennsylvania, the Secretary of State and the state Supreme Court, in essence, abolished signature verification requirements just weeks prior to the election in violation of state law. You're not allowed to do that. It has to be approved by the legislature. A judge can't do it, a state can't do it, an official can't do it. The only one that can do it is the legislature. The reason for this is clear. They were not verifying signatures because they know the ballots have not been filled out by the voters in whose names they were cast. In other words, people filled them out that had nothing to do with the names of the ballot. A simple recount of the ballots under these circumstances only compounds the fraud. The only way to determine whether there was an honest vote is to conduct a full review of the envelopes in the relevant states. You will find that many of them, tens of thousands, have fraudulent signatures. A full forensic audit is required to ensure that only legal ballots from lawfully registered voters that were properly cast are included in the final count. This election is about great voter fraud, fraud that has never been seen like this before. It's about poll watchers
The
who were
mind
not allowed to
steadens.
watch.
Said,
So
my
illegal.
pleasure.
It's about ballots that poured in, and nobody but a few knew where they came from, but they were counted, and they weren't for me. It's about big leads on election night, tremendous leads, leads where I was being congratulated for a decisive, easy victory, and all of a sudden, by morning or a couple of days later, those leads rapidly evaporated. It's about numbers of ballots that were sent that nobody knew where they came from. It's about machinery that was defective, machinery that was stopped during certain parts of the evening, miraculously to open with more votes. It was about many other things, but above all, it was about fraud. This election was rigged. Everybody knows it. I don't mind if I lose an election, but I want to lose an election fair and square. What I don't want to do is have it stolen from the American people. That's what we're fighting for, and we have no choice to be doing that. We already have the proof, we already have the evidence, and it's very clear. Many people in the media, and even judges so far, have refused to accept it. They know it's true, they know it's there, they know who won the election, but they refuse to say, you're right. Our country needs somebody to say you're right. Ultimately, I am prepared to accept any accurate election result, and I hope that Joe Biden is as well. But we already have the proof. We already have tens of thousands of ballots more than we need to overturn all of these states that we're talking about. This is an election for the highest office in the greatest country in the history of the world. Every reasonable American should be able to agree, based on what we have already documented, that we need a systematic analysis of the mail-in ballots to review the envelopes. It's about the signature. And if they're on the envelopes, we can only review the envelopes, and that will tell us everything. This is the absolute minimum we should expect. This is not just about my campaign, although it has a lot to do with who's going to be your next president. This is about restoring faith and confidence in American elections. This is about our democracy and the sacred rights that generations of Americans have fought, bled, and died to secure. Nothing is more urgent or more important. The only ballots that should count in this election are those cast by eligible voters who are citizens of our country, residents of the states in which they voted, and who cast their ballots in a lawful manner before the legal deadline. Moreover, we must never again have an election in which there is not a reliable and transparent system to verify the eligibility, identity, and residency of every single person who casts a ballot, a very, very cherished ballot. Many very smart people have congratulated me on all we've done. The biggest tax cuts in history, regulation cuts, the biggest in history. We rebuilt our military. We took care of our vets like never before. Space Force, and so much more. But then they went on to say, as big and as important as these events were, the single greatest achievement in your presidency will be exactly what you're doing right now, voter integrity for our nation. It's more important than any of the things that we discussed. If we don't root out the fraud, the tremendous and horrible fraud that's taken place in our 2020 election, we don't have a country anymore. So with the resolve and support of the American people, we will restore honesty and integrity to our elections, and we will restore trust in our system of government. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
All right, folks, so that was the President of the United States. He had a lot to say. Let us know what you guys think in the comments section. Let us know how he did.
Facebook wields, they can single-handedly undermine an armed revolution in Venezuela, right? Just let that sink in for a minute. Let me take a breath here. I'm speaking too fast. So that's an example of how Facebook interferes in foreign elections, and they also targeted nationalist groups in Spain. So I got a post saying, hey, look out for nationalist groups in Spain, look for any violence and things stemming from the nationalist movement. And I was on the radio in Catalonia, Spain 2 weeks ago, and I was talking to them about that. And Catalonia wants to become independent from Spain, and the European Union, of course, won't let that happen. So that's what's going on with nationalism. And I have another post that says where Facebook was asking us to identify and target right-wing extremism. So identify any right-wing extremism throughout the world. So you really see their focus is just on silencing conservatives. One of my favorite ones is, there was a post where someone was asking, a father asked her daughter, hey, see that kid with the MAGA hat on? Go knock his hat off and I'll give you $100. Is that not violence? That's violence. You're offering a bounty. You're offering $100 to go commit violence. And Facebook specifically told us that that's not violating. And then, boo! Big tech sucks! Big tech sucks! Big tech sucks! Big tech sucks! So again, in the summer of 2018, there was a viral video of this kid in Texas. You might remember. There's this kid in Texas in a restaurant wearing a MAGA hat, and he got attacked by an adult. An adult walked up and I think knocked his hat off or attacked him somehow. And so Facebook knew that this was viral, and they said, hey, we have this viral video, and they told us to delete it. Why? Because the adult was cursing at the minor, some super minor reason. So this video of a Trump supporter getting victimized got deleted, and they told us to delete that. So we talked about abortion. We talked about this one's funny. So who's heard of Alyssa Milano? She's like the ultimate SJW, right? So a couple years ago in Alabama, they're trying to pass the late term abortion ban. And so all the celebs, all the SJWs like Alyssa Milano were saying this phrase, men should not be allowed to make rules about women's bodies. Okay. And men don't have to go through pregnancy, so that's true to a certain extent. But that phrase, men should not be allowed to make laws about women's bodies, that actually violates Facebook's hate speech policy because it excludes men from the political process. So Facebook made an exception to allow that phrase because all the SJWs were using it to attack Alabama in that with that abortion discussion.
Not their body.
Yes, we've talked about most of the major points I wanted to touch on. Here's another great example. So with the Facebook has a bullying policy, right? So you can't say certain things. So if I attack this guy on Facebook and I say, "Hey, you're a Trump humper," then
we're back. What's up, everybody?
If you report that, right? Or if I call you a feminazi, what if I call you a feminazi? What happens? Do you report it? Does it get taken down? Does it get taken down? So they gave us a list. Here's certain words we see a lot. Here's what you do with them. And so if I call you a Trump humper, even if you yourself reported it, it stays up no matter what. But if I call you a feminazi or what was the other one? Or a snowflake, if I call you a feminazi or a snowflake and you report it,
knowing that they will be doxxed and families attacked.
Valar Morghulis, Brofist. If the election was the Supreme Court. Yeah.
Great crew there. I worked with them for about 9 months, filming with a hidden camera. Very nerve-wracking. I created a nonprofit a couple months ago, the Hartwig Foundation for Free Speech, and so I'm continuing to advocate for free speech on the internet. So you can go to ryanhartwig.org. That's HARTWIG, and you can donate and help me out. I've been doing this full time the last 5 months. Probably gonna have to find a job pretty soon.
Yeah, but, I can believe
anyways.
it. You know, conservative means to conserve the Constitution. And
Yeah. There's
I
some
can't
pretty
help but
funny
notice
rules I
that
can
they're
learn
going
that you
after
can
that
kind of
all
avoid
over the
getting
world.
censored.
Clint,
The Mindsteaders.
Brofist, Bochamp.
That you guys are doing a great job here in Arizona. I want to give a shout out to
The
Congressman
Mindsteaders,
Paul
Brofist.
Gosar and Andy Biggs. Yeah.
Richard, we look forward to seeing you next time.
Those two are especially helping out in the fight against text censorship.
Right.
And so they're helping with legislation and fighting against, helping to reform Section 230. So they're doing a great job. And so Section 230, here's the thing. So there's in 3 months, there's going to be a Supreme Court case in the Supreme Court. And there's a guy named Jason Fick, FYK, from Pennsylvania. And he has this lawsuit against Facebook. So what it comes down to is reforming Section 230. So it was created, so it's called the Communications Decency Act, intended to protect children from the internet, right? And now, 20 years later, is the internet safe for children? No. So what's the point of having the Section 230 Communications Decency Act? It's just protecting these big tech monopolies like Facebook and Twitter. So that's all it's doing. It's become more of a brand protection mechanism for these companies.
Right.
So we need to reform Section 230 or use antitrust legislation to break up these companies.
But
the Jason Fick lawsuits, break them up, break them up, break them up. Break them up.
Presented as a solution to your problem.
Said.
So
At
Section
Alex,
230.
it is
All right,
easy to put your life on the line for
so
a cause
this
you
lawsuit from
believe
Jason
in.
Fick basically says
It is a different
that
issue when your
the
child
way
is the
Section 230 has
sacrifice.
been misinterpreted by the courts in California. Like always, the Ninth Circuit Court they fuck everything up.
Ashley,
Right?
what's up?
So they've messed everything up. So we need to have the Supreme Court interpret it the correct way, which the Supreme Court has never interpreted Section 230. And it has to do with the difference between a publisher versus the publisher. I won't go into too much detail right now, but if you look up Jason Fick, FYK, he has a great medium.com article on it. So Section 230, there's a lot of work to be done. I don't really trust. We've had a couple of hearings in the last
JC,
couple
what's
of
up,
weeks,
brother?
and it's funny because these Democrat senators don't know anything about Facebook, and they claim that it's just a stunt. The Republicans are just making this up, that they're getting censored on Facebook, and so when Zuckerberg told the senator that they don't censor conservatives, I tweeted out like 29 examples.
Richard, I appreciate you saying that, brother. Brofist, thank you so much for being here, my
censoring
man.
conservatives. So it's just a joke. I mean, they have these hearings. Hopefully, soon things will get
Hey,
done.
man, don't even feel pressured to donate, man. I apologize if there's any pressure about that at
but
all.
it's going to be a long fight ahead
If
because
you
they
could
have
just
so much
like or
money.
share
I
the
mean,
stream, that's
you can find them
plenty
you
enough.
can give
Thank
them
you so much for being here, man.
and nothing would
Brofist.
happen. Anyways, just wanted to once again sorry guys. So once again, I want to give a shout out to James O'Keefe and Project Veritas.
Yeah.
Let's give it up for Project Veritas.
Yeah.
So, if you guys see any election fraud or anything else going on with your public officials that you think should be filmed or filmed with a hidden camera, Arizona is a one-party consent state, so it's easier to film here than it is in California. But you can send any tips to veritastips@protonmail.com.
Kelly says we call him Unspecified.
And or come talk to me. I have
That's a pretty cool nickname.
So once again, thank you guys so much. It was an honor to work with Project Veritas and expose Facebook censorship.
What, DJ?
Once again, there's now a criminal
me.
referral against Mark Zuckerberg.
I am checking that out right now.
What?
And so let's keep it rolling, okay, guys? Thanks so much. Thank you so much.
All right.
Here coming up, guys,
much.
we're going to be listening to Rudy Giuliani.
So I think that's going to do it for me here. I'm going to pass the mic back, but I just want to remind everybody the big deal here. It's the big game tomorrow, 9 a.m., Hyatt Regency. We're going to be rallying. I don't know if everyone can get inside, but we have to rally outside. And I think I said this earlier. I will be there tomorrow. Michelle Malkin will be out there tomorrow. We love Michelle. We're going to pick her up tonight and hang out and everything. So we will see you tomorrow. Thank you guys for coming out. I'm going to hand back the microphone, so thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Nick Fuentes, Fuentes.
America first! America first!
Awesome.
America first! America first!
Like,
Can we
Ben
give a round
Shapiro
of applause
level.
for Nick?
Check him out, guys. Nick Fuentes.
Thank you, Nick, for coming
Master
out here,
Blaster,
sir.
what's up, man? Yes,
So
he
really
did.
quick,
What's up,
before I
dude?
hand the mic
Brofist.
over to Hoovy, one of our Proud Boys. If you guys haven't heard him speak, he was the one that
I
was
gave
over
you
here
the
on
double.
the megaphone.
Thank you, Double
He's
O'Neill,
definitely somebody to
Brofist.
listen to.
Sister fist.
Oh, somebody lost an earring. If somebody wants an earring. Aw, don't go.
Yes, indeed, Intel. Thank you for your service, brother.
Come on,
Hennessy
we're not
Drew,
done
what's up,
yet.
man? Bro fist.
Is that what Patriots
Holy
do?
crap.
They just walk away after an hour or two? You guys being star chasers or what? All right, so you guys, really quick, I want to talk about something.
Yeah, we just
that's
watched
really important
Donald
because
Trump as well.
If we understand the way that voter fraud has played a role in this election, and we understand that it's actually a part of a much more elaborate international crime syndicate, then we can really begin to understand that what is happening here in the United States, what is happening here in the United States has actually been happening all over the world. Did you guys know these servers were seized in Germany?
Yep.
Well, if that isn't foreign interference, I don't know what is, you guys. And for those of you, thank you, buddy. For those of you,
I love it when you have it.
dude,
Somebody
quit being rude. Thanks, buddy.
Don't counter it.
I already said Christ. I already said Jesus' name. You guys, I'm not going to be bullied into saying stuff while I'm on there. You're not going to interrupt me and tell me what to say, okay? So what's really important to understand here, you guys, is the way that international crime syndicates play a role in the hijacking of elections, not only here in the United States, but abroad. The fact of the matter is these servers were seized in Germany, and they were seized in Germany by our military. And guess who was fighting them?
AK. Thank you so much for subscribing.
Okay, it was these CIA servers, you guys. And they've been doing this stuff like in Venezuela. They've been doing it in places all over the globe. And it's because this international crime syndicate actually owns both sides, the free market and the black market. It owns both sides, both the free market and the black market, you guys. We're talking about the Rothschilds. We're talking about the Rockefellers.
Super chat.
We're talking about people like George Soros.
Thank you
so what these people do is they have large sums of money, billions of dollars, and then they use these billions of dollars to start corporations. They don't fill out the paperwork. They just start the corporation, and the corporation does their bidding. Whether that be corporations like Dominion, whether that be software companies like Smartmatic.
Thank you, man.
Does all that make sense?
Bro fist.
Okay. So the whole idea
My mind
here
is broken.
Is that
You'll have to
what
forgive
we're
me. I
witnessing
need to
in the
recover
United
from
States is something that has been going on for decades.
That is insanely generous.
And I
Thank
don't
you
know
so
about
much
you
for
guys,
that,
but
brother.
I don't believe that Mark Kelly beat Martha McSally. Okay? And if we understand that 35,000 votes were given to every Democrat candidate in the United States through these algorithms, okay?
You should say thank
through
you.
These
Well, I don't know.
algorithms,
I can't see
then we
anything.
can
I'm like,
really
I don't
begin
know.
to
I'm
see
just
the
in the
level
dark.
and the
Thank you.
depth to the infiltration instead of invasion that Kennedy talked about
Hey, Chad,
in the
what's up, man?
1960s.
Still can't see anything.
Okay,
I'm blind.
infiltration instead of invasion, subversions
Oh my
instead of
gosh.
elections.
Thank
He
you
was
so
trying to tell
much.
us
I
back
was
then,
thinking
intimidation
fist.
instead of free
The mind
choice,
status.
guerrillas by night
Said.
instead of armies by
Clenched
day.
fist.
Okay, the guerrillas by
MLP,
night instead
what's
of
up?
armies by day,
awesome.
that's
Thank you so
Antifa, you
much,
guys.
Purple
That's
Kentucky.
BLM. And the subversions instead of elections, that's Dominion, ladies and gentlemen. And, yeah, thank you. Thank you. So it's important to grasp that what we're witnessing has been going on for quite some time. And we are now aware. The public is now aware, which means that they
I
can't
know,
get away with it
JC.
anymore,
Oh,
can
snap.
they? It ain't
Thank
gonna
you
happen.
again,
Not
Corporal.
again, not in the United
Cheers.
States, not ever.
Cheers. I'm going to drink
Okay.
the rest of this one.
This is America. We have free elections, and there are actually people on the Democrat side that have been complaining about these Dominion
Cheers.
voting machines for quite some time. Once the Democrats realized that their candidate, Bernie Sanders, was shafted by these Dominion voting machines, and
Shafted
that's why
twice.
he wasn't the candidate in 2016 or 2020, there's going to be an uproar. Okay?
And there ought to be an
You
uproar.
guys got to know that Donald Trump isn't going to let them get away with this. Okay,
The
it's just
mind
not going to
status.
happen. It's just not going to
Said.
happen. The
Go,
military side
Kentucky.
is coming. Watermarks, ladies and gentlemen. You guys know what watermarks are? Okay, did you know that the gray watermarks that showed up on all these Biden votes are actually proof that they're fraudulent? But the real watermarks are actually transparent. Yeah. Okay,
Where
so
are you guys at on the whole watermark situation?
and then you can do
For real. I'm like, what is your... I would like to see, what is your line of, like, what specific aspect makes you think that it's fraud? Like, what is it for you? Is it the watermark? Is it the...
For me, it's the distrust in
ballots?
Dominion. It's the distrust in the machines. For me, it's that the machines could be hacked. Okay? That's where I'm looking for it.
It's
Hey,
that there's no ID for these ballots.
cheers, Corporal Kentucky Man, bro fist.
So that we can give Donald Trump the support that he deserves. Am I right?
He did get a house and some stuff out of it. Yeah, he did get a house. Bernie did get it. He made out like a bandit. Houses, if you didn't know, are very safe. You know, right. A lot of equity.
We all know that.
Raises your net value.
We also know that
you know?
Michael Crow over there at ASU sits on the board of QJEN.
More ballots than registered voters. Thank you.
We cannot forget about Doug Ducey being a part of TGen. Okay, so there's all this
Shadow Wolf,
corruption
I'm with you.
surrounding this current people in quote unquote power. And the fact of the matter is, we can and we will do something about it. I know that we have a man that's going to be talking about recalling Ducey coming up here soon. All right. So you guys, when we drain the swamp here in Arizona, we end up affecting the black market that I was talking about earlier. Because look, we got voter fraud here.
That's right,
We've got drug trafficking here. We've got child trafficking here. We've got arms dealing here.
You hear what that man's saying?
All of the dirty business that is associated with these black market systems. Okay, and that also goes for things like document fraud. That also goes for things like property fraud. Okay, all this stuff, all that intertwines, you guys. All of it intertwines. And I promise you that when we end it here in Arizona, and we will, am I right? When we end it here in Arizona, we have an effect on the whole
right,
globe,
Chad.
guys. There's a reason why the cabal wants this state. And it's because
IT girl with the beehive dude said she worked for 27 hours and never saw one Trump vote.
Money across that border. And if they
You
can
believe
get it
that?
through Arizona, they can get it to the rest of the
think so.
country. Do you see what I'm saying?
I don't think so.
When we take back Arizona,
To
we have
those
to
like
take back the
super
nation, you
extreme
guys.
anti-Trumpers, they're like, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
5 minutes after I saw you last, I saw Antifa on fireworks into that bar where we were.
This is our state. We know it's red, and we know it would never turn blue. And it just so happens that one of the only real counties here in Arizona that actually turned blue was Maricopa. When they used the mini voting machines.
LOL, Chad, you're a riot. Dude, no, look, all right, an affidavit is evidence.
Who's the flat earth moron?
Stacy has a comment for you.
Now what we're seeing is, because the fraud is so clear, all of these judges that are saying, no, this election certified, this is all good, now we know who's part of the swamp in the judicial range.
Tomorrow, we're going to be doing a spooky shits tomorrow. Yay,
We
stay
call
with
those
something funny
shows
like it.
spooky shits.
Yeah, we just changed it to spooky shits. I'm actually working on some graphic art for it that's ridiculous. Well, not right now. Right now I'm working on Christmas for my niece. She's obsessed with Stranger Things, so I bought her some shoes, and I'm going to try to personalize them, and if it turns out good, then I'll try to get some better quality shoes.
Alright, here's the guy I'm looking for. Gotta say what's up to this guy. He's professional. How many fights you got? Nick was the best and most inspirational speaker that
The mind stead said, my concern is the who it organizes doesn't work for those systems. Got a paycheck somehow.
4 more years. Can I get 4 more years? 4 more years.
Oh, well, hey, I'm about to go start passing out flyers and raise some money. Yeah, okay, I'll catch y'all later.
4 more years. You guys trust Rudy Giuliani, don't you? You know he's got our back. You know he's got Trump's back. We're not
Who are the organizers? That's the right question.
We won't let go. We won't let go. We won't
Who worked on the systems.
We won't let go. We won't let go. We won't let go. How about stop the steal? Stop the steal. 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 Stop the steal.
Ladies and gentlemen, this voter fraud that we are seeing here in the 2020 election has actually been going on for quite some time. And that's why Donald Trump is helping to drain the swamp. Drain the swamp.
We can get in there to go film and broadcast the hearing, but I think we're going to stay outside, guys.
Drain the swamp. Drain the swamp.
The swamp has to go, you guys. And I think we all know that Donald Trump is just the
I'm
man to do
independent
it.
journalist, DSW74 News on YouTube.
Can we get We Love Trump? We love Trump! We love Trump! We
Corner
love
of
Trump!
Dominion was at the polls in Detroit.
We love Trump!
I appreciate the update.
We love Trump! And we
Yeah,
love
I got
Trump
that same
because he
feeling,
loves
Max.
The USA. Can we get a USA? USA! 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 So you guys heard the good news, I'm sure, but I believe it was here in Arizona, 6,000 votes were found to be fraudulent for Biden in Greeley County. Did you guys hear about that? Yeah, so we are stopping the steal here in Arizona. We are holding the line, Patriots, and it's making a difference. That's why all this is going on, you know, because of us and Donald Trump and his
There
team.
is a legal process. Commander Root, what's up? Bro fist.
How about won't concede? Won't concede! 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 We know Donald Trump isn't going to concede, you guys. All we got to do is get his back and hold the line. All we got to do is trust that God wins, right? Can we get a God wins? God wins! God wins! God
The mind stead said, challenge,
God wins! 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 God wins!
10-4 Miss V.
So, we are going to get another 4 more years. Donald Trump won on election night, you guys. Did you know that we broke their algorithm? Did you know we broke their algorithm? There was such a huge turnout for Donald Trump. There was such a huge tidal wave of a red wave across this country that we broke Dominion's algorithm. How about that? If that doesn't say we don't want another 4 more years, I don't know what does. All right? Thank you for taking this country back, and thank you for preserving our freedom! And that is exactly what we are doing, ladies and gentlemen. We are preserving the 7th generation's freedom. We are preserving America for generations to come. This is an American we birthed. Our Constitution and our Bill of Rights
Just truth.
are written in our hearts and in our minds. And our unalienable rights will not be taken.
Oh, yeah. I was going to go in, but
when we all
I'd rather
stand
come
up
out here.
together, when we all look to one another, when we all support our good patriotic president, we are making history. With all the resistance from the media,
Sherry, what's up from Tennessee?
some of our family members telling us, hey, you know,
I'm gonna have to make my way to that state eventually.
just a dive for the meter up here.
you're mistaken. You're believing the Mockingbird media that's been lying to you for decades. They will find out in just 3 weeks.
so much. Alright, we're gonna go feed the meter and grab our firearm.
If you are a conservative or free-thinking media outlet or podcast or YouTube, you would not believe the censorship.
And there's not going to be
guys, if
anybody
you
out
could
here
share,
doing this.
you have
Hi,
no
how you
idea
doing?
what it would mean. The president himself is being censored.
Right.
A conservative president being shunned by the media.
There was, I think, was it Fox or
The
Fox
mind
News?
stead
There was one time.
said, unspecified, do me a favor, bro. Just call me Stead's clenched fist.
Steads. Bro fist. Love it.
So Donald Trump had said one thing about, like, I think the pandemic, and they, because they didn't agree with it, he said, okay, well, he said this, that's a lie, I cannot in good conscience play lies for you. So he shut it off, and all the people that were watching through that, like, I believe it was Fox, that no more for you. You will just, we'll paraphrase it for you and let you know what BS he said, and then you can judge it and hate it later. But for right now, we're just gonna shut off. So they teach not to tolerate even hearing other forms of opinion. And it's the media that's teaching it.
He sure does sound like Alex Jones, especially from a distance. Guess who's out in the streets now?
Who?
Dap, what's up, brother? Brofest, good to see you, man. Oh, man. Excuse me. Oh, wow.
Tiny beer winch.
Protect your ears, headphone users. Protect them.
Dude, they shut it down. Oh, okay.
Dave, put a ladder up so you could be taller, or we could do it on stage. I prefer on stage on that little platform.
How we do a prayer? You guys ready to do a prayer?
Arizona, folks. Alan.
I think a prayer is necessary.
Who's he praying to? You do satanic rituals before.
Thank you, divine creator God. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for opening all of our hearts, all of our minds, and all of our
You guys are
spirits.
praying with the man who does satanic rituals before every single protest. He's not praying to the God that you think
Corporal, thank you, brother.
Do you hear him?
Yeah.
He's like, he's not praying to the God we think he's praying to. I love that people are awake to this.
Yeah.
Dead serious.
Thank you, divine creator God, for hearing these prayers. Thank you for the ability to make them. Thank you, divine creator God, for helping strongly kill Donald Trump and his legal team with your white light of love and protection, of peace and harmony. Thank you, divine creator God, for inspiring all of our hearts and all of our minds with your peace and with your love.
No way, Alex. That's awesome.
The country in a positive and
That's
peaceful
awesome.
way.
Someone from Arizona's in the chat.
Eliminating all that was in the dark, so that we may know who the corrupt people in our system are, who the people we must get rid of are, and so that we may step forward, so that we may move forward as a country, so that we may evolve as a species, so that we may spiritually grow in your light and in your love. Thank you for helping us to take our nation back to our Creator God. Thank you for opening each and every one of our hearts and our minds and our spirits to your presence.
Oh, I love it, dude.
Serve you and each other and our country. In the holiest name, divine Creator God, in Jesus' sweet name we pray. Amen. You know, you guys, I don't know about you guys, but that was rather upsetting. I'm just saying, that is satanic, if anything, okay? Trying to disrupt prayer, that would be satanic, okay? So, why don't we give them 4 more years? 4 more years! 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 How about stop the steal, huh? Stop that steal! 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 Stop that steal!
Latinos for Trump.
I've been saying he's not praying to Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm praying for you guys, man. I pray for you guys. I really pray for you guys. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you for trying. Thank you for your effort. God bless you, okay? We love you. I don't believe in what you believe in, but I'll defend my breath. You're right to believe whatever you want, okay, buddy? Because this is America. You believe whatever you want here, am I right? This is America. And we don't need no infiltrators here trying to bring us down. Are you going to let an infiltrator bring you down?
This is a voice doppelganger.
So what do you say? USA! 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 USA!
Everybody's following along. This is the real bill.
Hicks.
How many of you guys here are fans of the Constitution? How many of you here would like to see somebody in office who's also a fan of the Constitution? Not just people like Donald Trump, but also people like Daniel McCarthy here. So I'm going to hand the mic over to him because I know he has some awesome words to say. I know he has some very important things to deliver. So give it up for Daniel McCarthy!
Jake cleans up nice right here, does he not? I thought I was in the wrong place. I was looking for the barbarian. I said, where's Jake?
Still here.
How many of you are going to let Joe Biden and these communists steal your election? Are you going to let them? I want you to think about what's going on right now. Right now, this is happening in a hotel room because our Republican governor, our Republican leader of the House in Arizona, our Republican leader in the Senate in Arizona, Rusty Bowers, Karen Fann, Doug Ducey, where are they? This is why all of you are here. Because Trump gave us our identity back. As Americans, we lost our identity. Under 8 years under the Obama administration, we were told that we have to become part of the global community. For 8 years, the Obama administration positioned us and weakened us from within. They did it over and over again at every level within the state government. Do you hear what I'm saying? This has been happening for a long time, this war that we're in. But you are in a war.
Yeah.
Okay. Keep up the good work, Paul. I have a ticket to get into that hearing right now. Okay? As soon as I'm done talking to you, I'm going to walk inside. I'm going to go inside this hearing. Okay? We want answers right now. Okay. Why is the Dominion software being used in Maricopa County? So I'm going to ask you again, are you going to let Joe Biden and these communists steal your country? Look around. Look around, everybody. Look around. This is getting bigger and bigger. We will not lose our country. Okay. This fight that we are in, is the most important fight in Americans' history. Okay? If we let them steal this election, if you let them take this from us, we are letting them take America. This fight is right here in Arizona. This is the battle line right here in Arizona. You are the last line. There is no one coming to your rescue. There is no state official coming to your rescue. Okay? There is no one that's going to come around here and save us all. It's up to you. Thank you, every single one of you, for showing up, and get ready to show up more. Because guess what's happening? When you leave here, go to the state capitol.
Janet, what's up?
As they're certifying this election, as Governor Ducey and Katie Hobbs are certifying this election, don't leave here upset. Leave here and go to the state capitol and tell them no. Okay? All right. I'm going to walk inside here. We're going to try to get some answers here today. I love all of you. Thank you. Thank you for everything you've done. We will not lose this war.
The mind
We will not let them steal this election.
Clenched fist jump.
Okay, so be ready to fight, everybody, okay? Thank you very much.
Fellow Arizonans, good morning. Once upon a time, for 12 years, you called me congressman, but I like much better a more honored description, fellow citizen. And we pause this morning to give thanks to God Almighty for giving us founders who ensured our rights to peaceably assemble and petition for redress of grievances.
That's right.
And make no mistake about this, because I know there are some who will misinterpret, oh, this is a highly partisan group. Well, there may be one candidate that we all support here this morning, but let me make a larger point, especially to those who may sit in other places, not only in Washington, D.C., but around the world, and who may feel a little smug today about what they believe to be the outcome of an election. Understand, it's conservatives today. It could be anyone else tomorrow. So let us approach this not as Republicans, not as Democrats, not as independents, libertarians, or vegetarians, but as Americans. Benjamin Franklin said it this way. You recall the story. A Philadelphia socialite came up as the Constitutional Convention was meeting,
Chad.
and she had her granddaughter with her, and she saw Benjamin Franklin and asked him, Dr. Franklin, what type of government have you given us? And he responded, a republic if you can keep it. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens, we stand resolved to keep our republic. Thank you, and God bless you.
Keep our republic!
Wish.
Keep our republic!
Keep our republic, absolutely. Great job, JP.
Keep our republic a
I spoke
republic.
earlier, but apparently I didn't get any
Can I get an
videotape
amen?
of it, so I figured, you know what? I'll do it again. I'm Josh Bernstein.
Do we have
from the
any
Josh
others
Bernstein Uncensored
who want to
television
conserve
show.
the Constitution
How much voter fraud was in this
in the audience
election,
out there?
Joe?
Because they're coming after it right now, guys.
Okay, in order to think that Dementia Joe and Heels Up Headboard Harris won this
Dementia
election,
Joe.
you have to say to yourself, a 78-year-old with stage 3 dementia who hid out in his Delaware dungeon the entire campaign with a broken ankle, right? With a broken ankle, and literally did absolutely no campaigning. Think about that for a second. Then he underperforms. He underperforms Hillary Clinton in every single county that she supposedly won in 2016. But he overperforms the first black president in Fulton County, Maricopa County, Clark County, Wayne County, and Philadelphia, and Allegheny, and Pittsburgh. That's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The people in the Midwest did their job, and we did our job here, okay? Remember, 86,000 votes was the difference in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan in 2016. It was a 1.1 million more votes in those states, 700,000 in Pennsylvania, 300,000 in Wisconsin, and about 104,000, in Michigan, 300,000 in Michigan, and 104,000 in Wisconsin. So you mean to tell me that somehow President Trump lost this election? No way. No way. Okay? And where is Mark Brnovich here in Arizona? Where are you, Mark? Why aren't we doing a full audit, a forensic audit of every single county in the state of Arizona?
Said, I've been told that Mednusian looks like me.
And Doug Ducey, where are you? Nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. And these people that want a certified fraud, how dare you? How dare you not listen to the 74, 75 million people in this country that went out there and voted?
Where's all of our legislators?
You know, Dementia Joe didn't do anything.
LOLJA.
He didn't campaign.
Oh, boy.
He didn't go out. And anytime he went up in front of a microphone, it was word salad. Nobody knew what the hell he was talking about. So you mean to tell me that people were excited about that? No, they were not. Okay? There is so much fraud in this election. And here in Arizona, how many of you were a victim of Sharpie Gate? How many of you went to vote and were told, no, don't use a pen, don't use a pencil, no, here, use one of these Sharpies, okay? Meanwhile, if you read the actual ballots, it literally says, do not use a Sharpie, okay? And how did they get the Indian reservations, which just broke earlier yesterday? How did
Short
they get
stack,
the Indian
what's up?
reservations
Absolutely.
to vote? They offered them televisions and Visa cards and vacations and trips. Well, I got news for you. U.S. Code 18597 is a felony. You cannot pay people to incentivize them to vote. We cannot and we will not accept these results under any circumstance.
How many of you guys have accepted the results?
God bless you all. My name is Josh Bernstein. You can go to joshbernsteinuncensored.com.
Yeah, that's right. That's what that means.
Stop the steal! Stop the steal!
The mind steady. Said, hash open the boxes.
Hashtag open the boxes.
Y'all, this is a beautiful town of Patriots. So, some of us will have to go in for the hearing. We got Michelle Moken. We got Congressman Gosar, who is our spirit animal for Stop the Steal.
Anybody sign?
All eyes are on Arizona. This crowd is going to double or triple. I'm asking everybody to remain peaceful.
Yeah, I'm with you,
We're going
Mark.
to cooperate with the police. Let's give them a round of applause because they closed out the street for us. Now, I just want to stress, everything that happens in there will determine whether or not Trump becomes our president or not. We need to be out here singing, chanting, remaining positive, and praying. We need your prayers right now. The same thing is going on in Pennsylvania right now and in Georgia. So before I get Congressman Gosar and Michelle Malkin inside so that they can testify before these brave state representatives and brave state senators, let me give Michelle, you want to come say 2 minutes? And she'll be out here again for a full speech, but I want to say hello before we leave.
I'm short. I need to get in time. Stop. I am so glad to join you, Patriots, this morning to raise our voices to protect the vote. 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 We are here because we are American patriots and we stand up for free and fair and clean elections. We're here to support our president, the president who won in 2016 and the president who won in 2020. Our president, Donald J. Trump, fought for us against the forces of globalism, against the culture of corruption for 4 years. And that is why we need to stand up for our president. He fought for us. We're fighting for him. I am here because I have spent my entire career fighting for the American dream. Because my parents came here from the Philippines to live in a constitutional republic, not a banana republic. We're here not just because we're fighting the left, but because we're fighting feckless and weak establishment so-called Republicans who have been in bed with the forces of destroying America. We're sick and tired of that weakness. We're sick and tired of the sellout. We're sick and tired of America last instead of America first. How many of you read that Cindy McCain has been offered an ambassadorship? A couple of years ago, I stood at CPAC and I condemned the ghost of John McCain. Cindy McCain helped break this election. Cindy McCain helped steal this election. We need to drain the Con Inc. swamp. I'll say more later. I'm going to go into the hearing. But this is the phrase that I want you to remember. There is no election justice. If there is no election justice, there will be no election peace. Thank you, America first. Thank you, Stop the Steal. America first. Good job. America first. Love you over here. America first. America first. First. America first. America first. America first. America first. Michelle, we love you. Love you guys too. Love you, Michelle. Michelle Malkin.
Okay, again, I got to get them in there to testify, but we're going to hear from Congressman Gosar, and we're going to come back out. We're doing this for 6 or 7 hours, right? We're going to save the Republic, right? Congressman Gosar. I got to get one shot with you. One shot with you. Michelle, I got to get one shot with you. One shot. Get out. You want this president or what?
Where the hell is H.E. Barr? Where's the FBI? This president made us first. The deplorable. He listened to us. He had our back and he fought the machine. Now it's our time to stand up and be counted. God bless this president. Let's make our voices heard to the governor, to the majority leader, to the speaker. But what we have here is a problem, a big problem. Stealing an election. Yes. Just trying to steal this election. So we gotta stop the steal. Stop the steal.
Stop the steal! 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 Stop the steal!
Folks, we gotta carry this. This movement is too big. This president is too great not to back up. So let's pray today. Let's let our voices be heard, and let's get this election back to Donald Trump.
I'm going to hand it back over to the local organizers. I've got to get Michelle, Paul, and some brave people through here. So can we make the hole, literally right there? Let's park the seat. We're going to get them inside. We're going to hand it back to Kaden.
Hey, what's up, Arizona? Who's proud to be here?
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. We're here. We had the greatest president of the United States for the last 4 years.
What's up, Michael?
And we still do. But Joe Biden and the Democrats want to do everything they can to get power so they can push a new world order. And it's patriots like us who isn't going to let them do that. So, while we're out here, let's remember, we're here for one reason. Let's be respectful to each other. Okay? And at the end of the day, remember, we will have Donald Trump for 4 more years. 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 4 more years.
I don't know about you guys, but I am more than certain we're going to have Donald Trump for another 4 years. More than certain. We had Donald Trump for another 4 years on November 3rd when they stopped counting the votes. We had Donald Trump in that office, you guys, and they tried, keyword, tried to steal our election. But the fact of the matter is, they're really bad at what they do, and they thought they were going to get away with it. And the United States military and Donald Trump said, we're not going to let that happen! Now, have you guys heard about the blockchain watermarks? And the fact that they can easily decipher the fraudulent ballots from the real ones simply by looking at these blockchain watermarks and seeing that the fraudulent ballots have these watermarks in a darker gray, whereas the real ballots, they're transparent. Because of Kraken, ladies and gentlemen, which Kraken is, y'all know Kraken, right? Kraken has been known to get all the deep state's dirty little secrets in the digital form and keep it on lockdown! So, ladies and gentlemen, the forensic evidence, the Dominion evidence, and the fact that we have 3 Dominion whistleblowers stepping forward, okay? The blockchain watermarks and the fact that we had the Supreme Court! All of these are 5D chess moves that Donald Trump and the highest levels of the military have been making while these communists thought that they could steal our country. But they didn't know America's not going to let that happen!
And then it became allegations of fraud that really couldn't be completely investigated between now and the election but are going to require substantial investigation after the inauguration. So it's changed a great deal, but in that period of time, no one bothered to look at the evidence.
The Mindstead.
No one's bothered to listen
Said,
to the witnesses.
Unspecified. Please check the Michigan
I'm
hearing.
not a
Something
witness.
going down.
I didn't witness any of this. Everything I'm presenting to you, I'm presenting you as a lawyer. These are the words of other people. And in your case, in the state of Michigan, people who are citizens of your state, who observed fraud. And I must say, observed fraud on what I would consider, I would also consider myself an expert on prosecuting fraud. I would consider a massive amount of evidence. What I'm holding in my hand are affidavits. These are sworn under oath. They have the power of evidence because they're sworn under oath. These are the things on which you bring indictments. And they allege massive cheating, particularly on the part of the Democrat Party of Detroit, to the extent of easily 500,000, 600,000, 700,000 illegal votes, calculated many different ways. The second part of the case is an analysis of the voting machine that you used in much of the state, I believe much of the state, not all, Dominion, which broke down in Antrim County. That alerted people to take a look at it, and lo and behold, it became a tremendous surprise to the people of America. Did you want this closer? I'm sorry. It was a very big surprise to me that our votes are sent out of the United States. It's also a big surprise to me that our votes are counted by a foreign company. And it's even a bigger surprise to me that if you do the slightest bit of due diligence, you will find out that this company has been in trouble many, many times, was just disqualified in the state of Texas, under another name was thrown out of Chicago. In its infancy, had ties with Hugo Chavez, Venezuela, conducted fraudulent elections in 2 South American countries, and have been disqualified in several other countries and states. It appears as if whoever your elections officials are selected this without the slightest bit of even Googling the company, where if you did, you would find out that it's considered to be the most insecure voting machine available to us, and has resulted in enormously terrible problems. I'd like to put into the record a letter written by my congresswoman many years ago, Carolyn Maloney, who pointed out all of the problems with this company, Dominion. I'd also put in the record letters from Elizabeth Warren and somebody else that I can't remember right now, but another United States senator. I have no idea what you were doing with this company, and one of the things I would suggest is you take a good look at just how you came about taking on a company that has this terrible record. We've had occasion to examine now the machine that faltered. We have preliminary data on how it can be invaded. We would need to examine the rest of the machines, and if we did, we could probably tell you to some degree of certainty exactly how many votes were changed, the formula by which they were changed, and if they were directed overseas, because there are some indications that the vote was being sent to Frankfurt, Germany, or to Barcelona, to a company called Seitel. That's a brief overview, but I think I would rather start because this woman, I would just ask the indulgence of the committee. Ms. Jacob is a very, very fine woman. She's never testified before. She is exceedingly concerned for many reasons. And if everybody could just be courteous in questioning her, I would really appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
So I'd like to call Jesse Jacob.
All right, Mr. Mayor. And just to be clear, I didn't say this before. The way we're going to run this format, my goal is to be done by 9. That's about 3 hours. We might go a few minutes over since I came in late. That's the goal. We're going to allow each witness to come up, and at that point, we'll allow members of the committee to ask a question. The question has to be germane to the topic. This is about the Michigan elections, okay? I'll allow one question per member, no follow-ups. one question. Okay, that's how we're going to do it for each witness, and that's because of the shenanigans. I was going to allow a little leeway, but I'm not now. All right, we're going to do one question per witness. We're going to go through each one. I call them witnesses, but people who are testifying here. And then lastly, at the end, Mr. Giuliani will take those questions. That's how we're going to do it. So I understand Jesse Jacobs is first.
Could I have Jenna say a word or two?
Yes, of course. Why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee. And I appreciate your calling this session, Mr. Chairman, and that we have members that are both Democrats and Republicans here. But you're all here in your capacity as legislators, and this is not a political question. This is a legal one. When you have what you will see before you as substantial evidence of fraud and corruption in an election, it's your obligation under the United States Constitution to not allow the corruption to continue. And under Article 2, Section 1.2, the state legislators are the entity that our founders specifically vested with the authority to ensure against a corrupt popular vote. So at the end of the evidence and the testimony that we present today, we are going to be asking you to take action on this. You've already heard from a number of witnesses and other people and evidence over the past day and a half. I would ask you all to put aside your party affiliation and look openly and honestly at these witnesses and this evidence, because here we're all Americans. And our founders specifically provided this tool, the state legislature, to be able to combat corruption or foreign influence when that happens in an election. We sit before you today on behalf of the President of the United States, but as he said today in a speech from the White House, it's his sworn duty and obligation to make sure that election integrity and free and fair elections are preserved in this country. And we will be asking you, after taking a look at the testimony presented today, to take that oath that you have made as state legislators very, very seriously. The law is on your side because the U.S. Constitution is on your side. And we would be happy to answer any questions about that at the end of this proceeding, but thank you very much for your time and attention today.
Thank you, and there will be questions about that, I assure you. Are we ready for Ms. Jacobs?
Mm-hmm.
All right, please, Ms. Jacobs, when you're ready, come forward. Welcome to the House Oversight Committee. And when you sit down, you push the red button there. That'll turn on the microphone, and you can speak. And just to be clear, you speak. When you're done, we'll allow one question per member, but we're not going to interrupt you. So I just want everyone to be cognizant of the fact our goal is to be done, a little after 9. So welcome, and thank you for coming here today to tell your story.
With Ms. Jacob is her husband. Your full name is?
Sunny Jacob.
And your full name is?
Jesse Jacob.
And Jesse, you're a resident of Detroit?
Yes, I am.
And you were born in India, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
You came to the U.S. in 1985?
That's true.
And you and your husband became United States citizens?
Yes, in 1995.
And how many children do you have, Jesse?
3 children.
How old are they?
The older one is 36, and the second one is 32, and the third one is 24.
And what do they do?
The older one, she's my oldest daughter. She's practicing in the emergency medicine physician at Washington, D.C. since 2014, yes.
And
my son,
your son?
He's doing his fellowship in child and adolescent psychiatry at Dallas Southwestern University Medical Center.
And your youngest daughter?
She's a third-year med school student at Wayne State.
Congratulations. So let's get right to it. On September, you've been an employee of the city of Detroit for many, many years. Is that correct?
That is true.
Approximately how long?
Since 1986 August.
And you have the title of head engineer?
Yeah, that's my current title.
And on September 8th, you were assigned to election duties, were you not?
Jeremy, Brofist.
And you were assigned to the 3rd floor of the election department.
The 4th floor. The 4th floor
Fourth floor,
of the
okay.
election department at West Grand Boulevard location.
And what
Thanks
were you
so much,
told
Jeremy.
you were supposed to do?
The first day, basically, we were all, it's about, let me see how many people, about 40 to 60 people on that floor. We were, first they were, giving all kinds of instructions, how this training is going to be. And then in the afternoon, we started opening the mails that was received to the headquarters. That is the mail for application for absentee ballot request. So basically, that's what we were doing the whole week, first week, starting from September 8th. I started at 9 a.m. It was 9 to 4 p.m. So the entire group was working from 9 to 4, opening the mails, sorting out the mails.
Groupie doopie, what's up?
We were asked to sort out according to the counting board, 134 counting boards. So there are 134 counting boxes set up, so you can sort out the applications that you have opened.
Did there come a time, Ms. Jacob, in about the 3rd week of September, when you were asked to change date?
So about I think they're around September 20th or 22nd. Yeah, I would say 22nd, 3rd week of September. We were kind of started packing, making the ballot packages to be sent to different citizens. And what we do is we will do for different counting boards, 50 pack, 50 application will be there. So you will be making packages of 50 ballots. And on the floor, they will let you know what date need to be put on that package, the mailing date for that ballot. So I notice time to time, basically every day, whenever you prepare that package, the ballot package is always either 3 days, back date, 3 days, not the same day, always days before that date.
So starting on the 20th of September.
22nd.
22nd?
Yes.
22nd of September.
Yes.
For some days thereafter.
Yes.
Each day you were given a different date.
Yes.
In order to backdate.
Yeah. Yes.
The application. Is that
yes.
right?
Yes.
And it was a different date each day?
Sometimes you use the same date.
Cordell!
Maybe consecutive
Cordell!
days, maybe you use the same date, but it was
Cordell!
different.
But it was never the correct.
When I say Marcus, you say Colgan. Marcus!
In other words, it was a false statement.
Yeah, it was a date prior to that date that you are preparing the
Who told you to do that?
whoever was the supervisor on the floor that day.
Was it one supervisor or more than one supervisor who told you to backdate it every day?
There were more than one supervisor, not just one, more than one. So I would say 1 to 3 supervisors.
And how long did you have that position? Until you left that position after a short while.
Yes.
Can you tell us how long you held that position?
Yeah, I worked at the 4th floor of the election department till October 2nd, that's a Friday. September 30th, I was sent for training for the QVF trainings. September 30th and October 1st, I was at training. Then October 2nd was my last day working at the election headquarters. And from October 5th onwards, I was asked to work as a processor at one of the satellite sites. Out of 23 satellite sites, first I was sent to Cromwell Recreation Center at Lasher and 6 Mile. Then I was asked to go to Common Air Recreation Center at Bradbury Drive near downtown from October 12th.
Well, up until the time you left,
Yes.
how many co-workers did you have when you were backdating the documents?
You mean at the election headquarters?
Yes, at the original place that you worked.
Okay. After I think about around September 15th or so, they started the second shift.
Albert,
Until then,
Brofist.
it was only from 9 to 4, one shift. Then they started another shift from 5 to 11, so 2 shifts. So I would say, if you add all of them, let's see.
Thank you, Ms. V.
I would say around 80.
About 80
Yeah.
workers.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, were they all instructed exactly like you were?
Yes.
To falsify
When they
the
were
document?
Yeah, when they were preparing the ballots to be sent, the ballot package.
Anniversary.
Ballot package.
And I just want to say I'm glad I'm out here with you. I'm out here in rain, sleet, snow. It could be 100 degrees out here. It could be 40 below out here. We're going to continue to fight for justice. Just because they fired the officer doesn't mean that's enough. That's not.
And then the law requires, doesn't it? You correct me because you know it much better than I do, that within 24 hours of your receiving the application, you have to respond. Is that correct?
Yeah, per the state of Michigan's official manual, you are required to issue a ballot within 24 hours of the request, the application request. That's what I read in the Michigan official's manual, the chapter 6. That's what it is written. So I don't know, when I was preparing the package, when I was preparing the package in third week of September, I even saw applications from June, July, August. So.
And what happened to the June, July, and August applications? Were they dated differently?
No, the application, the citizens' applications, the date citizens submitted that application, it was from June, July, August, but we were preparing the ballots in September after 2-3 months later.
So during the period of time you were there doing it, which you estimated was about 10 days,
yes.
Would you say that about 100,000 false documents were created?
Yeah, from September 22nd till, I would say, till September 30th. Yeah, about 10 days. I mean, I was there till October 2nd.
And you estimated, when we went over this, about 10,000 a day.
Yeah, anywhere between 10,000 to 15,000. Yeah, sometimes we will be able to complete. I even remember 14,000 packages. Sometimes it's 12,000. So you can just, to be on the safe side, you can say 10,000 per day. That's a good number.
And just before we leave this, would your supervisor say this to all of you publicly? In other words, he would say, today, the date we're going to use is
this date.
Whatever.
Yes. Yeah, that's the
In other
announcement.
words, you had the phony date of the day.
Yeah,
put
that's
down.
the announcement they will make. Yes, on the floor. Yes.
Then on October, then you were transferred and you went for training.
Yeah, on September 30th from 9 to 11:30 a.m. Then also on October 1st, those were the 2 days I was sent for training at Wayne County Community College. From 9 to 11:30 morning session. Then afternoon you will come back to the election headquarters.
And what do you remember of your training? What were you told during the training?
It was not good.
It was not good?
No.
Well, how wasn't it good?
I mean, first of all, when I was at the Wayne County Community College from 9 to 11:30, it's about, I would say, around 20 to 25 people. There were 2 groups, so I was with the second group. The first group training was from September 28 and 29, first group. I am with the second group, September 30th and October 1st. About, I would say, around 20, 25 people in each group. But what I found out when I went there, I tried to log into one of the laptop. It was not working. Then I tried another one. It was not working. So so we had problems with the laptops. I couldn't even log into the system. So I was told by the instructor, just listen, just listen. You don't need a laptop. Okay, so basically we were just I would say at least out of 20, 25.
Now you have a tape recording of this, don't you? That you don't want to share because you don't want the person who said this hurt. Is that correct?
No. So what I did was, since I didn't have a laptop, I didn't have nothing in front of me, I asked the instructor, can I record your lecture? Because I have to be, from October 5th, I have to be by myself. I have to work as a processor. So I want to learn something. So I asked the instructor, can I record your lecture? She said, sure, you can record. So with her permission, I recorded the lecture.
So when we listened to it last night, did the instructor from the city of Detroit tell you it doesn't matter if the address is wrong or the birth date is missing or there are no names? You must try and find a birth date.
Yeah,
and if the signatures look different, find something about them that's the same. No application should be rejected. Is that the sum and substance of what?
Same here, Alex.
Is it a she or a he?
That's a she.
Is that what the female told you?
In a nutshell, that's what basically, you have to do everything to make sure, that voter, at the end, that voter should get a ballot and vote. So,
even if the address was wrong?
See, sometimes when the voters walk in, they just give you the house number and the street name, but you have different ways to, you can search the voter in different ways. You can locate the voter. Sometimes you are lucky, you will be able to find everything for that voter, then you can process the ballot. But that won't be the case for everybody.
And suppose you can't find everything for that person. What do you do then?
The instructors sometimes tell you, you should set aside that application and we will send that application back to the election headquarters, let them take care of it.
And when you did that, what happened to it?
I don't know what happened after that. I don't know. It was sent. And also I was also instructed with regard to how to verify the signatures. You have to do everything so that the signatures, you have to match it.
Well, during the time that you worked there, which should be about a month,
yes,
except for you, did you ever see any other application rejected as deficient?
No.
Didn't you see people that came up to you that you rejected, that went to someone else, and then they accepted that person?
See, the location where I was working, I remember a few times. I would say the first 2 weeks from October 5th, the first week is October 5th. That's the first day the early voting started at satellite locations.
That's right, Ms.
Then
V.
second week, October 12th.
Is a fair election
daily,
too much to
I would
ask
say
for?
The first week we had like about 8-9 voters all day from 9 till 6. Then second week maybe about 15. But the third week and the last week of October, we had more, and I remember two or three times. I had to reject. I think at 2 or 3 occasions to reject the ballot, and they were so angry, and they were so angry, and they will sometimes get call you all kinds of name. Oh, you are saying I cannot vote? You don't count my ballot, and things like that. And I will say, so I'm so sorry, I cannot do, then I will ask my supervisor what to do. And then supervisor will say, Jesse, I don't know. Then, he will say, oh, I have other places, I will go and vote. Okay, then he will just walk out. So I don't know whether he went to the nearest one, other side. You can go to any location. There are 23 satellite locations. You can go to any of that satellite locations.
Ms. Jacob?
Yes.
I don't want you to do this if you feel uncomfortable, but would you be comfortable taking your mask off so that people could hear you more clearly?
Can you hear me now?
Not clear. Can everyone hear it clearly?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Now, the supervisor you originally had when you first were there, did you observe her coaching voters to vote for Biden and the Democrat ticket?
Yes.
And then as it got closer to the election, in fact, in the day or two before the election, were others of the workers there helping people to vote for Biden and the Democratic ticket and even going into the little booth with them?
Yeah, I remember on November 2nd specifically, that's the last day of absentee voter, November 2nd, 4 p.m., that's the deadline. So that day we had lots of people coming to the center. And I remember, let me be honest with you, I don't remember that person's name, but he was working as a ballot runner, and he was going to the polling booth and standing by the side of the voter and helping them to complete the ballot, assisting the voter. I was really concerned, but I didn't say anything. I don't know whether my supervisor saw that. She was in the room, but he was doing that.
Did you find that wrong, unacceptable?
I knew it is wrong, but I didn't
Pardon
say.
me?
I knew it is wrong, but I'm just a processor there. It's up to the supervisor. I didn't say anything.
And then was there a day when 3 people came in wearing Black Lives Matter T-shirts? I think it was on November 2nd, you said? And they were going to the voting booth and helping people to vote?
No, what they did was, I think it was earlier than that. I don't remember the exact
Joe.
date, but they were 3
Bro
of them.
fist man.
One was holding the flag, and one was wearing, I think all of them were wearing the Black Lives Matter or something
The
like that.
mind steaders
And one of them
said,
actually
"Brave
he
God,
wanted
stay
to
strong."
drop his. They were there to drop off their absentee ballot. So they walked into the room and they were dropping. One of them were dropping the ballot into the box. So the other one was cheering and the other one was taking picture and things like that. I knew it is also not right, but I cannot do anything. I was just sitting on my desk and doing my processing job. That's all.
Now, about 14 days before the election, your supervisor, who I think you told me her name is Carla, said that she had a meeting with her boss and that you should stop asking for driver's license or photo ID.
Yeah, what she told me was, they are all registered voters. You don't need any photo ID or driver's license. They can just, come and vote. Let the people vote. So basically, but as a processor, I was not comfortable doing that. So myself, I was, when they come to my table, I used to ask them at very low voice, "Can I see your driver's license, please?" I used to get from all of them to make myself comfortable when I am issuing the ballot. But I was told not to ask because they are all registered voters.
You asked them for driver's licenses and photo ID?
Yes, I did.
And what happened?
I mean, that way I can verify their signature, the signature on the driver's license, with a signature on the application and also the signature in the QVF. So I can verify all those 3. And when they return the ballot to me, I can see how they are signing on the absentee ballot envelope, the return envelope. So basically all 4 locations, in the QVF file, on the driver's license, and on the application, and on the ballot return envelope. So
Now,
they are good. If all 4 of them are matched, I will receive that ballot into the QVF, I'll save it, and I will place my initial on the ballot return envelope, ballot number, date, and again initial. So 2 initials I have to place on the ballot return envelope when I am receiving the ballot. into the QBF. So I was doing that for each and every ballot that I issued. That's what is required by the Michigan official manual.
Now, your coworkers didn't do that, and they asked you, didn't they? Why do you do it? And didn't you say, for my peace of mind?
Yeah, the driver's license, that the point when they said you don't need driver's license, I said, for my peace of mind, I'm going to ask, anyway, I'm going to get the driver's license. And sometimes you won't be even able to read the name on the application the way some people write. So I really want, for two reasons, to enter the voter's name correctly into the system, and also to verify the signature. And also, of course, the photo ID.
Did you also have to check signatures?
Yes, you do. That's the first thing you do before you even start processing the ballot.
And weren't you on several occasions, didn't you turn people down?
Yeah.
Got very angry at you, and then they went to one of your coworkers, and your coworkers accepted them?
One time I remember one young gentleman, he signed totally different, and he said, oh, that. Then I showed him his signature at QVF file. I turned my laptop and showed to him, see how is your signature in the file, and he said, oh, that's not, I don't sign like that. That was from 10 years ago. I don't sign anymore. I don't sign like that anymore. Then I said, sorry, I cannot do anything. But I think at that point, I think he walked out. Even though the supervisor, she was there, I don't think supervisor did anything. I think the gentleman walked out.
Did there come a time toward the end of that period when a fairly large number of people came to vote in person, but they were people who had requested absentee ballots?
Yes.
And how were you supposed to deal with it, and then how were you told to deal with it?
What I do is when the voter walk into the room, the person at the front desk, they will bring the driver's license. That is the first 2 weeks of October. They will bring the application, and the first thing I will do is I will enter the voter, and I will do a voter search. Then the system will tell you whether city already mailed the absentee ballot to them or not. Whether there is an active ballot in the QEF system for that voter. So when you do that, lots of time you will
Chris, what's
see
up?
A ballot has been already sent to that voter. But when they
Weird
come
War.
to you,
What's
they
up,
said,
man?
I
Thank you so
never
much for
requested a
subscribing.
ballot.
Awesome.
I never received any
awesome.
ballot. I never requested for a ballot. Can I vote now? I'm here. I want to vote now. I said, of course. I mean, I can spoil the ballot.
Old Salt
then
Indian
I
Marines,
can,
Brofist.
issue
Awesome.
another
Thank you so
ballot,
much for
and you can
subscribing.
vote. So I have done
Awesome,
that many
man.
times. But the I was instructed to do like that. But per
New
the Michigan
leastist.
officials
Brofist.
manual,
Thank you so much for subscribing.
you are required to get a affidavit from that person, stating that I couldn't find my
Technical
ballot,
education.
or I didn't
Brofist. Thank you
receive
so
the
much
ballot,
for
or whatever. I
subscribing.
don't know. But an
That's
affidavit needs to
awesome,
be
man.
submitted. But we were just asking them to fill a
Hey,
form.
cheers, guys.
That's what we were doing.
Hassan.
But they didn't have to
Cheers.
bring that ballot back to
Thank you so much for
the first
subscribing.
ballot that was already mailed to them, they didn't have to bring it back. I remember during that 1 month period, maybe I got some of them voluntarily bring. I got maybe around 5
That
or
is
10
awesome.
of them total. That's all. But
Thank you so much,
you
guys.
are not required to bring it back. Just fill out a form, then you will get another ballot. You complete the ballot in person, and you're done. Then I will receive that ballot into the system.
So now the other people that worked in your center, did they require the original ballot or an affidavit before they issued a new ballot?
No, none of us were trained to do that.
None of them did that?
No.
And that's what the law requires, correct?
Per the Michigan's official manual, yes. If you lost your ballot or you have a damaged ballot.
Said. Woot woot.
Yeah.
Woot woot. What's up, Max?
And that's so somebody doesn't vote twice, right?
Woot woot to the
I don't know what
unspecified
happened
fam.
with the first ballot. I don't know.
Well, that's the whole point, right?
Yes.
And about 32,500 of those ballots, you estimate, were issued without spoiling the original ballot?
Yes, they do, Kenneth.
I mean,
the period of time you were there.
Yes, they do.
I mean, if you audit the file with the City of Detroit Election Department, from the QVF, you can find out how many ballots were spoiled, how many ballots were rejected, how many ballots were deleted. All those things you can find from the. So the exact number, I mean, it's about right. I mean, I can speak to my center where I worked, the Common Air Recreation Center location. I would say how many ballots I spoiled. The first 2 weeks there were lots of, third week of October.
Yes, they do, Albert.
I would say around.
Woot woot.
I would say around 100 ballots maybe I spoiled.
Well, Miss V, you're gonna have to forgive me. I got a couple claws in me, so yeah, I'm a little chill.
Number, but
you think it's 100?
I can go back to my.
Sorry, Jesse. Do you think it's 100 or 32,000?
I mean, for the end, there are 23 satellite sites. Okay, some satellite sites are more people, depending on the area. So, yeah, you can say around 30,000, about 25,000 to 30,000 maybe.
And in any event, those would be.
Please, you're out of order, members. You're out of order. Representative LeGrand, you're out of order. Let them continue. Representatives, you're out of order. Please continue.
And those would be, whatever they are,
Please
those would be
continue.
totally illegal ballots, correct?
I mean, I don't know what happened to the first ballot that was made
Out
to
of
the
order.
citizens. I don't know. That was not returned.
Out of order.
But we were issuing a second ballot and they were voting in person at these locations. I really don't know what happened. Whether they shredded those ballots or they trashed it, I don't know. But it was not returned to the.
Cheers, guys.
Returned to the center or to the satellite sites.
November 4, 2020, which is after the election, you were assigned now to the TCF Center. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And you arrived there at 8:30 in the morning.
Yes.
And what were your duties there?
I got you, Miss V.
When I got there, at the front door, actually it was on the ground level of Cobo TCF Center. I think that's where the auto show usually takes place, the big one, about 1,000 by 1,000 square feet maybe.
Packs heavy, said. Clenched fist.
So it was
Bro
packed.
fist.
So when I went to the front desk, I talked to the person at the front desk. I showed her my badge. I had a badge from the election department. I talked to her and told her I was asked to come and report here.
Open the boxes.
My supervisor. And then she said, okay, wait, let me go and get the supervisor on this floor. And she went and came back with the supervisor. I forgot that supervisor's name. So and he asked me, what were you doing at the election department? Then I said I was a processor. And he said, oh, we need you. Come follow me. Then he took me to the podium, the middle of the Cobo TCF Center podium. And he gave me the laptop, and also just gave me some. Okay, then I was waiting there I logged into the laptop, and at that point I noticed Mr. Chris Thomas, Miss Pierce. Those were from the state of Michigan. They were sitting on the other side of the table. And the one side of the table, all the city election officials sitting, so I was sitting with them on that side. And my supervisor from the city side was Miss Aldridge.
Gallagher's hammer.
First name was Carol.
Wham!
Carol Aldridge. She was my supervisor, so she said, because she knew me before. She knew me before, and she said, "Oh, Jesse, I need you." So she brought this.
So did she tell you just about immediately not to invalidate any ballots and not to look for deficiencies?
She gave me a pack of, I would say, about 10 to 15 ballots. Those were all open ballots. All were opened. She brought to me and she said, "Jesse, enter date November 2nd and receive this ballot into QBF." This is, and also some of the ballots, the envelope has sticky note, cannot find in the poll book. Cannot find in the poll book. Some of them had it. So I took the first ballot and started, opened up the QBF file, and I noticed that ballot was not received. The processor, whoever issued that ballot in person, or maybe that ballot was mailed, it came in postal mail, or it was picked up from the drop-off box. I don't know. There was no postage stamp or nothing on those envelopes. So I don't know the way, whether it was in person, postal mail, or from the drop-off box, pick up from the drop-off box. So those ballots, some of them didn't have the county board on the address label, no counting board printed. Some of the envelope didn't have ballot number printed on the address label. So, but the thing really concerned me when I saw those ballots. All of them were opened. Some of them were upside down.
What does that mean, that they were all open? What's the significance of that?
I totally agree, Chris.
Supposed to open. You have to receive the ballot into the system first.
I totally agree.
You cannot open the ballot. It should be.
What do you have to do first before you open the ballot?
So when you receive the ballot, the first thing you should do is, first you have to search the voter. You enter the last name, space first name of the voter at QV.
That is one tricked out, Chair Chad.
Scan, and then you will locate that voter. Then you will get the absentee voter details. You will match the signature on the absentee ballot return envelope with the signature in the file, QVF file, qualified voter file.
Chris,
Once
Brofist, thank you so much for
verified,
subscribing, man.
Then you have to receive it. You have to receive that into the system. Once you receive it, then you have to place your initials,
Brofist,
ballot number. Actually, you have to place twice your initials on the ballot return envelope. One for the date you received, one for the ballot number. So that's required. You are required to do that as a processor.
Was that being done?
No.
Was that being done by anyone else that you could see in that entire facility?
No. Actually, I was told.
Were you the only one doing it?
No. When I was trying to do that, the required, step-by-step process, I was.
That would be funny, wouldn't it?
I was told by
4-wheel drive,
my supervisor,
electric
Ms.
scooter.
Aldridge. No, don't look for anything. Do not check anything. Just enter the date, November 2nd. Keep going. We have lots of ballots. We have to finish this. I need you to do as fast as you can. Just enter November 2nd. Keep going. Then I did one or two of them like that. But this is a really, really, I felt so bad because once you modify the QBF file, you can see the username, who modified that file, the last day that data was modified. So if you click, you will see who modified. So when I clicked that, it was my username and the date. It will show. So basically, even though the received date was ended as November 2nd, when you click the QBF file, you will see username, my username, and the date I entered is November 4th. That's not right.
I'm sorry, Jesse, I didn't quite get that. What did you say?
See, when you, okay, I did just like my supervisor told me. This is at the TCF center. At the satellite sites, my supervisor there never instructed me anything like that. We were receiving, the minute I get the ballot,
Skip
we
to
were
the
receiving the
groundbreaking
ballot into
stuff.
the system, same date. And everything was doing according to the manual.
All right, folks, I need to stretch my legs.
Where I was working.
I'm going to leave you with these guys. I'll be right back.
Specify
Fist to
this
you.
one I was asked to do.
Don't go nowhere.
At the TCF center at the podium, where all these ballots were coming from. I didn't even know where all these ballots were coming. It was keep coming. Then when I asked the person who was sitting next to me, she was doing the same thing. And she kind of told me, oh, Jesse, we were doing this since 9 p.m. yesterday. That's November 3rd. We didn't even go home. We were doing. We really need your help, to complete this, to finish. So basically what they were doing is entering all these ballots into the QBF so they can count those ballots. That's what I thought. But they were not following the procedure. Okay, when you are receiving the ballot, and also backdating, why you are doing that on November 4th? It should have been done. The deadline was November 3rd, 9 p.m. That's the deadline for you to receive the ballot, absentee ballot, into the system. As a matter of fact, on November 3rd, I had to stay till 8:30. Even though the polls were closed at 8 p.m., I had to work till 8:30 to complete receiving all the ballots that received into the satellite sites. So all the processors, they are required to do that. 9 p.m., November 3rd. At 8 p.m. is the poll closing time, and you will get 1 hour grace period. So 9 p.m. it should be completed. For that, we were asked to collect absentee ballots from the drop-off box every hour. Every hour we were doing it. And we were receiving the ballot to the QVF on November 3rd, every hour. So
every hour you were doing what?
Receiving the ballot. We will go to the drop-off box in front of the satellite location, and we will collect the absentee ballots. We'll bring it to the table, and whatever you are doing, you will set aside all the work that you are doing. You will make sure the ballot is, because per the Michigan's Michigan official manual, this is written. Immediate recording of the ballot is required into the QEF. Immediate recording. Once you receive the ballot, immediate recording is required. Not after 3 days or after 2 days, no.
Your supervisor, Carol Aldridge.
We were doing that. We were doing that in our satellite sites per the Michigan's, what is written in the manual.
Was anybody else doing what you were doing?
Oh, my center, there was another processor, my supervisor, all three of us, we were doing that.
Your supervisor ordered you, though, not to invalidate any ballots, not to look for deficiencies, not to check signatures. And then when you did she got angry at you, didn't she?
That's the
Man,
one
I just saw a dancing soda cup and popcorn in my head. Stop that.
Yes, Miss Aldridge, I'm talking.
Yes. Oh, she was so angry. And you know what she did? It was around 11 o'clock. She said, Ms. Jacob, you can take your lunch break. I said, I just had my snack. It's only 11 o'clock. She said, no, take lunch break. I said, what, 30 minutes? No, you can take 2-hour lunch break. Just take 2-hour lunch break. And then I said, okay, I will leave my bag and my jacket and everything here. She said, no, take everything. And you can go upstairs. And she showed me where is the escalator. Go to upstairs. That's where the lunchroom is. So I had to go. I left my laptop on the table there. I went there upstairs, and there were lots of people. And because of the COVID, I didn't eat anything. I just actually there were free lunch for everybody. So I just ate applesauce. Then I came down. When I came down,
Jesse, before we get there, why don't you tell us what that dispute was about? You put a sticky on the ballot saying that it was an invalid ballot.
Yes.
Because it was issued after the deadline.
Yes.
And she wanted you to backdate it, correctly? Correct?
Yeah, let me explain. What happened was when I was told to enter November 2nd as the receive date, I noticed one of the ballot, the date was November 3rd, absentee ballot. The deadline for absentee ballot issuance is November 2nd, 4 p.m. So it was issued on November 3rd, election day. It was received, received everything on November 3rd. Then I checked whether that voter is a new registered, newly registered. No, he was not registered on November 3rd. He was registered in sometime in 2010, 10 years ago. So you are not supposed to issue absentee ballot on election day to already registered voters. So I right away I talked to Mr. Daniel Baxter. He was standing next to me. I put a note.
Please tell us who Mr. Baxter. So Mr. Baxter was right nearby?
Yes.
And you gave the ballot to him?
With that sticky note.
And is his name Daniel Baxter?
Yeah, Mr. Daniel.
And what's his role? What's his title?
I know I don't know whether he is the director. I know he was in charge of the operation on that floor. One of the senior most.
Well, okay. We'll find out what his role was. And what about, wasn't his boss there too? A gentleman named Chris Thomas?
Yes. So when I give that ballot.
What did they conclude about this invalid ballot?
So with a sticky note, because with all this noise and everything.
Pledge means to make a commitment, to keep, to promise, to guarantee.
The mind steaders said,
Commitment is to give your life for somebody. Yes. So many of our soldiers have shed their blood in wars for over 200 years in this nation because they pledged, they made a commitment. Like I made a commitment to my wife that I will love her and cherish her for the rest of my days until death us depart. Those are the colors of freedom and liberty in this nation. Allegiance means all about loyalty. Be loyal. Fidelity, honor, respect. We honor our fellow citizens. The flag means to honor with your
We can summarize some of the.
Yes. Then after that, after that statement from Mr. Chris Thomas, he gave that ballot back to Mr. Daniel Baxter, and I again told Daniel Baxter, I'm sorry, I cannot receive this ballot. This is invalid. Then it's your call, I told Mr. Daniel Baxter. So he took that ballot from me and dropped that ballot. There was a box next to Mr. Chris Thomas' table, underneath the table. He just dropped that ballot into that box. I don't know what happened after that.
Well, let me see if I can shorten it just a little. After a short time, you were told to go to lunch for 2 hours, right?
Yes.
And you went to lunch for an hour and a half.
Yeah, about 2.
And you came back.
Yes.
And another gentleman named George Azuz gave you some ballots to work on.
Yes.
And Carol Aldridge
the
saw
mind
you there.
Yeah.
Said,
she came down
yes,
from
names.
the podium.
The mind
And what did she tell you?
Said,
so when I came back from
names.
lunch, my seat was gone. There was a box on top of the laptop. My laptop was on the table. So basically nobody was even, Miss Aldridge was, she was totally ignoring me. She didn't want me to be there at the podium anymore. So I was on the floor level. I found a table and a chair. I sat there. So when I was sitting there, I saw Mr. George Azouz. I think he is, later I found out he's the director of the elections, the election headquarters. So, but I have seen him when I was working at the election headquarters. So I recognized him. And I said, I didn't know his name at that point, but I said, I'm here, I can help, you know, can I have a laptop and I can start validating these ballots? So right away he went to the podium and brought the laptop to me, and I logged into the laptop, and he also gave me like a bunch of about 10, 15 ballots, same thing that I was doing in the morning. But he didn't know what happened, what was going on in the morning. He didn't know. So he basically was giving an assignment. He was telling me to do it. So when I started doing it, again, same thing, and November 2nd, end of November 2nd. So Miss Aldrich saw that from the podium that I'm at the floor level, and also she saw I have the ballots. She came down from the podium, and she said, do not, I was checking the signature and, just whatever process you are required to do. She said, do not check the signature, keep going. I told you in the morning, November 2nd, keep going. And she said, do not write anything. Do not write post-it. I do not want you to write anything. At that point, I saw Chris Thomas standing nearby on the floor level. I showed that ballot in the QVF. After I searched the voter, I showed the signature on the QVF file and also the signature on the envelope. Totally different. Totally different.
The signatures were totally different?
Yes.
Who did you show that to?
To Mr. Chris Thomas. And
what did he say?
He said, oh, that's okay. Let it go. Just let it go. That's fine. Okay, let it go.
He was the boss, right?
Yes. So, but at that point, I couldn't do anything that, because when I am entering the ballot, when they are telling me to enter November 2nd, on the date to be received November 2nd on November 4th, which date I will initial on the ballot?
The
November
mind
4th or November 2nd?
said,
I couldn't
maybe
do
Trump
it.
call again, clenched fist.
So how would you describe how they treated you and how you reacted to it?
Oh, it is. They treated me like a criminal. Humiliated me, harassed me. So intimidating. I mean, I couldn't. It was so bad. I really want to serve the city of Detroit, very truthfully and sincerely. That's what I was doing all these 34 years I've been working with the city. My whole family, we are proud that we are working, me and my husband both are working for the city of Detroit. I never expected this kind of treatment. It was really, really bad. So then at that moment, then George Azouz told me, come up here, take all your stuff from there, come up here to the podium. And then I went back to the podium. Then she told me, he gave me another chair to sit there. Then I saw the state representative, Miss Pierce, Carol Pierce. She was sitting there, and I went to her and I asked her for more ballots to validate. And she was also very rude. She said, I don't need you here. I don't need any of your help. Get out of here. And then I asked her, may I know your name? You know what she did? She took her badge and threw at me. She threw the badge at me.
Were you, your whole experience there, were you shocked at the level of crookedness that was going on and dishonesty?
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
Did it happen every day?
Then November 4th at TCF Center, Around 5:30, I decided to stay. They didn't give me any work. I even asked Daniel Baxter, can I do something else? I can help with the counting board table, anything you want me to do. I came here to work till 5:30, and nobody was giving me anything. I just sat there, and around 5:30, Mr. George Azouz came to me and said, I'm so sorry, Jesse, you didn't do anything wrong. I apologize, I'm so sorry. That's what he told me. And he asked me for my business card. I had my business card with me. I gave him my business card, and I decided to go home around 5:30. But he was nice to me, George Azouz. But I can never forget what I went through. And also I was really concerned if these ballots were problematic, why they were bringing that to the podium. It should have been kept
The
at
mine
the counting board table.
said,
and
Hash
it
open the
should have
boxes.
been resolved, whatever the issue with those ballots. It should have been resolved at the respective counting boards. It should not have been even brought to the podium in the first place. So I don't know. I really don't know. And also after they fixed that ballot, who was taking ballot to where? I didn't know. So everything what was going on at the podium was not right.
Jesse?
Yes.
The podium is where they bring the ballots that have big problems, right? Special problems.
Yeah, some of them didn't have the counting board, so they could not locate that ballot. That ballot belonged to which counting board. Some of the ballot didn't have the ballot number.
So these were ballots with extra special problems. And you were there a day and a half. And how many ballots were examined while you were there? And there was no inspection by a Republican inspector. Can you estimate that for me? I think in the past you told me 25,000.
Actually, I worked at the Cowboy TCF Center on November 4th from 8:30 to 5:30.
Correct.
And then when I asked George Azouz, I told George Azouz, actually I was told to continue to work for the election department till November 20th. So I asked George Azouz, where do you want me to come tomorrow? And he said, oh, we are all done here. You can go back to the election headquarters. So I went back to election headquarters on November 5th. So basically they allow me to be there only on one day, not even one day, maybe for 2 hours, but I was there till 5:30. But I had to go through this so inhumane. I mean,
is there anything else you'd like to say, Jesse, about your experience?
I just want to be so thankful. I've been in this country for 35 years. I'm so thankful for this country, for all the opportunities. And I am who I am because of this nation. And also...
Brofist, is that Anastasia? What's up?
I'm a devoted Catholic.
What's up?
I was able to go to church and pray and rosary and everything. I really love this country, and I really want to do. I hope this will help this nation.
Crystal, thank you so much for liking the stream. Thank you.
And also my 3 children. Thank you, Jesus, for all the blessings and graces that you are showering upon us and on all this nation. I have nothing else to say. Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jesse. Would you say, Jesse, that was an experience that you never expected to have, that much crookedness and dishonesty?
Yeah, Albert, unfortunately I do.
Center for
I think that they're going to certify the vote.
Counting votes. Were you shocked at the level of dishonesty and crookedness there?
Yes, I mean the whole center was so
I expect the worst,
kind of
and I
noisy.
hope for the best.
Representative.
I'm not. Oh, I love my city, Detroit. I've
Shut
been
the
in this
F
city
up.
for 34 years. I've been serving the citizens
Shut
of Detroit.
the
So
F
I'm so happy. They are all nice people.
The
I'm
representative.
Not saying, really, they don't deserve
The
this.
mind stead
They are nice people.
said,
My
then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you
the
free.
engineering department.
That's right.
I've been with the city for 34 years, from 2007 through 2010.
What?
I was the city engineer appointed by Comey Kilpatrick. And now
That's
I'm
awesome.
the head engineer. I'm working with my supervisor and my director. They are all very nice people. They are, please don't misunderstand me. I'm talking about this, my experience when I worked at the elections, first time in my life, for 2 months, about 2 months, what I experienced.
Babe.
But as an employee
there
of the
on the
city of
dresser.
Detroit, I am so grateful to them. I'm so thankful to each and every of my coworkers.
Yeah,
They
right,
are
Shadow
all
Wolf?
very nice. So please don't misunderstand me, Miss.
Ma'am, please direct your question to the chair.
Miss Johnson, please don't take it.
Yeah. So I'll, if it's all right, we'll start here now. And Mr. Mayor, I do want to remind you. I mean, we're not going to go till 1 or 2 a.m. So I understand that this is somebody. I mean, obviously you're very brave to come forward with your story. I can tell you care a lot about your job, your work. And I appreciate you sharing it here today because I know it's been difficult for you.
Yes, it is.
With that, I'm going to open it up to questions. We'll do one question per member who wants it. Then, when you're done, we'll move on. And Mr. Mayor, with the next witnesses, we're going to have to move along faster,
Sure,
sir.
we will.
All right. With that, I'll move on to Representative LaFave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming and testifying today, and I'm very glad that you decided to be a part of our country. Welcome.
Thank you.
I have one question, as per the rule, and it might sound like a series. If anything that I say is wrong, please correct me, okay?
Sure.
You were told to enter the ballots at the TCF hall as received on 11/2.
Yes.
And that was not the date. You also were told by Mr. Chris Thomas, why should we punish voters for processors' mistakes? And Chris Thomas identified a ballot that you showed him within a signature that did not match the qualified voter file.
Yes.
And directed, Chris Thomas said, let it go, that's fine.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Leave the white in when you color in with the red.
Representative LeGrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and ma'am, thank you for being here today. I'm going to refer back to my notes here, and this is about, I don't know, maybe around 6:30 we got to this. You said that about, and I'm reading from my notes here, so if I get this wrong, again, feel free to correct me, but if I understand your testimony, you're saying that about 14 days before the election, your supervisor, Carla,
that one good man, what's
told
up?
you that people could vote without ID. And you said that for your peace of mind, you insisted that people provide ID. Are you aware that people in Michigan can vote without identification? In fact, I've always voted that way. You're not aware of that, ma'am?
Members of the audience, please, let's be respectful. Thank you.
Ma'am, are you aware of that, ma'am?
Are you? No.
See, 0 to 14 days, 0 to 14 days, that is the restricted registration time. You have to have the ID and also the proof of residency. And if you don't have the driver's license, you have to submit an affidavit.
Dark
and
Corners,
also you have
what's
to have
up?
a passport or something, photo ID. That's my understanding.
Is,
Okay,
like,
you're
she doesn't
confused.
want,
Thank
you.
you.
Know what I mean? You can tell she doesn't want to be here.
Representative
I believe her.
Steve Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you were processing these ballots, at any point in time, were there ever any poll watchers, poll challengers, and if so, were they from both parties or just one party?
Pax Heavy said, is Antifa or
Just from
BLM
Democratic
outside this
Party.
place?
Actually, one day I happened to talk to one of the persons. She came from DC Democratic Party. I don't remember seeing anybody from the other party.
Representative C.A. Johnson. Representative C.A. Johnson, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Johnson.
Oh boy, here we go.
Your name is Jesse
Jacob.
Jesse Jacobs. Is that your birth name?
Okay. My first name is Jesse.
I'm sorry,
when I
are we
was
making
married,
assumptions
my
because of
husband's
her
last name is
heritage?
Jacob. When I got married in 1983, 37 years ago, I had my maiden name. That's my dad's house name. It's a long name.
Oh my
Can you
gosh.
spell it, please?
K-I.
Are you kidding me?
Kite, I-Z-H-A-K-E-K-A-R-A.
She's doing that to dox her.
Representative, what is your question, please?
I'm asking the question.
Well, please ask.
She gave a lot of information. I just want to know who she
Wow,
is.
you got an attitude already.
She already
It's
asked the
reasonable to
question.
ask the name
You
of the
asked her to
person.
spell her
Yeah, I'm
name.
with you there. But now that you know it,
What was your first name? What?
Jesse.
Jesse. Thank you.
J-E-S-S-Y, not E.
J-E-S-S-Y.
Y.
Thank you very much.
okay, now please move on to your question,
That's
Representative.
it. You asked
Okay.
that
That
one.
was your.
Thank you. Representative.
To dox her.
My middle name
That
is
was really
Sunny.
To
good.
dox
My
her.
middle name is Sunny.
Minute well spent.
S-U-N-N-Y.
And I think it's important, Representative C.A. Johnson. I mean, if that was, I mean, we're not here to intimidate people. I mean,
Right.
these
That's
are
okay. That's okay.
okay. I mean, we want to hear what happened. So, Representative Camilleri, please proceed with your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Giuliani, before you
I'm going to
began,
gavel this. The question is for the witness. As I told you at the end, you're able to ask a question to Mr. Giuliani.
we have three people actually before our panel today. Each of them is
Representative,
before our panel, and
I'm
I know that you gave your power away to Mr. Giuliani to ask questions during this part of the testimony. That's fine, but it is now my right as a representative to ask a question of the people before our committee. This is not for this is
you're
not
out of order.
this is not
If you
for
do not
seasons
have a question,
landscaping. This is a committee
Representative-
of the state legislature. I should have a right to ask a question of who is before us.
I will allow you to ask a question at the end of Mr. Giuliani, as I stated at the beginning. If you have a question for the witness, Ms. Jacob, please ask it. If you don't, then I'm going to move on.
Ms. Jacobs, I know that you've given testimony previously. We've heard your
10-4
story in the media.
intel.
I know that you gave testimony yesterday as well. Judge Kenny in Wayne County Circuit Court.
May I ask?
Did not give testimony yesterday.
I apologize.
Okay,
I apologize. I
Representative,
apologize. I
please
apologize.
tell us your
That's
question.
very misleading.
You've asked a lot of misleading questions yourself, Mr. Giuliani. I
Representative
appreciate that.
Camilleri, please, what is your question?
My question, Ms. Jacobs, is Judge Kenny has ruled that your testimony in court is incorrect and not credible. So why should we believe anything that you said here today?
I'm not aware of any such ruling. She's never been a witness in court. It would have been impossible for a judge to
Your
rule.
affidavit was ruled
May I please finish?
incorrect and not
May
credible.
I have the courtesy of finishing?
No.
What?
She has never been a witness in court, so no judge could ever have assessed her credibility.
What is your question, Mr. Camilleri?
Why are we listening to your story here today if it has already been ruled incorrect and not credible by a judge in court?
Ooh.
It has not been ruled.
It has. Well, This is
Okay,
not a courtroom, Mr.
Representative,
Giuliani. This is a committee. Why do you keep objecting to what I'm saying here?
Representative, is there an answer to that?
Okay,
Thank
you
you.
can go and ask the judge who denied that. Okay, I don't know anything about it.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on. Vice Chair Riley with a question.
Nasty, venomous.
Mr. Chairman,
I
Yeah,
missed
my
it.
question, I noticed you said you looked at some of the signatures. Well, like what
Angry,
percentage of the
hurt
signatures
people.
would you say did not match or did not look right?
No, when I was at the satellite sites working as a processor, I always made sure the signatures matched. This was at TCF Center on November 4th.
And yeah, and did you, at that point, did you look at any of the signatures?
Yes.
And
I showed that to Mr. Chris Thomas, and he said, let it go. It was totally different. Let it go. And after that, I was kicked out. I was told not to validate any more ballots.
So just one chance. Okay. Very good.
For that day, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, there are no more questions for you, Ms. Jacob. Thank you for your testimony
Kelly,
today.
no
You're-
joke.
You're
Her
very
only
brave coming here,
question was,
and thank you.
What is your name? Has that
Thank you
always been your
so
name,
much.
and how do you spell it?
I am so thankful to this honorable body
Yeah,
for
that's
having me.
suspect.
They didn't have any
Thank
background
you so
information.
much.
That shows me you were not prepared for the
Understand
court
we have
hearing.
next, is it Melissa Carbone? Carone. All right, please come up when you're ready. And if possible, if we can limit this to 10 minutes, I'd appreciate that. Mr. Giuliani, you indicated that the first person was somebody who hadn't testified before, didn't testify yesterday.
Longer than I expected.
Sure, and so we
I
gave
felt
her
uncomfortable interrupting her.
No, I understand, and I think she had a very valuable story to tell, and she was
Loopy-doopy,
very
yep.
brave coming here. Obviously, at great risk, and we understand that. But
He just
from
said great
here
risk.
on, if we can condense these testimonies, if we can allow more questions to come from the members, we'd appreciate that,
Chris,
sir.
I agree.
So with that, please, Melissa, we'd like to hear your story, and please, when you're ready, proceed.
Melissa, why don't you tell us your name and tell us as short and as briefly as you can
Because
what
if
happened
somebody on the
when you were
right
working
was
for Dominion.
doing that to the
My name
left,
is Melissa
oh my
Carone.
gosh.
I was contracted to work for Dominion Voting Systems. I'm a freelance IT worker. I was contracted to work for Dominion to assist with IT during the election. I started work at 6 a.m. on November 3rd at the TCF Center. I got off work at 5 a.m. November 4th. Went home, went to bed, returned to work at 10 a.m. November 4th, stayed until approximately 2 p.m. November 4th. When I got off, I had a doctor's appointment. I was supposed to come back to work. One of the Dominion employees, he's in my affidavit, his name is Samuel, texted me and said, "We're almost done counting ballots. We don't need you to come back." It was getting a little rowdy when I left. I really didn't want to come back anyways. So that is why I was contracted to work for Dominion, assisting with IT.
And when you were working there, what did you observe?
I observed numerous employees, city workers, running batches of ballots through the tabulators countless times without discarding them first. The tabulating machines would jam 2 to 3 times an hour. When they would jam, the correct process would be to pull out the problem ballot that jammed. Say the problem ballot was number 24 out of 50. I wasn't allowed to touch any hardware at all. I would assist them, tell them to pull out this ballot, put the problem ballot on top. In Michigan, our ballots from the tabulators don't just drop into steel ballot boxes. They are now, as they got tabulated, they are now on top of the tabulating machine.
Warning, Facebook.
Okay. So
10 minutes
instead
before
of
they cut the
them
Facebook.
taking these, so say, let's keep it number 25 is the problem ballot. It got jammed. So the computer would throw an error. It would say ballot number 25. There's an error. I would say pull out ballot number 25, slowly pull it out, put it on top, take the ballots that had already been tabulated, which are on top of the tabulating machine now, put them all back in a stack, discard the entire batch, and re-scan it. Instead of discarding,
Packs heavy.
they were
Said,
just re-scanning,
idea,
re-scanning,
surveillance on
re-scanning,
witness use as
counting
bait and
ballots
target op.
9 to 10 times.
Great idea, Pax.
Counting votes 9 to 10 times.
So they were counting the same ballot, the same vote, 9 or 10 times.
Yes, sir. They were counting them 9
How,
or 10
how many times did you observe that?
These machines would jam 2 to 3 times an hour. Each machine, there were approximately 22 to 24 tabulating machines in the TCF Center. I observed it thousands of times.
Thousands of times? And how many
Right,
machines?
okay.
Were there 20 machines, approximately?
Approximately between
Yeah,
22 to 24.
And were there any Republicans who were observing, or just Democrats?
I saw very few Republicans, about 3
And
total.
how about those 20 machines? Did you see any of them observing those 20 machines where the ballot was being put in 10 or 20 times?
Big question. I got some of them questioning me. My manager had came up to me. I had called my manager over to a specific tabulating machine. I showed him a number on it, which was close to 500. It should never go over 50. Ballots come in batches of 50. I said, we have a severe problem here. Nick, autonomous, which is a part owner of Dominion. And he said, Melissa, I don't want to hear that we have a problem. He said, we are here to assist with IT. We are not here to run their election. That is exactly what he said to me. At that point, I was just really frustrated and upset. I could tell what was going on. I knew what was going on at that point.
What was going on?
He was in on it. He was in on it. They were all in on it.
In on what?
They were cheating. It was very, very apparent. It was apparent he knew. It was apparent that he was in on it. And when he caught on to me knowing that he was in on it,
I'm with it.
Just wanted
I'm with you,
nothing to do
Mo
with me.
Now, did there come a time when 2 vans pulled up in the back
Yes, sir.
late at night?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Approximately 4 o'clock, the garage door of the TCF Center opened. The counting room in the TCF Center is in the basement. So when the garage door opened, a van pulled up. One on day shift, one on night shift. They were supposed to be for food because they were short on food for the workers. That's what they said over the microphone. That's what Daniel Baxter said. He said they had food for 1/3 of the workers, and that they would provide food and it would be there shortly. Well, food never came out of these vans.
Yes, what's your point of order, Representative?
We have these people coming in here testifying, making claims. They should be under, we should have them under, what do you call it?
Oath?
Under oath.
Representative, we don't do that. Representative, we're not going to do that. You're out of order. You're out of order, Representative. We don't do that here in Michigan. We've never done that.
I wrote an affidavit.
Mr. Chairman,
We're gonna move on.
she has an
that
affidavit.
Biden never has done.
She has an affidavit under oath.
Representative, please continue, and if we could have fewer back and forth, and maybe you can tell
My
your
father's
story.
son, bro fist.
No, I'm talking with Mr. Giuliani. We really want to get through this, and this is sort of a format that is a little unusual to our committee. So if it's possible to tell a little more of your story, and I understand you're trying to speed it up, but we want to make sure we get through everything today, Mr. Giuliani.
Good. And reach in for your affidavit. That's
Hurry
your
up.
affidavit.
Give us a lot of
I
details.
have 19 things
very
in my
quickly.
affidavit.
I wanna know.
I was at the TCF Center for 27 hours. I'm a mother. I have 2 children and I have 2 degrees. I'm very, I would never, I don't know any woman in the world that would write an affidavit under oath just to write it.
Father, son.
You know, you can go to prison for this. So anyways, I want to make this very clear. I was initially supposed to
Oh my
work
gosh.
at the Detroit Department of Elections building.
Get to it, please.
That was an order by my manager, Nick Economagounis, part owner of Dominion. I have it all in emails. I was trained on the adjudication and tabulation process. So in the email, it says you are to park in a parking lot and get shuttled over to this, they referred to it as the Chicago warehouse. I know for a fact there was illegal activity going on there. People have pictures of people carrying ballots out of that place. There is pictures of vans full of ballots coming out of that place. If it wasn't for my mother, I would have went there. My mom told me no way. You know, this sounds really, really weird.
I don't care.
And I have 2 young children, as I stated, that I needed access to my vehicle in case something happened. I ended up telling them that, and they said, okay, we'll put you at the TCF Center.
Because it's all relative.
Okay.
Samuel, there was 5 employees, 3 permanent employees of Dominion, 2 contract employees, me, a contract employee, and there was a 90-year-old man. Last name Smiley. I have all of his paperwork. I have all their names, last names. 4 employees that were scheduled to work in the city of Detroit that were not at the TCF Center were all at this
Right, Chris?
Chicago warehouse, which was the the city election department building. Anyways, so I also witnessed there was a point in the night where
The mind steadies. Said, nice brow work, bro, clenched fist.
I'm sorry, Samuel
Bro fist, man.
and Nick said that there was a big
She's
data
nervous,
loss.
so it's hard for her to get the
They started
story
freaking
out,
out,
'cause she's
stepped off
like,
the stage, got on their phones.
It's a nerve-wracking thing.
I tell you what's nerve-wracking. That hairdo.
I asked them what was going on.
Yeah.
They said it was taken care of. Nick sent Samuel over to this
Did you not
warehouse
hear her say she's
for
a
about
mom?
3 hours.
Oh,
When
yeah.
he got back, I said, where were you? Where'd you go? He said, I was at the warehouse. And I said, what were you doing there? And he's like, you know, nothing. They just needed my help. Well, I said, where is this warehouse? And he said, because I wasn't putting 2 and 2 together yet that I, you know, was initially supposed to work there because I'd never even looked up the
I
address.
bet.
And
Mac.
what I believe is it wasn't a data loss. It was actually when they found out Trump was ahead 100,000 votes, and they sent Nick over there to assist with these ballots that came in these vans full of ballots that people can attest to that they witnessed being carried out of these vans at the TCF Center. I didn't see any ballots being carried out of vans. I'm not gonna lie.
That's hilarious.
I didn't see anything being carried out of them, but I know people.
Yeah,
who have,
her hair
and
is
that
better
did
than
see
shaved.
This,
It
occurring.
is better. I would
But,
say, yeah.
Who cares? But like, you don't
I
need to
also
discredit
witnessed
your
the
other
adjudication
witnesses
process.
to validate your own
Numerous
witness story.
adjudicators machines were
Stick to the facts.
Tell
all
the
the ballots were
story
being
less like a
judged by,
gossip and more like a
2 Democrats.
linear
I heard them
timeline.
talking.
To
One
the
woman said to another
facts.
woman, "Are you a Republican or are you a Democrat?" She
Sorry
said,
for
"I'm a
swearing,
Democrat."
guys.
And she said, "Well, so am I. Let's sit together." Sat together all night judging
I don't care who you
ballots.
sat with.
You know, I mean,
I get it. It's
thousands
kind
of
of
ballots
Dark
relevant.
corner,
got
that's
judged all
hilarious.
night by
We're
the
working with our
reason the
10-year-old
rules
on this
there
right now too. Of
is
like,
so,
okay, here's
you know,
the point
it
of
can be a fair
the
process.
discussion.
It wasn't a fair process. It wasn't a fair
And
process
then
at
all of this other
And
is fluff. We
the
call it.
tabulating problem with them running numerous ballots through these tabulators and just continuing to do it. I had a friend that I knew for over 20 years, and he came up to me and said,
Because
he
by
was
her saying,
my
I'm not going
gosh.
to lie, other
"Melissa,
people
we
said
did
that they
not
saw
get any
truckloads of
training
ballots
at
being brought
all.
in. I'm not
None."
going
He
to
goes,
lie,
"I have
didn't
no idea what
see
I'm
that.
doing." He was
So
with
now
3
people are
other
associating
people.
truckloads
I
of ballots
said,
and lie. And I know that that sounds like a
I
far-fetched,
just
but
told
it's
my
not.
manager that. I said, I could tell you guys don't know what you're doing. And he said, nope, we were trained on the adjudication process, not the tabulation process. And I said, so you don't know what you're doing? And he said, nope. I said, great, that's just great. Because nobody was helping me. I was, running around assisting these people all night long. And it was all day and all night. It was crazy. And they were running these ballots through without discarding them countless times. There were so many ballots that ran through these tabulators numerous times. I mean, without any oversight.
Yeah,
at
me
all.
too. Shadow
there's
Wolf, I'm
so
with you.
This
What's Shadow
election,
say?
I will say,
Shadow needs a beer.
these Democrats took every avenue possible to commit fraud in this election. And what I
Is there
saw
anything else?
on the 3rd and 4th
Oh, it ended.
was over 20 counts of fraud being taking place in front of my face.
Taking place in front of my
This
face.
isn't counting, the ballots that are found in rivers, the ballots found under rocks, the ballots, that ended up.
Ballots, the next missing.
Representative, please. Representative, do you have a point of order?
I love how you can
What's
just
your
say
point of
whatever
order?
you want to say.
Do you have
The
a point
Mind
of order,
Stabbers
Representative?
said,
She's
just can't make this stuff up.
Just can't make it up. You just can't make this stuff
This
up.
girl's.
This is funny.
Hey,
All
but
right,
I will say this.
Ma'am, please continue.
It makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
so,
I'm not saying
And
that
also,
this girl
by the way,
is
can
wrong.
you maybe speak to your experience? I know.
Yes.
I've
Yes.
heard stories
Thank
of ballots
you.
being thrown in rivers, but I
Right.
want to make sure we're speaking to your experience because we have limited time and we got to
Absolutely.
get our questions in and the
Okay,
other
well-
witnesses. So is there more to your experience? And then
Well, okay, I called the FBI
okay.
on the 8th, November 8th. I talked to 2 separate women, over 40 minutes. The first one gave her all my information. The phone mysteriously cut out, and she never called me back. I was waiting for her to call me back. She never called me back. I had to call them back, and
I was waiting from about 2 o'clock until about 5
they
o'clock.
never called me
'cause then
back.
Johnny was about
Never
to
got a
get
call
off
back.
work,
Still
and I had
haven't
to
got
get
a
his
call
beer
back.
ready and the supper
And I
ready,
had
and the
somebody
kids
else
was about to
working
take
on
a
it
bath.
that has a neighbor that's an old FBI agent, and still haven't heard back from that.
Can I ask you just one last question?
Sure.
So how many ballots would you estimate in front of you that you observed?
Thank you, Rudy.
Counted multiple
Thank you.
times in the machine?
Can I say something?
Can you put a number
that
to
is
it,
a
an
little
estimated number?
hypocritical?
I agree with Charmed.
At least 30,000.
She says it's like she was sent specifically to discredit other witnesses.
Exactly. I was about to say.
Thank you.
I'm being a
and I
hypocrite
guess
because
I'll
I'm
ask
getting
a
onto her
question.
for discrediting all her
I
other
just wanna
fellow
understand,
witnesses,
so-
but here I am about to discredit her.
what is,
Wouldn't it behoove the
what is
left
your role
to
with
send
Dominion?
a
Can
witness
you clarify that?
was a shill so that when they debunk her or deprove her or whatever,
my role
it makes
with
all of
Dominion
the witnesses
was
look
to
bad?
assist with IT for the election.
In addition to
So
just
are
her
you, you're some
testimony
kind of
making the
contract
witnesses
employee?
look bad?
I was a contract employee, yes.
Okay, of what organization?
I'm sorry.
Who do you, so were you
JC,
were like a contract
Brofist, brother. Thank you so
employee
much for
of
being here,
Dominion,
man.
or was there some
So I have my
contractor?
resume everywhere,
Yeah.
and
What the hell does that have to
because I
do
was
with
laid
anything?
off from Ford.
Mhm.
So
I think
they
she's
just found
nervous,
my resume
right?
and called me and said, "Do you want to work the election, the 3rd and the 4th?"
I see, but you were employed directly by Dominion.
Did Dominion
Her
pay
husband's
me?
gonna
No.
get so much crap tomorrow.
PDS staffing paid me.
Your wife could
Okay.
not
because
stay
they
on topic.
they
I'm just
called
kidding.
me,
That's wrong of me.
but I was working for Dominion. Yes.
Okay.
Something very, very suspicious too, must I add, that we were not allowed to wear name tags at all. We were not allowed to talk about who we worked for. They were very secretive. They didn't want anybody knowing anything about them.
And so I just want to make sure I understand you correctly. So you said you're alleging that you heard or that you witnessed ballots being put in the machine, run through, counted, and then put through it again? Is that what you're alleging?
Without discarding.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I am telling you to be a fact.
And how many times did you witness this happening?
I witnessed it in a 27-hour period, thousands and thousands of times.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and I will note, Dominion won't come before this committee. I've asked them, and so far they've refused, and I do want them to come before this committee because we need answers from them about how their machines work. So we're going to continue to try to get them here. But with that, I'll go to Representative Lefebvre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am not sure how I'm going to do this with one question, but I'm going to try my best anyway. So, with these tabulator machines, of which you estimate there are approximately 22 to 24, I guess I'm not understanding. So, you place batches of 50 on top of the machine?
No. Okay, so,
she's like, okay,
we're
from
gonna
the top, we're going to go over this all over again.
As if
I
it's
didn't
a
give enough
printer,
detail.
okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so a printer, when the papers come out of the printer, that's where in these tabulators, that's where you would feed the 50 in, okay? Now, on top of the printer, right, so where the scanner would be, right? If it's like a 4-in-1, right? So that's where these ballots would come out after they had been tabulated, okay? So if one jammed, number 25 jammed, right? Then it would put up an error. Discard, rescan. Ballot number 25 has an issue. So they would then take all the ballots that had been tabulated from the top, right? That are now on the top, the 24 that are on the top, the ones that are on the bottom that haven't been tabulated yet, okay? And number 25, the problem ballot, they would put number 25 on top, they would discard the entire batch, and then they would rescan it. Instead of discarding it, they would rescan them, counting those 24 again.
I saw him do it.
Let's say
Okay,
it was
I
out of
saw
50,
him do
number
it.
48 that jammed.
How many times?
That's
Thousands.
70
And
counted
thousands.
again.
Thousands.
I'm just using
I don't
it.
care
You
about
know what
how
I'm
she
saying?
talks. She can be a valley
So,
girl if she wants to. That
that
can just be
clarify that?
nerves.
Okay.
But no, that doesn't clarify
It does.
anything.
And basically, you put batches of 50 in until you're done with that precinct, right?
That's what they would do, yes. But a lot of these workers would they would get a batch of 50 and then they wouldn't get another batch for like 10 minutes. So then the ballot box was behind them, the steel ballot box. So they would have this batch of 50 in front of them for 10 minutes with no oversight. So they would run them through again with no oversight. They just had no idea what was going on. And if they did know what was going on, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, right? So I'm saying they have no idea what's going on. Who knows? They did. You know, I have no idea.
That was
I know
helpful.
what my friend said.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative C.A. Johnson. You're on our list. Did you have a question? Okay. Representative Camilleri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Going back to the ruling from Judge Timothy Kenny, he writes that your description of the events at the TCF Center does not square with any other affidavits.
Yeah.
He says that there are,
My mistake?
excuse me, I'm speaking.
Please,
Thank you.
let's let the representative finish, and then you can answer.
He writes that there are no other reports of lost data or tabulating machines that jammed repeatedly every hour during the count. He also writes that neither Republican nor Democratic challengers nor city officials substantiate your version of these events. The allegations simply are not credible, is what Judge Kenny writes. So my question for you is, you're making claims here today that there's systematic fraud in what's going on in our elections. Are the courts also tied up in that fraud?
Let me tell you what I did by accident, okay? I gave Channel 7 an interview that they tied in to that and made me the witness that's uncredible. Guess what? There's going to be a couple behind me that are going to say the same thing I just said. And
The witness before you was also proven not credible as well by
oh
the
no,
same
she
judge.
wasn't, because
She was.
she wasn't even there.
Representative Camilleri, let's let her finish,
She has
please.
talked. The very
Ma'am.
first time.
So I just want to understand. I don't know what exactly all the things that are being talked about there are, but
She's like,
but can you
I
tell
just
us
want everybody to
what you
stop
said
talking.
today is the truth? Is that correct?
Sir, I wrote a
A simple
written
yes or no.
affidavit. Yes,
simple yes or
it
no.
is 100% true.
Okay.
Pax
and
Heavy
did other
said,
people observe
"She
this?
is annoying,
Absolutely.
but not an
You'll be-
enemy."
and behind
Not
me,
an
you're going to
enemy,
hear
no,
a
not an,
couple.
well,
Okay. And
hopefully
And
not an
let me
enemy,
just
unless
state
her
this.
point is to go
I
there
was
and
an IT
discredit all
worker
the
on
other
the stage.
witnesses like she did
These-
in her testimony.
I was working with Dominion. I had no poll workers were not allowed on the stage.
But
The
hopefully,
data loss.
you know, hopefully that's
Nobody
not the
would have
case.
heard
I'm not
about
saying
that
this for
besides
sure.
me, Samuel,
Look
and
at
Nick.
me discrediting her.
Okay,
but
just like nobody knows that Samuel went to the Chicago warehouse besides me because I worked for Dominion. They didn't. They're not going to hear that part. That you know what I mean? The poll workers are not going to know that Samuel. They're not even going to know who he is. You know, they're not going to know that he
Bro
went
pissed.
to the warehouse.
So, can you? I think what Representative Camilleri is asking is perhaps why is it that more people, and I know we have a couple here today, but why is it that we're not having more people come forward? I mean, it seems like if there
I'll
was
tell
all
you
this
why.
widespread fraud, that we'd have dozens and dozens of people.
I'll tell you why. My life has been destroyed. My life has been completely destroyed because of this. I've lost family. I've lost friends. I've been threatened. My kids have been threatened. I've had to move. I've had to change my phone number. I've had to get rid of social media. Nobody wants to come forward. They're getting threatened. Their lives are getting ruined. I can't even get an actual job anymore. I can't. Because Democrats like to ruin your lives. That's why.
All right.
True.
Let's
Just like they do to Trump.
let's move on to
He's like,
Representative
I
Steve
like
Johnson.
this guy.
Thank you, Mr.
He
Chair.
seems like he's
So
the
obviously
most
these allegations
like,
are very troubling. This is
okay.
my
You've got an
question
agenda,
here.
you've got an agenda,
If these
just-
ballots were run through
Who
multiple
let the
times,
bulls out? Who?
as you've
Who?
alleged,
Who?
and you said possibly up to
What's up, man?
30,000 times, definitely
guess what, my
thousands of
headache went
times
away and I'm
being
so
Oh my gosh.
counted. When
It's
we
one of the
examine the poll
Zuckerbergs.
book and see
Whoa.
who voted,
Whoa.
and we count those numbers,
Yes.
would they then not
No.
line up with
You
the
know who
total
that
number of
reminds me
votes coming out of
Umbrella
Detroit?
Academy, the dude that would go in the witness. Remember the witnesses?
The
they would
poll
always
book,
be
the
there
poll
for
book is
crazy
completely
stuff.
off. Completely off.
Off by
That poll-
30,000?
I'd say that poll book is off by over 100,000.
And
That poll book. Why don't you look at the registered voters on there? How many registered voters are on there? Do you even know the answer to that?
No, I guess I'm trying to get to the bottom.
Zero.
Keon.
Zero.
Bro
Zero.
fist, my man.
Said,
Question then
Hash open the boxes.
is
That's
if
right.
the-
Guess how many? Wait.
I
What
feel
about
rude
what
about
about
my
how?
reaction.
What
Y'all,
about the turnout
I'm
rate?
used to hairy
120%.
Pax
Okay,
Heavy
so a complete
said,
bald
let's
head
let
is just
Representative
surprising
Johnson
to
ask
me.
his question.
Sorry
the
for being
poll book
insulting.
number.
Huh?
There's two
Pack
things that
says he
could
looks like
happen.
Lex
Either
Luthor.
the
We're
poll
not
book
gonna
number,
make fun of him.
if ballots
was
were
my
counted
fault because I
multiple times, there's
gasped.
two options.
I'm just not used
Option
to
number
seeing
one
that hairless of
is that
people.
the poll book numbers are not going to match.
They don't.
The actual. Not by thousands and thousands of votes. That's not what we see right now.
You take a
that's
look
option number
again.
one.
Take a look again.
Option number two is that they essentially were filling in names of people
Shiny.
who didn't vote.
Got a
That-
polish
Dead
on
people
it.
too.
So is that? I
Let's
guess
let
Blinded
Representative Johnson
by
ask his
the
question,
light.
and then
I thought that was his answer.
Well, I guess
Okay.
that's
well-
my question here is
Like,
why we're not seeing the poll book off by 30,000 votes. That's not the
What
case.
did you guys do? Take it and do something crazy to it?
Chris.
I'm just saying the numbers are not off by 30,000 votes. So
I know what
are you
I
saying
saw.
that they're filling in?
I know what I saw, and I signed something saying that if I'm wrong, I can go to prison.
Boom.
Okay,
Did you?
know what? Maybe.
Okay, I'm just trying to ask you
maybe
let me
her
get a
sass
question
is
here.
well
Yeah,
founded.
let's let
and I'm
Representative Johnson
100%
ask his
wrong.
question, and then don't interrupt him.
Secret agent hitman looking
And
mofo.
then if you want to respond to it, that's fine. And, did you have more, Representative?
Yeah, I guess I just want to keep following back up with the poll book. So are we saying that the poll book is either wildly
That's
off,
exactly
or that they are
what I thought,
filling in
Ashley.
names?
It's
Dude
wildly
looks like a clone.
off, and dead people
Send.
voted, and
Clenched fist.
illegals voted.
Okay.
So that's my
I
answer.
think we're going to move on.
Yeah.
Representative Legrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Killer Dragon, yes.
Can I ask you a simple question?
Sure.
When
Professor
did you
X.
convey the narrative? When did you communicate substantially the narrative that you've given us today?
Can I doom break y'all for a sec?
Do you recall the date
I'm
that you
working on these
gave
shoes
that
for
to
my niece.
the
She's really into Stranger Things.
legal team, to Mr.
What do you think?
Giuliani and the woman sitting next to him?
To Mr. Giuliani.
To the team.
them,
That's rad.
I'm working with a
going to
different
color that in,
attorney.
It's too
Well,
bright
they're
to
here
see
with
them.
you now, and they heard your story, and it's not the first time they heard it. When
Awesome,
did you
babe.
tell them?
I have
When did
not
You are
give them
extremely
essentially
talented.
the narrative you
care about that, but
I'm not asking you to finesse here. I'm asking you, when did you tell them the narrative that
When
you're
did I
telling
write
us
Nice,
my
now?
looks
proof
great.
affidavit? November 8th.
Thank you. That's
Okay
a
for
great
you.
place to start. Thanks.
Right.
All right.
But to answer your question,
Dave
because
says
it
my
was-
girlfriend,
it was
get him
Mrs.
back.
Lauren
Who
McLaughlin.
this chick?
I think we're good here.
Got it.
We'll move on.
She's a catch.
So
She's got 2
thank you,
degrees
Representative
and 2
Legrand.
kids.
Charmed Life says,
For the record,
awesome.
Thank
I
you.
met her for the
Pax
first
heavy.
time today
Said.
and talked to her
Nice
for the
work,
first time
Ted.
yesterday.
Thank you. Y'all make my day.
If you're saying the affidavit is essentially consistent with her testimony today, and that was
Ma-
submitted
ma-
on November 8th, that's great. That's what I wanted to know.
Oh,
I
thank
can't
you,
hear you, I'm
JCS.
sorry.
Thank you,
His
JCS.
statement was, I think his statement was, if the affidavit matches the testimony today,
Right,
you're good.
Pitolo, that
Is
was
that
my
what you
thing.
said?
Eyebrows are very important to
Okay.
me. They don't have to be
All right.
groomed, but
With
like
that,
if they're
I
not
think we'll
there,
move
I don't
on
know.
to our next person, if that's all right. Thank you for
Concerning.
your
I've
testimony
always
today.
felt that way.
Andrew Cito and Hima.
Is that right, or are we going to do the Colonel?
I
Which
thought
one?
we'd do Andrew and Hima next together.
Okay.
They're the
that's
two
good.
people that she mentioned.
All right, that makes sense since you mentioned it.
Maybe they can do it together.
All right.
This guy is
And, thank you,
100%
and-
chill.
And then we'll do the Colonel.
Okay, great. And if
I
we
like
could,
him. He
I
calls
hope
the
that we're
BS on both sides.
respectful to the representatives here, both
Aw,
the
thank you, Miss
Republicans and the
V.
Democrats. I think we're trying to ask legitimate questions. We're trying to get to the bottom of what happened. And I know the
like the
Senate had
kicks.
7 hours of
Shadow
testimony
Wolf,
yesterday.
right?
They
Thank
heard from a
you,
lot of
Mac.
people. We've asked, a few more
Thanks,
to come
guys.
today, but we really, truly
Make
have,
me happy.
most of us at least, have
Meh, meh,
genuine
meh.
questions about what happened. And I think they're sincere in many cases.
He
There were a couple
does.
that weren't in the early part, but I know with Representative S. Johnson
Aw,
and
Ash,
Representative Legrand,
Thank
they
you,
were
Ashley.
legitimate, fair questions. So we just want to make sure we're respectful
want a
to
pair.
the representatives. I'm also asking the representatives, be respectful to these people. I mean, these are regular
You
citizens
could do a
of Michigan
Mandalorian pair.
who've seen things. Please,
Look, did you hear that?
who've
He said
seen
be
things
respectful to these citizens.
that they want to talk about. And you know what? It's pretty intimidating, I'm sure, to come to a legislative committee. Please, everyone. But it's difficult to come to a committee like this and to
good
tell
guy,
your
good
story.
guy.
Please, everyone. When you come to a committee like this, it can be tough. It can be intimidating. I know these are very hard stories for people to tell. I just ask that we try to be
Who said she
respectful of
was a
one another.
stripper?
Kelly's
and
just
also,
not sold.
We don't
Oh,
want
no way
everybody
she
to hear
isn't a
people yelling in the
stripper.
back.
She's got
so,
2 degrees.
with that,
Michigan,
please
guys.
say your names.
Detroit.
And tell us.
I'm not positive this
why
is
you're here.
Detroit. I know it's
And,
Michigan, though.
And we look forward to hearing your stories.
I'm on the fence.
My name is Hima Kolanagi Reddy.
My name is Andrew Cito.
That's a good question, Charmed.
And can you tell us why you're here?
I was a poll challenger, and I got trained by MIGOP and also
Where were you a poll challenger?
at TCF Center.
In Detroit.
Yes.
could be
And were you too?
Yes, I was a volunteer at the TCF Center on election night.
Okay.
I got trained by MIGOP and also by the Election Integrity Fund.
The
but then I
LOL.
received my credentials from the MIGLP. So
Chad
on the 3rd
says,
of
"I think the
November,
cakes
I
rock.
was representing
Please
the
take my money. They're
MIGLP
really
on the
good,
floor.
that good."
And all I was doing that day was just stand behind the tabulators. I'm from, I do IT. I have an IT staffing firm, so IT is my specialty. I was standing behind the tabulator machines, and I could tell right away that most of those people did not know what to do when a ballot gets jammed. And I had to literally stand behind them and say, you need to discard when a ballot gets jammed. And just like the previous
What if they
witness,
were
what she was saying, yes,
intentionally trained to
those
do that
tabulators
and
were
told
getting
that
jammed.
that was the right way, so
at
then
least,
when
like she said,
questioned,
3
they
or 4
really,
times
truly
an
didn't think
hour.
they did anything wrong.
And if they knew what to do when there is an error, they were doing it right. I mean, to explain to the other person who was asking, when you take the jammed ballot out, you have an option to discard the number. There is a column that says, that's actually tabulating. That's incrementally tabulating every time a ballot gets scanned. So when a ballot gets jammed, you have an option to go and say discard. Then it makes it 0. But you also have an option to continue. So what happens is when you take those one jammed ballot plus the rest of the ones that got tabulated and put them through again, like feed them, if you say continue tabulating, it will add to that 24 or 25 wherever it got jammed, and then again rescan this entire thing. Like she said, the number only has to be 50. There were machines, at least not the machines I was guarding. I was behind tabulator number 5 and 6, and because I was on top of them, telling them every single time, stepping forward and saying you didn't make it 0, those machines were doing okay. But I did come across a couple of other machines where the numbers were 300, 400. It's not supposed to be. But I could clearly tell that some of those people didn't know how to discard and start again. So was there an overcount? Yes. Was it off by thousands? I can't tell. I only can tell what I saw. And I witnessed that some people didn't know what to do when it was getting jammed. I don't know how much of training they all had, but some people did not know IT. Similarly, at the county board too, where I witnessed this big stack of ballots that came in with a note saying not in EPB/S, which is not in election poll book or system. I didn't even know that that can even happen, that you can actually have ballots that are not in the poll book or in the system and still be fed into the system. These people were manually entering it, and I have the table numbers where this was getting done, like the counting board numbers. And they didn't know. They were manually feeding it with a birth date of 1900 something. And when I asked the supervisor why they were manually being fed, they said they did not know. They're only doing their job, and if I have a problem, I could go talk to somebody up there. But the thing is, they didn't even know how to unlock the voter record when it gets jammed. Because I'm in IT and I can understand the code behind it, I had to literally help them. I'm like, you have to go do this and do that. And that's when they kind of knew. So I could clearly tell most of these people didn't have enough training, and they were just monotonously doing their job. And whether it was intentional or not, again, I cannot witness to that. I can only tell what I was there for. And again, I just want to tell everybody here that when we became a poll challenger, our intent was not to get into fights with anybody. I'm an immigrant, and this country gave me a platform to be what I am today. I run a successful IT business. I'm one of the fastest 50 growing companies in America. And I really love this country. When I became a citizen of this country, it was a choice I made. I had to give up my Indian citizenship to become a U.S. citizen. It's a choice we all make. That's a country we grew up in, but this is a country we chose to live. So we just have a lot of respect for this country. Putting ourselves out here, it's not fun. Trying to get our names out there, trying to just kind of intimidate us. You have to understand, coming to a country where we have nobody, and then start our life here, it takes a lot of courage. So we do have courage. And especially for me to do this, it's really scary. It was very scary because I am a very private person. I have no social media accounts. I just like to live a very private life. But I knew what was at stake from what I witnessed at TCF, and my heart broke because I had a lot of respect. I still have a lot of respect for this country, and I don't believe in racism as like the mainstream media narrative. This country has given me a lot, and I'm very thankful for it. So today when I'm doing this, it's not because I'm trying to say who's good or who's bad. I'm just saying that this needs to be fixed. In a country like India, we have a national identification card without which we cannot vote. When we come into this country, we have a retina scan, we have fingerprints, everything when we are entering into this country through a border.
Wow, unknown.
How is that a vote, which is the single most important thing any person can do, is actually being cast without an ID, without any kind of oversight, and those ballots getting duplicated without an oversight, and all of this fraud that was happening.
Agent
it was
47.
heartbreaking. So that's why I decided to put myself here. Another thing that I noticed is that there were Democratic challengers there. I don't even call them challengers. They were agitators. They were only there with one purpose. When GOP people or nonpartisan people signed up, we were only trying to ensure that there was integrity, whereas when Democratic challengers signed up, their only purpose there was to intimidate the GOP people and get them out. So that was what was happening on the 4th when I got on the floor. I didn't have my GOP tag on, so automatically I was assumed to be a Democrat. And I have seen some women who came to me and said, let's get these MFs out. And she was singing that song. And for me, I don't listen to secular music, and these days you can't even tell what is cussing and what is a song. So I thought maybe she was really singing a song. But then when I saw that she was targeting white male Republicans, accusing them of something like your mask slipped, you were not 6 feet away, so you need to go out, and your phone was out, and they were really intimidating all these white people. And I put myself out there, tried to help them, saying, why are you getting them in trouble? And they said, why are you taking their side? Then I showed my GOP tag, and then she said to me that I am on the wrong side because I had a GOP tag on. I was literally shocked that somebody can judge me because of my political affiliation and say whether or not I'm on the right side or wrong side. I can think for myself. But then at that point I saw that Republicans were getting escorted, and so many people got escorted that we became pretty scarce. We couldn't even man, we had only one person manning 4 or 5 tables because we were so low on numbers. And there were so many Democratic challengers there. So I just went to Election Integrity Fund and got my nonpartisan tag. And the reason I did that was not because I was not there for my party or trying to do something on behalf of my party. I'm just trying to ensure that the right thing is being done. So when I got the nonpartisan tag, at the counting board, the poll workers were very respectful because of my nonpartisan tag. But when I had the GOP tag, the first thing they said is 6 feet. You know the rule or you will be sent out. And I'm like, when I had the nonpartisan tag, a lot of rules didn't apply to me. So that just told me that, those poll workers, the Democratic challengers, ACLU, and so many other people that were there, their only job there was to block the GOP challengers from doing their job. And when I was with the nonpartisan tag and talking to Democratic challengers, most of them didn't even know what to challenge in a ballot. When I asked them a question, when I was asking supervisor a question, those people were literally confused because they didn't even know what I was asking. And then when I asked one lady, where did you get trained? She said, trained for what? Because they didn't know what they were there for. Their only job, I could tell there, was to block the GOP people from challenging or intimidate them and get them out.
And did you have something to say also about your experience?
Yeah, so because I was a volunteer, I came in for my training around 9:30 p.m. at the TCF Center. 10 o'clock, we went down to the floor. I was stationed by the center of the room. The center of the room, they have all the boxes lined up, and then they have one table full of the duplicate ballots. As I'm sure you're all familiar with duplicate ballots, so they have a table for duplicate ballots. Throughout the entire night, many employees were conducting theft of duplicate ballots. So they would come up to the table of duplicate ballots, grab 3 or 4 duplicate ballots, run back to their table, give one to another person at another table, and never complete the duplicate process. They would stash the ballots under boxes, and I would have to stand there for about 5 minutes and just wait for a duplicate process, and they would just look at me, and it was never ever completed. So that happened throughout the entire night. Then around 4:30 a.m. we had an announcement that a new shipment of ballots were arriving, and these boxes of ballots were brought in by Mr. Baxter himself at 4:30 a.m. from the rear of the room. So I personally witnessed Mr. Baxter carrying boxes from the rear of the basement of the TCF Center into the tables. So each box, I approximate 600 ballots. And it was like a full, what you have to know is that these tables, there's about 7 tables. They were 10-foot tables each. Every table was full of boxes of ballots. It's not tens of thousands or 20,000s. I approximate 50,000 ballots were brought in. Now, were all of those ballots brought in from the rear entrance to the TCF Center? I don't know. They were brought in from the TCF Center, but there was a lot more than just the ones that were brought in from the rear entrance to the TCF Center. And I'm talking, this is the 6 a.m. This is when we're starting at 6 a.m., 4:30, 5 a.m. It was 50,000 ballots on the table, equal to the 2 rounds that we did before. We did a round around 10 p.m. to about 1 a.m. and then 1 a.m. to about 4 a.m. And then the boxes were brought in from the rear around 4:30. Then they had the shift change from around 5 to 6. So with the shift change, most of the volunteers were tired at this point. They only expected to be there from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. So 90+% of them left at 5 a.m. I decided to stick around. So they had the shift change. At 6 a.m., Mr. Baxter and his management team got back on the microphone and said, this is what the new shift change, right? The new employees says, this is what democracy is supposed to look like. Right in front of everyone, the whole room cheered.
Tax heavy.
So this is how you know it's a good sign of a violation that there's an imbalance of poll workers. This is the new shift. Even the first shift before that, I would say the same thing. But this shift, you can tell it's the same, again, another imbalance of poll workers because the whole room cheered. So based off my sampling of a dozen duplicate ballots from 6 a.m. to about 2 p.m. the next day, because I was doing duplicates, from these duplicate ballots I observed, none of them were for Trump. None of them. And from the other 2 shifts or 2 rounds that we did earlier, only 1 ballot that I witnessed from a duplicate was for Trump. So I'm talking just a dozen off my sampling from that 1 shift of 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., none. And throughout the whole night, I only saw 1. 3 other challengers around me told me the same thing from their sampling. So also, we challenged ballots all night. Every challenge was refused. They never carried it out. They never issued challenge ballots. There's no track, no remedy, no records. No recording of any challenge ballots the entire night. So we challenged. Poll workers changed duplicate ballots to straight Democrat ticket. So for example, it would be like a mixed ticket, bubbles filled in everywhere. I witnessed employees taking their pen and filling in the Democrat straight ticket when it's not. And so you're going to have other people testify that when it goes to adjudication,
sounded like he said
that
snot.
they see 2 different parties filled in, and then 9 times out of 10, you're also going to have testimony too that says that the employees were saying it should go to the Democrats. That's true. I because there's 200 tables, 150 tables, so however many tables there are, 5 employees per table, and they all have pens. And I eyewitnessed them writing a ticket for the straight Democrat ticket. So I also witnessed like duplicates of duplicate ballots, which was very strange to me. We were making a duplicate, take it back to the tabulator, and again, make another duplicate of the duplicate.
So
I personally asked the employees, hey, why are we making, first verify, is this a duplicate of a duplicate? They said yes. Wow. I said, why? This is the tabulator says unknown reasons. Okay. So, and then I also at the tabulators did see the double counting on the jams. I saw that several times. They would take the ballots that were just scanned and just rescan them again once there would be a jam. And then around 2 p.m., I leave the room for about 5 minutes to grab a snack because they're saying, snacks are coming in, go grab a snack, go ahead. I leave the room 2 p.m. The minute I leave the room, they block out the whole room with coverings. They prohibited access back in for me. And they said it's because we're exceeding COVID capacity. Now I'm going to wrap up with this. Mind you, the entire night, this room was slammed. It looked like the New York Stock Exchange on its busiest day. And then at 2 p.m. the next day, after 70% of the employees have already finished their work, they're left the room.
Mac, you're right.
Now they're emplacing the
I tried
exceeded
Claritin
COVID capacity rules, which was pure discrimination.
whatever pills you got must have worked. You were leaking yesterday. Yeah,
I
it
just
was.
have to add one thing to
Like
this,
a running
the
faucet.
ballots that were an issue. I was at table 57 where I said that I saw a stack of ballots which had a
How long we been
sticky
going?
note on it saying not an
I'm
EPB
enjoying it
/S.
now.
Holy
They didn't know what
waka
that meant, but it didn't take me long to figure out why it was saying what it meant. It is when they would scan a ballot, nothing would come on the system, so they would manually enter these, and that's when I figured out that they were not even referring to the poll book. So it is EPB /S, meaning election poll book or system. So none of these details were in either of those. And the thing that when I started writing
That
down
is
the
too
ballot
cool.
numbers and the last names of the person of the ballot that had the name on that ballot, they were all in sequence. These are absentee ballots, mail-in ballots. They cannot be in sequence. 2232 cannot have 2233 next to it, because if they're mailed in, they come in all different numbers. And when I started noticing that these numbers are almost next to each other, like one or the other was in the middle, but then they were almost next to each other, my antennas went up. That's exactly when I thought something is not right here. Then I asked the supervisor.
Packs heavy. Said,
There was not even
so
a
did
date
they cheat
on
or
those
screw the puck or
envelopes. It
both?
said November 0
Both.
dash 2020. There was no second number there. Then I said, what is the date on this one? Then they got really mad at me. They said, you're not letting us do our job. You're disturbing us. And at that point, because we really don't want to be kicked out, so we were just kind of not challenging anything because we want to still stay in the room because we barely had anybody. Not only that, the sequence ballot numbers were all from the same area, like the Goddard Street in the downtown Detroit. Goddard Street, sequential ballots, signatures were all alike. They had no date stamp. It said, like, it was empty after 0. There was no third or second or first or nothing. And none of them were coming up in the system. They were all being entered manually. They even knew that none of these details would even be in the poll book or in the system.
All right. Well, with that, thank you both for your testimony. We're going to go on to questions now. I'll start with Representative Steve Johnson.
Well, I'm glad you chose us today.
Thank you, Mr.
Matt.
Chair, and thank you for being here. I think it's the most compelling testimony we've had tonight. You talked about the 6-foot rule, people being kicked out for that. There was a court case prior to the election dealing with this and saying that you had to allow a poll challenger to break that
Secret
6-foot rule to
agent,
verify
man.
information. All right, I've got pretty good eyesight myself. I can't see someone's written address from 6 feet away. So the court case made it very clear that they did have to allow that. Now, when you're not challenging, you have to keep your 6 feet. Were people allowed to break the 6-foot rule to challenge?
You know what I mean? Like
and then my second part, when these Republican challengers were kicked out, were they allowed to be replaced by another one? Because it was very evident that there was plenty of other possible Republican challengers there. Were they replaced by one or not?
I'll take the first, you can take the second. The first one, when you said the 6-foot rule, we were in fact given a paper with these rules saying that we can break the 6-foot rule when we have to challenge a ballot. We even had the printed paper with us, and when we would show it to the supervisor, he'd say, we are enforcing the rules that we were given. That's the rule your team that sent you gave you. We don't have to abide by it because that does not apply to us. And we have to keep low profile. You have to understand if we don't want to be kicked out. If we don't want to, I may not be because I'm brown. But all I'm saying is, but that was my trump card that I used all day. But then the thing is, that's not a privilege for a white person. So white people, I could see, were not even daring to ask a question, because if they were even a little bit louder, they would say, you're disturbing them, so they need to get out. And you have to understand the poll workers were ganging up with Democrats. They were all in on the same team, and the only people that are being isolated are the Republican, white male Republicans. So that's
Please.
racism. If people ask me, was I ever treated unfairly, I would say rarely. Come to India, you will know what racism is. But here, no, I've been treated with a lot of respect. Now I see white people are being treated as, so much worse than, I was ever treated. So those people were not able to really loudly challenge because they will get kicked out. They did not want to abide by that rule where we can break that 6-foot rule to challenge a ballot because they didn't want to listen to what we had to say.
As per the second question, no.
They were not being replaced.
Republicans
Once
were
you're
not
out, you're
replaced.
out,
So when a
you
Republican challenger was escorted out, they were not allowed to be replaced by another one.
The only ones welcomed in were the media. No challengers from our side. But I would say there was two separate systems. There was our systems where we were exceeded COVID capacity, fall in line, follow the rules, and then there was the friendly welcoming. Oh, you're the media. Come on in. Oh, who are you with? You're with them. Come on in.
Another thing I also have to say is when the GOP people were getting escorted out with or without handcuffs, every poll worker and all Democrats stood and clapped like it was some kind of, they all won a lottery ticket. And that is exactly when I decided I'm going to do this, because that was heartbreaking, because these people were doing a job, a volunteer job. They were not getting paid. They all were leaving their work to be here for their country to ensure election integrity. And they were treated like criminals, and that's not fair.
Representative LeGrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could just ask you the same question I asked the last witnesses. When did you, if you file an affidavit here, or when did you first make Trump's lawyers, when did you give them this story substantially?
I didn't meet any Trump lawyers because I was working for Election Integrity Fund. I gave my affidavit the same day on November 4th.
Okay, so you...
I don't know what happened with those affidavits, and I've never met anybody from Trump team until, not even now. I haven't even met anybody yet.
Okay, you filed... So you're saying you filed an affidavit on this on November 4th?
November 4th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
I, in fact, gave all the ballot numbers, the last names, the table number, everything that I observed the same day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative LeGrand. Next, we'll go to Representative Riley.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to try to understand what this was like when somebody tried to challenge a ballot. So you would say I challenge a ballot, then what would happen after that? What was a series of events?
Even before the supervisor or the poll worker would respond to the challenge, the Democrats would just pounce and say, what are you challenging? And then when we try to give them what was the basis for challenge, like as I said, they had no clue because they were not trained. Their only training was to block the GOP people. So when we would say this is what we are challenging, they'd be like, they're clueless, obviously.
Martha, thank you so much for liking the stream.
They would be hostile, and they're like, we are not going to stop what we're doing. If you have a problem, you go take it up with the supervisors. They were all in on it together, so nobody was going to listen to it. Not a single challenge was ever entered. And this was the same thing happening.
So then if you went to the supervisor, he would not do anything?
No, nobody would do anything.
So in addition to that, thank you. In addition to that, when there was no Democrat challenger, which I witnessed in the minority of times, I would make a challenge, and the head of the table would say, what's wrong? And I would say, this is wrong. And they say, no, that's not wrong. And I said, no, I'm challenging it. So, for example, just one example is I challenge you for filling in the Democrat straight ticket. Is that, can I challenge that? No, it's not a challenge. No, document, just push it through. That's what they did.
Oh, thank you.
Representative C.A. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, please indulge me. As a woman from the city of Detroit, a woman who has lived, I'm talking about me now, who has lived in the city of Detroit all of my 62 years, and having spoken with many, and by the way, thank you, having spoken with many people who worked the TCF or TFC. TCF.
All right, let's let Representative Johnson continue. And please get to your question, Representative.
I will.
Clearwater, Florida, what's up?
So
Hey,
my
Tam.
question really
Did she
to
get the acronyms wrong?
you,
TCF.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
CFT.
I'm going to repeat it again. These people, our guests, are sharing information, just sharing and sharing and speaking and speaking. No one is under oath. The world is watching us right now, and the world is watching right now, and there are one person after another
Tamara, thank you
who's
so much.
testifying or who's making allegations, because that's exactly what they are. Allegations of
Am I drunk?
wrongdoing
Yes.
in the city of Detroit.
Go home,
I
Chris, you're
wonder,
drunk.
I'm going to ask you the question. Did you see any cameras at the TCF?
Oh man, that's awesome, Joe. Whoa,
All right,
Joe
so-
R. Biden Jr.
Representative, I just
What's
wanna
up, man?
remind
Thank you so
you,
much
I
for
think it
subscribing.
was
That's
the purpose of
hilarious.
today's hearing to
That
hear
could
from
not be more
people
perfect.
across
Bro
Michigan
fist.
who witnessed things at the TCF Center. That's why we're here.
Well, you know, here, and I'm not going to argue with you about that. Okay, so they're here, but they're taking so much time, and I see no Detroiters. There is one Detroiter. Stop that.
Please continue, Representative.
And there is one Detroiter, but I have many emails. Since there's no one who you have in this room to represent Detroiters, except a couple of us in this room, I have emails from Detroiters. We've taken, what, 2
Representative,
hours?
What's your? Did you have a question? I'm willing. Please stop yelling. People
need
in the
to-
audience, let me handle this. Representative, listen, we've had hearings in the past, as you know. We'll have more hearings. Today, we've invited Mr. Giuliani, and Mr. Giuliani has brought forward witnesses that he says have firsthand knowledge of fraud. That's what we are doing today.
And if we want to find out if...
Please let me finish.
Yes.
All right. So if you want to do other hearings, we're doing more hearings. But today we're here to hear from these people. So do you have a question for these witnesses?
No, I have some concerns,
Well,
many concerns, and I want to just
I'm gonna
share
rule
with you
out of order.
what
all right?
the concerns
Out of order. Do you have
are.
a point of order?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a point of order?
Yes.
What is your point of order?
Point of order is to have them under oath.
You're out of order. As I've said, this is something that is not done here in this state. It's really only...
It may not be done under the state, but you're allowing people to come in here and lie, and I know they're lying.
Representative, you're out of order.
That's not how the justice
I've
system
indulged
works,
you,
sister.
but you're out of order, and we're going to move on.
On behalf of my witnesses, I would like to point out that every single witness we've presented here has
Cheryl,
sworn
thank you so much
an
for liking the
affidavit as to
stream.
all of these facts.
And so...
Representative, please, I gave you some room there, but we're going to move on. We're going to go
May
now.
I say something, please?
Sure.
If that is what you want me to do, I would do it. And I will still repeat the exact same thing I watched. And you know what? I also want to say one thing. If it is a lie, it may change because a liar has to have a lot of memory power. If it is truth, you can ask me in the middle of the night, it'll still be the same.
All right, I'm going to take this here. Please stop. We're going to move on now to Representative LaFave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. Audience members, we're not going to be able to get to the end of this if we continue with interruption. So I would ask a little bit more patience with us. I have two questions, as we have two witnesses. Hope that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Come on
If there are relevant questions, I will let you proceed.
If they're not relevant, Mr. Chairman, please rule me out of order. I would appreciate it. Question number one, as I heard
could you just
from...
not ask irrelevant
Could you
questions
say your name again?
and I won't have to?
Hima Kolanagi ready.
Hima, thank you.
You want to try that?
I'm going to try it once. I'm not going to try it twice because I got a bad memory. I heard that there are sequential ballots from one street called Goddard Street that have no dates. Approximately how many would you say?
Each box would have 50 ballots. There were about two, three boxes there. I was already tired because we have no chairs. So I took down, after 20, 25 names, there's no point because you can see what's going on. So I immediately wrote down all those details, gave a sworn affidavit to Election Integrity Fund, and I said, this is what I witnessed. These are the names. These are the ballot numbers. And this is not the address, but then I told them that it's Goddard Street is something that just stood out because you can see it on the highway, so I know that name. I'm like, I don't even know what's happening. And we were told not to challenge anything at that point because they said this entire process needs to be challenged, so don't challenge. Try to stay in. Try not to get kicked out. So that's what I was doing.
Very helpful. Thank you. Andrew, approximately how many duplicate ballots did you see in general? And then, if you could, approximately how many of those duplicate ballots, and these are your words, not mine, do you believe were stolen or taken off of the table and brought to places that you believe they shouldn't have been brought to?
So, as my responsibility to stand in the center of the room by the duplicate table, an employee would come up and need a duplicate ballot, right? For example, just to layman's term, let's say there's a coffee stain on the ballot, right? Which none of these ballots had any real issues from as far as I know. They're all tabulator issues.
Doesn't add up, does it,
They would
Matt?
come grab a ballot, and my responsibility was to follow them to their table, to be the challenger, to observe over it. So there would be me, there would be the workers, and there would be a Democrat challenger, and we would observe over it. Throughout the entire time I volunteered, I would say between 2 dozen to 3 dozen. And there were times where we had people stationed around the room. And so if there was someone who was stationed, like a Michigan GOP volunteer, right, was in a specific area, I would tell that employee, hey, watch over this duplicate ballot because I need to run back to the center of the room in case someone steals more ballots again. So they would do that. And if no one was there, then I would watch over it. And I watched over maybe 2 to 3 dozen throughout the whole night. So that's the first part of the question.
Rust-Oleum makes spill-proof
The duplicate
spray
theft
for
started in the
fabrics.
beginning of the night.
We need to get some of that to protect it
Roughly
from
10:30 p.m.,
bleeding.
10:15 p.m., I saw theft of duplicate ballots where they would grab 3, 4. So no clear number. The number that I saw was probably in the first shift, I would say over half a dozen, easy. Second shift, it was more hectic, and I would say roughly the same thing. But you also have to take and consider that the third shift from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. the next day, and also the 1 a.m. shift, because people were leaving at 2 a.m. and 1 a.m. They wouldn't stay until 5 a.m. because we're less people volunteering because they're weeding off. That the table was guarded less, and we have less people, so there's more opportunity for theft. Does that help a little bit?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Camilleri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if what you're saying about the tabulation of ballots is true, and that some of these ballots were counted multiple times, why is it that there are not more ballots than those who are tabulated in our poll book?
I do not know how your system works. I do not. One thing I know is there were several ballots that were not in the poll book or in the system, and they were being entered manually. So how are you finally taking a tally of it? I do not know that. All I'm here to tell is what I witnessed. I do not know, end of the day, how you put all of this data together and how you come up with a number. And if it's tallied like a balance sheet, great. I don't think we would be here if that tallied. My best guess is it did
they're
not, so
getting
that's
rid
why
of
we
the
are going
Trump
through all
ones.
this.
So what I'm saying is that
And
in
then it's
total
like
the
the
registered
numbers are
number
the
of voters
same,
in
but
Detroit is
then
about
they're, like,
500,000
different.
around. The total
Just
ballots cast is
spitballing
around
as an uneducated.
250,000.
Okay.
And so we don't see multiples here, and many other people have alleged that there were far more people who voted than those who live in the city of Detroit, and that just does not add up. It just
Thank
doesn't
you,
add
Representative.
That
And I
was
think
not
you've-
part of my
thank you.
testimony.
I know.
I
Thank
think
you.
you asked a question, and she said she wasn't familiar.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I think we appreciate it. I did want to ask you though. Do you have any? I mean, both of you have been there on the front lines. You've been there in the TCF Center. You've talked today about what you've witnessed. Do Do you have any suggestions for us as legislators on policies or things that we should look at in terms of how do we prevent some of these things from happening to people like you again in the future? Have you put any thought into that? Like if you were to see new laws or things that need to be looked at in terms of preventing in the next election some of these things from happening at the TCF Center?
I would give you my perspective as being an outsider. You know, I come from a country where a lot of things go wrong. Our countries are known for corruption. But when it comes to elections, there is, from what I've seen here to what we used to do back in India, it is a lot more organized now because we have an identification system. We will get you some more Sharpies. And the fact that now, as the other representatives said, that you can actually show up and vote without an ID, it's shocking. How can you allow that to happen? Like,
look, guys, I'm sorry.
A lot of people think all Indians look alike. I think all Chinese
we're just watching this.
So how would you tell?
I've never done canvas.
If some chow shows up, you can be anybody and you can vote. And if somebody with my name, you can't even tell my name. Anybody can vote on my behalf. So ID should be the basic requirement.
Please, let's let her testify, everyone. We want to allow the witnesses to speak. Thank you.
ID should be the basic thing, and there should be a cutoff date as to when you can request the mail-in ballots. It can't be like you can show up the same day and request it and give it the same day. The whole purpose of the ballot is defeated. I think you can put a lot of measures. Maybe put policies that this does not get repeated because, and again, the fact that there was not a Republican present on every counting board, that was also a shocker. A lot of people I know from my own church, they wanted to work as a poll worker, but they were told that the positions were full, so they don't need any more Republicans. If only there was a Republican present at every table, maybe a lot of this would have been avoided. And also, I think, that the whole vitriol of the entire poll workers that were there, that to me was a shocking thing. I would expect a lot more respect. These are all fellow Americans. If it was towards an immigrant like me, at least maybe it's understandable, but these are all fellow Americans. Why would you hate them just because of their political affiliation? Maybe that could change. We're talking a lot about hate, BLM, and everything. How about we also just extend it to, the white males or, whoever is being also treated very, that's discrimination what I noticed. And this is an outsider perspective.
You want to answer the question? Do you have any suggestions for us?
I'll be brief.
Yep.
I mean, simply, we just can't let it happen. The way we do it is up to you, and that can change. You have to think about it. Law changes over time, and it's going to continue changing for the next thousands of years, but we simply can't let this happen, because if we don't let this happen, then reality will change for the next thousands of years. So I would suggest maybe
you must be bored.
Better enforcement immediately after the election, because clearly we're now heading into December. We don't want to cut it this close. We need, in the short term, a body that can say the day after the election or 2 days after the election, there's 20,000 dead voters, wipe them out immediately.
Sorry.
This should be apolitical, not political. They're just clearly dead. Have the database, enforce it. Why are dead voters still nowadays? They're certified now, and I'm not trying to make a political statement, but we certified that knowingly.
Thank you. Well, I know you both are very brave coming here today, and I understand it's shocking the things that you've said today about what you've witnessed at the TCF Center. So thank you both for your testimony. We appreciate it. And now. Mr. Giuliani, I think we'll move on to the Colonel here. It's all right. So Colonel Phil Waldron is here. Please, when you're ready, Mr. Waldron, can you explain why you're here, what your background is, your expertise, and when you're ready, please begin.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to look at some statistical analysis. I worked with a team that's been looking at the voter manipulation, election manipulation since November of 18. I started looking at this issue in August of this year doing a deep dive on several key areas with some of the electronic voting machine companies. And we started looking at some of the vulnerabilities that have been mentioned on the floor of the U.S. Congress and Senate that have been widely published in, publicly available documentaries. So we began looking at the problems immediately after the election, doing analysis on anomalies in the data, and then we also looked at, did some forensics on a couple of locations up in northern Michigan in Central Lake Township and Antrim, and then talked to folks at Star Township. And all this information is in affidavits as well, sworn affidavits. In a nutshell, we began to look at anomalies in the voting systems. We looked at publicly available information from your state. First thing we noticed was that there are 643 precincts in Michigan with a voter turnout above 80%, which is a little bit anomalous. There were 21 precincts that were over 90%. 10 precincts that had exactly 100% voter turnout, and 6 precincts that were over 120% voter turnout. So as we began to look at that, my team focused on anomalous patterns where votes were entered in an amount of time that was physically impossible for the tabulation machines to process the votes. And so we found four spikes in the analysis that exceeded the tabulation machine's ability to process that amount of votes in a timeline, and that was in Kent County, Macomb County, Oakland County, and Wayne County. And again, this data was from Dominion and published, in open source. So those anomalies pointed us to a couple other things that some of your previous witnesses, who I just heard tonight, but the incremental absentee vote punches were, there was a big move from 652 on the morning of the 4th, 16,000 absentee votes were processed. Between 6:52 and 7:49 local time on the 4th, an additional 213,429 absentee votes were processed, and this aligns with some of the observations that the previous witnesses made. And then at 11:15 that same morning, in a time period of about 8 minutes, which correlates to the time our previous witness, Ms. Jessie, testified, there was 56,098 votes processed in an 8-minute period. Now, each one of these machines can process about 20,000 votes an hour, so you can do the math yourself, or it's in our affidavit. So the anomalous activity led us to believe that just looking at the data, that there were red flags for fraudulent activities, and we have subsequently asked for our team or someone else to do the forensic analysis to determine exactly what happened with those votes and those spikes that could not have been mathematically processed with the amount of machines that were present in the facilities. Our team also went up to northern Michigan to the Central Lake Township. We do have an affidavit from Miss Judith Koslowski. While we were up there, she had a tabulation or retabulation, and showed a pretty significant amount of change in the votes. We published an affidavit with those key elements that showed differences in the data runs and the tapes, and I believe I've provided that to you as well. And then a declaration by Robert Marsh, the Star Township supervisor. A couple of the excerpts. when he said, upon examining the tape at the close of the polls, I could see that President Trump had clearly won the presidential race in Starr Township. He said, I believe the numbers were 462 for President Trump, with Joe Biden receiving 161 votes. Normally, when a candidate has such a large lead, it's safe to assume who the winner would be. Early the next morning, my wife received a phone call from a friend asking what happened to Antrim County going blue, meaning Democrat. At 7:36 that morning, I was texting our stats representative, Tristan Cole, to find out if those were the actual results. At the time, Tristan advised me that the numbers were not right, that Antrim County was reporting 462 votes had been credited to Joe Biden, and President Trump had only received 10 votes. So we saw numerous examples of numbers moving, numbers being flipped and switched. As you realize, the Antrim County is where the 6,000 vote glitch occurred. And if you look at the numerous references in the guidelines for elections and the Help America
Super
Vote
chat.
Act, the Federal Election Commission voting system standards,
Matt
and the
Zoo.
Federal Information Security
Dude.
Modernization Act.
Pro-fist.
An error
Thank
rate
you, man.
is permissible for 1 out of 125,000 ballots. And if you look at just what happened in Antrim County, the error rate was 8.3, so it puts it about 750 times the allowable limit. And according to the regulations, that should have disqualified. They went later and changed that from a glitch to a clerical error, which, you know, they kind of changed up the reporting on that a little bit. In a nutshell, we found several other things using open source data. There is a gentleman named Eric Lutzen, and he has matched up a list. He started looking at voters above the age of 80 that were registered for voting and did vote in Michigan, and 17,327 Michigan voters also had a corresponding obituary. And I didn't print that whole thing out, but I can give you that website for the tabular data.
See how on
and
point
it's,
he is? Like, he's
about
boring to
350
listen
pages
to,
or so.
but he's factual, he's on point,
So in
and he has
the
evidence
essence
where
of
there can
time,
be.
I'll close it out. We'd be happy to chat if there's any other specific information that I can provide to you about our findings.
Sure. Thank you. So I just want to understand, I mean, I think, you know, was there something you were going to add?
I was going to ask him to spend a few minutes on Dominion.
Okay.
Company. He knows quite a bit about it, and he's one of the few people that has examined their machine.
Okay. Well, let me ask my question, and then we'll ask you about Dominion too. But I just want to understand. So we had the Antrim County Clerk in here, and we had her testify earlier this, in the last few weeks.
Dark
And
Corners.
one thing that I
If
found
you
from her
could,
testimony is that she
direct
seemed not
message
to
me
be
over
very
on
well
Instagram
trained.
so that we can.
Her clerks locally did not seem to be very well trained.
You can send me a link.
And they basically they didn't seem to know how to work their machines. They didn't seem to run the proper tests from the testimony that would have discovered the mistakes. And then when the election happened, and we saw this 6,000 votes that went for Biden, and Congressman Bergman found that and reported it, and then they looked at it, and they said, "What happened here?" And she said it was a technical glitch or whatever she said.
Or whatever she said.
That came from her office, and now a few days later or whatever it was, she alleged it was human error, and that's what she said later. So based on that, I mean, what we have to go on in this committee is the testimony we've heard, and based on what she said, that looked like it was human error. If we go off what she said that the tape matched. She said this would have been discovered in a canvas because the tape matched. So I just wanted to hear if you have knowledge of this, if there's anything you can speak to on this, because that was the conclusion that I had come to after hearing her, that this was limited to Antrim County. And again, like I said, Dominion won't come in, so I don't know more. But I know in Antrim County, it sure seemed like the clerk there didn't know what she was doing, and that caused a lot of this problem and confusion. So can you tell us more about what you learned and address that for me? Thank you.
Yes,
allowed
our
to subpoena and be like,
forensics
okay, well,
team
that's
went up to
great.
the Central Lake
Get your butt to
Township.
court.
No, they won't come in right
And
now.
can you clarify, is that in
Until
Antrim
it gets
County?
more
It is
serious.
in Antrim County. Yeah,
Thank you.
and this was included in the forensics report on Central Lake Township in Antrim, Michigan. The report date was November 29th, 2020. And on the 27th, the ASOG forensics team, which is Allied Security Operations Group forensics team, visited the Central Lake Township in Michigan. The clerk presented to two separate paper totals tape from the tabulator with the identification number ID2, tabulator ID2. One was dated poll opened November 3rd, 06/38/48, which was roll 1. And the second dated poll open November 6, 2020, 09/21/58, which was roll 2. She was asked, Ms. Kozlowski.
I ask you, what does that mean? So was one, what were the two dates?
The
There were two
actual poll
tapes?
date, November 3rd, and then the second on November 6th.
And there were two tapes.
Two tapes. They ran the ballots and printed roll 2. She was asked by the county clerk's office to come in and do a retabulation on the 6th.
Okay, so there was a one run through and a ticket printed, and we went through that with the clerk. There's a ticket that shows the result.
Correct. And
On
then a
November 3rd on
retabulation.
Election Day.
Then a retabulation.
On November 6th.
Correct.
And you're saying that was ordered by the county clerk?
By the county clerk's office. She said she was notified by Connie Wing of the county clerk's office and asked to bring the tabulator and ballots to the county clerk's office for retabulation.
Okay, so what did you find when you looked at that?
They ran, roll 1 had a total of 1,494 total votes. Roll 2 had 1,491 votes. They had three less ballots because 3 ballots were damaged in the retabulation process. So Ms. Kozlowski said that she and her assistant manually refilled out the 3 ballots, curing them and ran them through a ballot counting system. But the final numbers did not reflect the inclusion of those 3 ballots. So the shifts in the votes from tape 1 or roll 1 to roll 2 on election night, President Trump received 566 votes. Vice President Biden received 340 votes. On the recount, Trump had 1 less vote at 565, while Biden was unchanged at 340. The other areas on the down ballot where we saw a lot of different number shift was a proposed ordinance to authorize marijuana, and then a retail establishment within the village of Central Lake. So those were the ballot proposal to authorize marijuana went from not passing to passing by shifting votes and removing when the recount, the 3 ballots were not counted, the proposal passed with 1 vote. And then for school board, even though this was a ranked voting, and the top 2 apparently were going to be elected, there was a significant number of votes. There were 742 votes added to this total. Between the election, there were 1,068 votes, and then on the recount, there were 1,810 votes that showed 112 write-in candidates. The school board member shifts were significant, as well as there was a change in the state proposal 20-1. There was a change in those numbers. So
I agree, Matt.
The way that works, the township clerk was given 2 compact flashcards as a security key. One of the compact flashcards is known as the ISD card. So it goes into the administrator slot, and then the CF card goes into the poll worker slot.
I think
And then
that's
there's
a subjective
security key
opinion,
that's used
Tori.
on the security key. So Ms. Kozlowski was given the cards that were in proper retention and reran the tapes. The difference in the administrator card, which is the software load.
Nah.
The poll numbers
I accept
were
American
pretty much
history.
the same, but votes in between those two runs shifted.
I'm just saying that the
So
statement you made there's
there's a discrepancy in
a
the
matter of
forensics.
subjective opinion.
The discrepancies
Huh?
in the actual tapes, in the tabulation
one
tapes.
machine?
One machine, yes.
They made that many mistakes?
They made a lot of mistakes.
Did it do anything right?
It kept pretty close to the other votes, but it did not meet with the standards of the
pretty
Federal
typical of a
Federal
Dominion
Election
machine?
Commission. We have not examined forensically in this election more than this machine. It's pretty much
Hey,
been
brofist, Tori.
been blocked.
That's what I'm talking about. Agree to disagree.
So
It's definitely is far outside the limits of the 1 in 250,000 vote error rate.
So just
On that, would you want to examine more machines?
Yes, sir.
just to understand, so what the clerk has said is that, and I heard you say there were two tapes, and then you kind of went through how there were some differences on the two tapes. What the clerk has said is that there was a problem basically with the way the count was displayed on the website, but that when they looked at the tape, that the count was accurate, and that would have been caught in the canvas. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree?
So the votes were
awesome.
canvassed on election night, according to
That looks so
Ms.
awesome.
Kozlowski, and approved. And for some reason that she did not know, she was asked to come back in to redo. She says on this is the declaration of Miss Judith L. Kozlowski, and it's signed and dated, and this declaration is under penalty of perjury. She said on November 5th, I was contacted by, on election night, we close the polls after the absentee ballots have entered into the tabulator. We take our ISD cards to the machine and take them, the security fob, and the results of the electronic poll book to the county clerk's office that night. She said, I received my ISD cards when I went to the county building and received my precinct kits from Connie Wing prior to the election, and never received nor was made aware of an update, as I did not need any updates. On Thursday, November 5th, I was contacted by Connie Wing of the county clerk's office and asked that I bring my tabulated locked ballot container and tabulator to the clerk's office for retabulation. Because of time constraints, a retabulation did not occur, and I was asked to return on Friday, November 6th. I was given the ISD cards and security fob. We set it up, and the retabulation began at 9. We finished at 8:55. The retabulation was done in the presence of the Antrim County
I relate
Board
to
of
that, Tori.
Canvassers, the Antrim County Sheriff.
I'm not
along
gonna
with the
virtue
Deputy Clerk,
signal, but
Patricia
you know, I
Marshall.
got a mixed
At the completion of the
family member.
retabulation, all the voted ballots from November 3rd, I asked that the Board of Canvassers was ready for me to close the poll and run the tally tape, which I did. It was at this time that I noticed a number of votes cast on November 6th had changed from the tape on November 3rd. So I stated to the board that the numbers had changed. The board did not respond to my comment. To this date, I still do not know why Central Lake Township was the only township that had to retabulate. Other township clerks asked me why I had to do this, and I could not explain. And that is item number 5 on her declaration. So that's what I know.
Okay, thank you. Well, next we'll go to Representative Steve Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in your analysis, you talked about how the number of votes coming in were at a rate higher than they could actually be processed through the machines.
Correct.
And this is after the polls have closed?
Yes, sir. This is...
So forgive my ignorance here, but the way I understood it is that the numbers don't get counted one by one. A precinct will count all their ballots, and then they submit all their numbers. So the fact that there's a lot of numbers coming in within a short period of time isn't because a bunch of ballots all of a sudden get counted. It's because machines from all over the state that had been counting for hours all day long finally decided to upload their information. I mean, am I missing something here? Like, that's how I always understood how these things work is, you know, I live in the city of Wayland, I vote, they, you know, I think 7 to 8 o'clock, they shut down, they do everything, and then they upload it. They didn't all of a sudden run through 1,000 votes no, those 1,000 votes were counted over hours and hours.
So the timeline of the reporting, which is it's got timestamps on the data files, the data logs, where it's uploaded. Those show 4 spikes that totaled 384,000 votes in a combined interval of 2 hours and 38 minutes. So those.
Why is that not possible? Because they're not running 300,000 ballots through that quickly. That's just
Correct.
machines
Yeah.
from around the entire state. So if you have the city of Detroit with 250,000, obviously Detroit came in later, but hypothetically, there's big cities in Michigan, big precincts, and they start filing at the same time. It seems to me like it's actually quite logical that you would have a lot coming in a short amount of time. As someone who's a political candidate, as I watch the numbers come in, usually there's nothing, and then all of a sudden you get a bunch of spikes. Oh, we got City of Kentwood. Oh, we got Gaines Township. You start seeing things come in.
Sleeping masses.
I don't think that's proof of fraud or anything. I think that's just how it works. Am I missing something here?
So if you look at the total number of machines, and the machines can count about 2,000 ballots per hour per machine, the calculation sum would yield about 100,000 ballots as the maximum number of ballots that could be processed.
But they're not processing that ballot in that time frame. They've been processing those ballots all day long. They are just uploading the total number at that time.
Well, they're actually uploaded at various intervals along that timeline throughout the day.
Say that again?
They're uploading those results at various, across that timeline throughout the day.
I don't think that's accurate. I don't think they upload results until after everything is done. I mean, that's actually a pretty big deal with Republican, at least. We actually have been very clear of, you don't start reporting the ballots until everything is done, everything is closed out. So I don't think that's actually accurate.
Short stack.
If that is accurate, that's something we need to look
Yes,
into,
indeed.
that they're continuously uploading the numbers throughout the day, but that's not my understanding.
Yeah, so if you look at the Edison data provided to the New York Times, it shows pretty much of a continual upload throughout the day. And then there are spikes that occur at specific times that are bump loads, but I can provide this to you.
The question is, did you give us that? As I know you gave us a packet, that's not in it.
It should be in the affidavit that
Okay,
I
we
provided
don't have
to you,
that.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Did he answer your question? Okay. Next, we'll go to Representative Camilleri.
I'll pass. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Representative Lefebvre.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Johnson. If you and I agree on the thing you were just talking about, that could be a real problem if something is different. But Colonel, I've got, tell me if I'm wrong, 10 precincts in the state you believe voted at 100% approximately?
That was according to data from the state, yes, sir.
6 precincts at above 100%?
Correct.
Add those up for me. About how many votes is that?
We just looked at voter turnout, so I didn't add up the votes from those precincts.
Think you could send me an email? Let me know the total number of votes there.
Why don't you, we'll have him send it to the committee. We'll work with that. We can send it to the clerk. Continue, Rep. Lefebvre. Did he answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right, and I wanted to, we had talked about Dominion. Was there something that you wanted to discuss about Dominion? I understand that perhaps you've examined these machines. I know for us, we can't get Dominion to come in and testify, and one thing that I would like to do is examine the machines to understand, because my belief is that if we could look at the machines, if we could examine their software, we'd have a good idea then of whether all this stuff is true or not. But the problem that I have is that because Dominion won't come in, they won't testify, they won't provide us machines, they won't do these things. It's hard for me to wrap around this Dominion theory because basically we're going off of what people are saying and we're hearing nothing from Dominion. So, as we're investigating, I think that would be very valuable to us. But from what I understand, you've looked at this. So what can you tell us about the Dominion voting system?
We began looking at these companies, as I mentioned, the team that we joined that had begun studying this back in 2018 after the Kentucky governor's race, and then several races in Texas with the ES&S machines, we really started looking at the lineage of these companies and the code to the software. And they really seem all go back to Smartmatic, or SGO Smartmatic. They do have licensure agreements between Smartmatic and Dominion, between Smartmatic and ES&S, which is another major voting machine. And really the core of these voting systems are rife with vulnerabilities. I was an information warfare officer, so I looked at ways to penetrate, defeat, and corrupt other systems, whether it was through electronic warfare, through other means. And these systems are highly vulnerable to penetrations at multiple levels throughout the system. The easiest way and the most discreet way is USB drives. In classified systems in the military, I worked with both secret and top secret and other special access programs. All those machines had the USB drives deactivated. You could not use them just because of the critical vulnerability. These machines all work off of USB drives, and so there's really, we've found in dealing with Pennsylvania and in Arizona, there is no control, there is no chain of custody in the USB drives. Workers can stick a USB drive in. We could stick a USB drive into any of your laptops. You don't know what's on there, and you can change software, you can change operating systems with the USB drives. And the core of these systems is manipulability. This is the operator's manual and the implementation statement for 5.1. One of the myths that has been propagated even by the director of CISA at Homeland Security, which is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, is that, well, these machines are not connected to the internet. In the operator's manual, there's a whole page of references that show you how and when to connect and what selectors to connect to servers and to routers, so it is connected to the internet. That's how you get election night reporting. That's through another company called Clarity Elections. They provide early reporting to the news media. Matter of fact, as I was looking at one of the counties where I saw the spike, I believe it's Oakland County. I was going to the Oakland County, the 2020 elections results, and I clicked on the elections results, and a warning flag pops up to the right side, and it says, "You're leaving this domain. You are going to clarityelections./mi." So the information for the counties in your state isn't really maintained or owned by your county and state, but rather a corporation that's owned by SOE Software and Scytl, SCYTL, which is a Madrid, Spain corporation. It went bankrupt in May of 2020 and was purchased by another UK registered company. So we've recently found, and we're digging further, that there was a $400 million financial transaction to Dominion Voting Systems in October, 1 month before our election. We're digging into that, but we know through some of the leaked information from the Panama banking system that SGO, Smartmatic, and Dominion both share a physical address in a small building in Barbados as registered headquarters. So these companies share licensing agreements. They share a common core of their DNA is the code, is the software. And I'll be happy to provide you an electronic copy of this operator's manual. And when you read through here, and you can see all the options that administrators and operators of these systems have, like some of the previous witnesses mentioned, they can assign, they can vote blank ballots, they can delete data, they can they can mass adjudicate write-in ballots. And so it is designed to be inaccurate. It's designed to, if
Be tampered
if
with.
an individual
To be
or a team
manipulable.
of individuals had a malign purpose, this would be
It's
the tool that I
dual-sided.
would
That
want
way,
to use.
if Trump won,
Can I ask you,
Colonel, tell them the history of Smartmatic. When did it start? Where did it start?
Smartmatic.
And what was it developed to do?
Smartmatic was designed, developed in Venezuela. Hugo Chavez was the president, and basically he invested, I believe, 28% of the money to fund Smartmatic to control the Venezuelan elections. I personally debriefed the son of a Cuban intelligence officer who was at dinner with two of Hugo Chavez's relatives when Maduro's election was in question due to the populist uprising in Venezuela. And they told him, the son of the Cuban intelligence officer, don't worry, it's guaranteed. Our father invested the money to start SGO. So,
And have they been involved in numerous elections that have been questioned as to the integrity of the election?
Numerous elections in Central America, the South Pacific, and Europe.
And are they allied with Dominion?
Well, at least
the problem is, in my opinion, Trump
Barbados,
derangement people
with a shared
are
Does Dominion use
so
their software?
blinded by their hatred for
the
Trump.
Dominion
They're like,
software, so
yes,
that where the
partner with
merger of
terrorists
the DNA
to get
comes
rid of
is
him,
there's
and
the
then we'll deal with
licensing
terrorists.
agreement. And
That's
as
not
a
how it
result
works.
of
That's never how it
a
works.
lawsuit, Sequoia Voting Systems was sold off of SGO and purchased
Who
by
owned Sequoia?
SGO Smartmatic owned Sequoia. They sold Sequoia Voting Systems to Dominion Voting Systems, and they also purchased Premier as a result of an antitrust. So all of the DNA and the code and the software in these machines are very, very similar. As a matter of fact, there's testimony on the House floor as late as July of 2019 that decries that we're actually still using this equipment that is full of holes. My team is doing analysis all over the country right now. We can't meet the demand because there's so much. But there was about a 40-page document with the vulnerabilities that was pulled down off of Stacey Abrams' website about these systems across the party, across the aisle. There have been Democratic senators, Senator Klobuchar, Senator Warren, as well as Republicans. So this is an American issue. This is a national security issue. Our voting systems are defined as national critical infrastructure, just as critical as nuclear power plants, just as critical as petrochemical, steel, and ports.
What's fractional voting?
Can I ask? I'm going to ask a question here. So I just wanted to understand why. So when we hear these things, they say in the press, they say this has been debunked, right? Every time I read about this, they say this has been debunked. Fake news. Please, we don't want to have to remove anybody, and I'm serious. We're not supposed to yell out here, but let me ask you. When you hear that, why do you think they're saying that? Because we do hearings like this. For many people, this is the only time they hear testimony like yours. But why are they saying that it's debunked? Do you have a theory on that?
I have a theory in life. It's about people and personal behavior. It's either a variable of competence or a variable of commitment. In this case, they would be either incompetent. They haven't done the research like I and my team have done. They haven't looked to the user's manual of these systems. They haven't rationally thought that, okay, these election votes are updated in real time. How does that happen? Nobody's getting in from a car in Lansing, Michigan, and driving it to New York to be uploaded at the Rockefeller Center. So these are connected. And actually in the operating diagrams of the systems, the high-level block diagram, this is Democracy Suite. It shows Democracy EMS application and document management server, the Democracy Suite database server, the data center, This is data. This is electronic data. Your ballots are put into the machine and they're turned from a paper ballot to a ballot image. And the ballot image is data. And the data can be manipulated with something as easy as a USB drive.
Thank you. Representative Riley.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to figure out, would not a recount detect if you had a software manipulate the votes? I mean, wouldn't that be easily seen?
Sheila, thank you so much for liking the
What we
stream.
observed, and your other witnesses tonight observed, is a injection of paper ballots. Whether those are accurate or not, you could recount the manual ballots, but unless you did a forensic audit of the ballot itself, you wouldn't be able to tell if the ballot was fraudulent or pre-printed. We have technology to be able to do that. A gentleman that I'm associated with in Texas, his name is Jovan Pulitzer. He invented the QR code and scanner and scanning capability, owns a patent on all that. He's devised a way to determine fake ballots or ballots who were pre-printed. So.
Yeah, but isn't that another issue altogether? I'm just talking about.
This is a multifaceted issue, but yes, the forensics data, if you have access to the software code that was driving the algorithms in these machines, and I say algorithm because the data that's the raw feed of the data is reported in decimal places. So if you're tabulating votes, your vote, my vote, Representative Johnson's votes, well, that's 3 votes. This data is reported in 3-digit fractions. So how is that possible in an additive function? So the software and the code is what we would need, or a qualified forensics team of your choice would need to look at to determine what algorithms were in the USB drives that drive the machines. And the number pattern that we see is that they would pick 3 to 4 precincts. They would run the algorithm for an X amount of time till they got close to the precinct threshold so it wouldn't kick off the overvote situation, and then they would move it to another precinct. So this is a complex issue with injection. In Pennsylvania, we heard a gentleman who, again, signed an affidavit as a truck driver that he delivered a truckload of ballots to a vacant lot in Pennsylvania from New York, and his assumption was the ballots were just left there. There was no one there to sign his bill of lading, to give the bill of lading. So the hypothesis or the assumption is that was used as a staging area for people to go pick up pre-printed ballots to move into the system. For example, what we saw in some of the late absentee numbers in Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, we'll move on. Thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate it. And now we're going to invite up one more person, Monica Palmer, who's a Wayne County canvasser, if I understand right. And then we'll let you testify for a couple minutes, tell your story, and then we'll let the Trump legal team close after that.
Bobby,
so we ran a little
Thank
long
you
on
so
that
much
first
for
witness.
following.
And we wanted to give some deference there because obviously she had been, she'd been through a lot, and she really shared a very powerful story, and you could tell. I mean, it's intimidating to come here to the legislature and to deal with what she's dealt with, but we appreciate that she came to tell her story. We wanted to give her some time, but we wanted to also allow you, Monica, to come in and testify. So when you're ready, please tell your story and explain why you're here. Thank you. Make sure you push the red button.
Thank you, Chairman Hall and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening. I am Monica Palmer. I am the chair of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers. As you may be aware, after the primary, we had 76% of the precincts, the absentee precincts in the city of Detroit were unrecountable because they were out of balance without explanation. We had bipartisan support in a request for an investigation by the State Bureau of Elections, and we requested the Secretary of State to assist with administering the general election in November in the city of Detroit for the absentees.
I'm going to leave you guys
After the primary,
with
when
these,
we had
with these
the
guys.
76%
I'll be right
of
back,
out-of-balance
guys.
precincts,
Don't go nowhere.
I
Bro
had
fist.
people question me, Monica, is it fraud or is it human error? And at that point, I didn't know because I'd never witnessed the process before. So election night, 9 p.m., November 3rd, I went down to TCF Center. I was credentialed as a GOP challenger, and I went in to observe the process, hoping to see some improvements being made. I did not challenge anything while I was there. I was strictly there to observe. I did note one thing, the ballot containers, the metal boxes that hold the ballots once everything's sealed up at the end of the evening. The Board of Canvassers, the County Board of Canvassers are responsible on an incremental basis to touch and feel and make sure that those ballot containers are secure. And they're labeled with a sticker that says this container is certified and it's got the signatures of the board members on it. As I was walking through TCF Center, I located 5 ballot containers that had red "Do Not Use" labels on them. They were damaged. They were new containers that were ordered. They had manufacturing defects. The weld on the back seal, the seal on the welding on the back side was not completed properly, and you could slide paper in and out of the back of the boxes. Those containers that were used with the red labels will not be recountable. The chain of custody has been broken for those boxes. I was at TCF Center for 26 hours straight. I got there 9 o'clock election night. I left around 11 p.m. Wednesday evening after counting had been completed. They were working on closing up the poll books. There's a lot of other testimony from challengers that can describe the activities that happened in there. I won't waste your time with that. I want to move on to the canvas. We had gone through the initial canvas of about 20% of the absentee counting boards and realized that the number of voters in the poll book, so people cast, did not match the number on the tabulator tape, ballots cast. It is the job of the canvas, the county canvas, to correct any mathematical errors, to make those two numbers balance or reconcile the difference. The good news here is that the batches of ballots that may have been scanned multiple times, the job of the canvas is to catch that mathematical error and correct it. So if you have 100 voters, 100 ballots that were issued, and there's 300 ballots that were tabulated, you count the ballots in the box, it should match the ballots that were issued, 100, 100. You retabulate them, and that's corrected. Things you cannot catch in the ballot, in the canvas. You cannot catch date stamps on envelopes. You cannot catch the validity of a voter, whether they're dead or not. You cannot catch signature verification. Those are things we do not look at within the canvas. Just a little point of reference to help you manage through the details you're hearing. An observation for TCF Center. In the primary, we had workers, poll workers working long hours. There appeared to be a change in the general election where there were shifts of employees, and I believe that was a positive change. It was good to see. So you didn't have people very, very, very tired trying to close these boxes out. What I did notice on the night shift, election night, 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next morning, there were 134 counting boards. They had 5 workers at each table and supervisors throughout. The majority of that shift, those workers were not processing ballots. They were sitting idle. So as you're looking forward to legislation and concerns about, do we need more time to process these ballots? The time is not involved in actually going through the ballots or scanning them through the tabulators. It's the adjudication process. And the adjudication process is a screen. If there's a ballot that the machine can't read, humans have to view that that ballot on a screen and make a determination. That process is the bottleneck in the timeline that it took to get through processing the absentee ballots in Detroit. So as you move forward with potential legislation, maybe look at some funding sources to get the right amount of equipment to help them get through that. Back to the canvas and the numbers not matching. 20% into processing the absentee ballots, we realized we had a large portion that did not match. And it's standard procedure to contact the clerk when you have that happen to ask if they have any envelopes that may not be scanned, if they have anything stuck in an auxiliary bin, ask them for a corrected list if possible. We did not get corrected statement of voters, so people cast, until 13 days after the election. It was the afternoon, the day before certification, when a large black tote was brought into the canvas containing multiple precincts' new voter lists. Some of those voter lists managed to make the balances work out. At the end of the day, less than 24 hours later, the canvas was given a verbal report for the plus and minus. We were not provided with an executive summary written, even though I requested one. And that oral report, my quick math showed that 71% of the counting boards, and we've got to be careful because in the primary we were talking precincts, now we're talking counting boards, which are, it's a different math formula. But 71% of those counting boards were unexplained without, were unbalanced without explanation. Having less than 24 hours to get corrected voter lists and going through 134 counting boards to make those differences is not a lot of time. And that is why I originally voted no on the certification, because I believe the state needed 10 more days to continue to dig through that to find those explanations. As you continue to move forward through legislation, with the information I was giving, I can't tell if there was an issue with missing scanning envelopes, if there's an issue with the voter file, with the poll books, with the supplemental lists, with the unlisted list. I don't have that information to be able to know to tell you how to fix that. But getting corrected information 13 days after the election is not the way to go about it. And one more item to note, in the State Board of Canvassers meeting, Daniel Baxter said that they did not issue any revised poll lists. I don't know if he was misinformed or misspoke, but there were clearly an entire tote of revised lists delivered the day before the certification. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and due to time, if you have additional questions, please reach out to me afterwards.
All right, thank you, Monica. And I heard stories about how you were threatened and bullied and attacked by a lot of these radical left-wing people, and so you have my sympathies for that. And you have my sympathies for that. I know you've been through a lot, and it's courageous for you to be here and testifying today. So thank you. With that, I'll go to Representative Weber.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your service on the Board of Canvassers. My question is, do you have any recommendations for this committee and the legislature with regard to empowering Board of Canvassers to maybe have a more substantial role in the process going forward? I know reading some of the media reports, you seemed kind of frustrated with the limitation of what you could and couldn't do in the canvass.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. The Board of Canvassers across the state of Michigan, most of the other boards in the other counties, the 4 canvassers are the ones going through every poll book and looking at the number of voters and the number on the tape. Wayne County is huge, and it has different rules because there's so much work, 4 people wouldn't be able to complete it. The county clerk's staff is assisting the Wayne County Board of Canvassers. And I've only been on the board for 2 years. I roll up my sleeves and get involved, and I'm going through poll books with staff to help understand the process. I think if I'm going to certify this election, attesting that it's valid, I need to know what's going on. My understanding is that Wayne County operating differently has not been involved in the actual processing process that much. But in return, I think maybe what you might have been asking was more authority for the Board of Canvassers, because we have no control over what the clerk does. We have no control over the Secretary of State. We have no authority to demand an audit. We have no authority to tell anyone how to change their processes. But at the end of the day, we're holding the bag for whatever results come out of the election.
Thank you. Representative Camilleri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I also first wanted to say thank you for doing your job and certifying the election. I really do appreciate that. One thing that I would like for us to just clarify here, as we know, the unbalanced precincts are not unique. It's not unique to this election. It happens in other elections in years past. The rate of unbalanced precincts in Detroit and cities like Livonia were roughly the same. So why did we have such a focus from your public statements as well as others that you've made to the media and at your Board of Canvassers meeting? Why was the focus specifically on Detroit's unbalanced precincts and not more so on other cities like the city of Livonia?
I was not given a written executive summary prior to the meeting. If you watch the Zoom call, staff was listing off communities plus or minus in or out of balance. They're referred to Detroit or out of county. Livonia was specifically brought up because there were some troubles there. But when you're referencing out of county and Detroit, it's already separated into two different groups. I was doing the math on fly, scribbling, and referenced the percentage, comparing it to the primary, because we already had identified that there was an issue that we were hoping to see some improvements in. The actual motion that came to certify the election, that came with a resolution for an audit, requested an audit of all of Wayne County, all of the unbalanced, unexplained precincts, not just the city of Detroit. It did get heated after the no vote, and there was some hostility from board member comments. There was some pressure from council. I did initially reference Detroit first. A few sentences later, I did bring up Livonia as well. I was not singling out one community. This is about making sure that we have accurate documentation that can be audited and that there's explanations, and that's what I was trying to accomplish. Thank you.
And I understand, like in Livonia, and this might not be related, but in Livonia, I heard, because we had a state house race there that was pretty close, a couple hundred votes. And then what I understand happened is that somehow they can't recount most of the precincts. Can you explain that?
Sure. So if you have 103 ballots that are issued, people cast. If you have 3 individuals who spoil their ballot, they make a mistake and they take it and they say, I need a new ballot. So you issue another one. So now you have 106 ballots that have been issued. You only have 103 that are counted, and you have 3 ballots that are in an
Packs
envelope
heavy.
for spoiled
Said,
ballots.
the great day to choose has arrived.
106 does not equal 103, but there are notes in the poll book and there are spoiled ballots that you can reconcile the difference. They're out of balance. It's a normal occurrence, not a problem. The problem is when you have 106 ballots cast, people, and you've got 135 in your total for the votes for the night. And if there's no explanation in the poll books how you get there, it's not recountable, and that is a problem. And specifically to your point in Livonia, where you've got a state house race, when you have communities that have this a high number of precincts that are unexplained not recountable, it's going to hurt the recount for your mayor, your city council, the school board members. In Highland Park, the last time we had a recount in there, it was a city council recount, and half of the precincts couldn't be recounted. We had an entire community in there hoping to see the numbers and make sure it was right. And the candidate was distraught when she filed to have all of the precincts recounted and half of them couldn't be recounted. We've got to figure out how to get it right.
Yeah, I think just for me, that's always something I found very odd is, you know, like for many years we have elections and then they say, well, we can't recount Detroit or we can't recount Wayne County because they say either the boxes are unsealed or the ballots don't add up. Was that widespread in Wayne County this time? Or was it limited to Livonia or what?
Again, if I had a written executive summary that showed me every precinct for the entire county, I could have prepared and highlighted and went, these 15 communities outside of Detroit all had problems. I don't have that information. I still don't have that report.
Wow. Now what is being, I mean, in Wayne County, which is where you can speak to, do you know, I mean, why does this sort of thing happen election after election? And maybe it happens elsewhere, but you're the Wayne County canvasser. So I just want to understand, I mean, as a canvasser, what do you say to the elections people when they tell you this year again, the ballot boxes are unsealed, the ballots don't add up? You know, what do you say to them? Because I can't figure it out. Why is it always that way? What do you say to them to improve that? Please, 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 sir. Please, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir. All right. So my question, though, is on Wayne County and the city of Detroit, I mean, do you hear from them to say what are they going to do to stop this from happening in the future so we can recount these precincts? And we're, you know, there is a trail.
We made that request after the primary.
And what happened?
I have not seen a report from the investigation. I saw lots of press releases from Secretary Benson saying that she was going to help with staff, and it did look like there was plenty of staff around TCF Center, so that appeared to be an improvement. I asked for a meeting with Clerk Winfrey prior to the election to try to understand the process a little bit better, to see what kind of improvements were being made. I did not receive a meeting with her before the election.
So would you say that in these election officials in Wayne County are not following the laws there?
I can't say that.
Okay.
I don't know that to be true.
But they're not communicating well. Would that be right to say they're not communicating what they're doing to why these problems are still happening with you as a canvasser?
I have no authority over that position. The clerk is not required to communicate with me.
Yeah, that seems like a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. And
well, sure. Thank you for sharing that. I didn't know the answer to that. We'll go now to Representative Riley.
Thank you. Yeah, when it comes to the precincts that don't balance, is there a quantity that we know? Is that public knowledge?
that don't balance or that don't balance unexplained.
No, the
Because being out of balance, if it's explained, is okay, it's recountable.
Okay, but do we know the quantity, when something is not balanced, do we know the quantity of votes?
I believe, I asked for a cumulative total, because you have some that are higher and some that are lower. And the verbal number that was given to me during the canvassers meeting, I believe was around 400. But again, if I had a written executive summary that showed me every precinct that was plus or minus, there would be a total at that bottom of the page, and we could look at it real easy.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Representative C.A. Johnson.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here, and thank you for what you do, and thank you for your vote. Mr.
Please, let's let her ask questions.
Mr. Chair, when we get a chance, I'd like to have this kind of even because we have a Detroiter.
Representative, I think you made that point earlier,
Oh.
and as I said, we're going to have more hearings, but what is your question?
No, I would like to have her address this body.
Okay.
She is a Detroiter.
We're going to move on, Representative, if you don't have a question. I'll go now to Representative Johnson, Steve Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you talked about getting a number of revised poll books. Is that could you explain what that is? Because I'm not an elections guy.
Sure.
Explain that to me. Thank you.
Okay, in your poll book, there is a section that's the statement of voters. So for the absentees, it will show all the absentee ballots that were issued, requested, issued, and received. And you can see the dates in there for every person, and there's a total at the bottom. So on election, I believe it was Sunday that the poll books were printed. So all of the ballots that were received by Sunday when they were printed are in this list. There's a supplemental list for any ballots received after that. Okay, because you've got ballots coming in on election day while they're being processed. You add those two together once the polls are closed and you've got your total number of ballots received on election day. You add those two numbers together and that should be the total of ballots that you have sitting here. If they don't match, your phone call is to the clerk and say, why don't they match? Do you have envelopes that sitting on your desk that didn't get scanned? There is a method of going through the entire pile of envelopes to make sure every single one of them is scanned, and it does take some time. But in order to be able to make the mathematical corrections, how do you know, is my list of voters right, or is my number of ballots right? So you try to get, if there's any updates that need to be made to that list of voters, you try to make sure you've got that correct number to start from. Does that help?
That does help. Now, is it possible for someone to, let's say we're doing an investigation audit, can we see the original poll book as well as the revised version, or is only the revised version out there?
My understanding is that staff retains the original list and the revised list.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Representative LeGrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So help me understand this because I've been involved in recounts in my county, and we have exactly, this issue is pretty much universal. Like, it's a question of ratios change, but like nobody has 100% balanced precincts. And we heard testimony in the committee about that previously. My understanding was that you could recount if your tabulated number equals the number of paper ballots you have. Not that it has to equal the poll book. Am I wrong on that? And if that's true, then I think you can recount a whole lot more than the 71. You're saying 70% of them roughly can't be recounted?
Yeah,
I don't think that's right.
My understanding is that the votes, the people cast must match the votes cast. And then once you open it up, you count the paper ballots, and the paper ballots have to match the ballots cast.
Correct, but then that makes that recountable. In other words, if there's a tension with the poll book at that point, it doesn't make that an unrecountable precinct.
But in order to open the seal, my understanding is that they have to match.
Okay, that's not my understanding, but there's no point in us debating since neither one of us, we'd have to appeal to our higher authority on that one. But,
Thank
but
you.
that's not my understanding for what it's worth, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. All right, that's what the questions we have. So, thank you for coming today. Oh no, Representative Lefebvre. Sorry, I'm keeping. We've had so many people testify. I have so many tallies, so I missed that one. So, Representative Lefebvre, thanks for waiting. Please, when you're ready, ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We talk about big boxes. These big metal boxes that had the stamp of approval or not by the Board of Canvassers. What are these boxes? What are they for? How big are they? This is multiple questions, I'm sorry. Tell me about the boxes, how big they are, how many ballots there are, potentially in each one of them, and what they're for.
So the boxes are about this tall, about this wide. There was a batch of 50 new boxes purchased by the City of Detroit from Election Source, and roughly 30 of those boxes were defective. They're metal, and there's two sides that meet along the back, and the welds were not done properly, so there's a gap along the back seam. We rejected about 30 of those. Sometime before the November election, they did bring us some repaired containers, and we went through them and then took the red do not use tags off and put certified labels on those. But if I remember correctly, there were only 24, and I could be off by 1 or 2, 24 that came back repaired. As to how many ballots were in those containers, I would have to ask staff. I would maybe look online. I have the precinct number or the absentee counting board numbers, but I don't have the associated ballot counts with those counting boards. Does that answer all of your question?
Well, I only get one, so I would just like to say, I mean, if you buy 50 boxes and 30 of them are defective, let's never buy from that company again.
All right. Thank you, Monica. That's the last question for you. We appreciate you coming to testify. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. With that, Mr. Giuliani, we'll let you make your, any closing remarks you have. And it is an hour over what I said it was going to be. Sorry about that,
Joe versus Joe.
But we wanted to hear these people. I know that many feel that these people haven't been heard. And so we wanted to provide an opportunity for people to bring forward their stories and be heard, and we've tried to do that today.
Chants, thank you so much for liking the stream.
The Senate Oversight Committee. But we wanted to offer you an opportunity to speak, and then I will let each member ask you a question. All right? So go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this represents the affidavits of the witnesses that we didn't have the time to call.
Yeah, make sure the button's pushed. Thanks. Go ahead.
This represents the affidavits of the people that we didn't get a chance to call. There are hundreds of them, and they specifically allege similar acts of fraud, very similar to the witnesses that you heard. I find it puzzling that there seems to be such confusion about it. Maybe because of my background as a prosecutor, it's pretty obvious to me what happened here. The Democratic leader in Pittsburgh, in Pennsylvania, or in Philadelphia, or in Detroit, or in Las Vegas, or in Phoenix, or in Milwaukee, or in Minneapolis, or in Atlanta, didn't wake up on election morning when all those mail ballots were going to come in and decide we're going to shut out all the Republican poll watchers, or as many as we can. I mean, we've been counting absentee ballots forever. I did it myself when I was a young lawyer. Republican sits on one side, Democrat sits on the other side. We don't have any problem with it. This was uniform shutting out of as many Republicans as possible. In Pennsylvania, 890,000 ballots were cast secretly, with no Republican getting a chance to take a look at the ballot. And in Pennsylvania, there are 600,000
Thank you so
more
much,
votes
Jansen.
counted,
Thank
mail
you.
votes counted, than mail ballots they can find. This is a swindle. It's a con job. It's the theft of an election. And it was carried out by the same method
Thank you
in the
again.
city of Detroit. And with all due respect to Detroit, several analyses of corrupt cities, my city, New York, comes ahead of Detroit. So I'm not saying this with any pride, but it happens to be one of the most corrupt cities in the United States on any measure. I just checked online here, It comes in 4th, 5th, 3rd, 7th, 8th. Several times New York comes in ahead. So I wonder why the confusion about what happened. They stole the election. Not the first one they stole, not the last one they're going to steal unless you do something about it. But you do something real, not, let's see how we're going to fix it. You've been fixing it for years, and it hasn't gotten fixed. They've been stealing elections for years. And this time, they got a chance to steal it really big because of the ridiculous mail ballot that was created. Back in 1960, the mayor of Chicago, the most corrupt city in America, by the way, just in case, on all the lists, by far, we can all feel better. Chicago's the most corrupt. He helped to steal the 1960 election by holding back the ballots in Chicago so the Republican ballots would come in, and then along with a gentleman named Sam Giancana, they got the ballots they needed to elect their candidate. Last year, 2 years ago in Florida, the same thing happened in Palm Beach and Broward County. It was a 2-point election, Senate, governor. Palm Beach County took 2.5 weeks to report. And finally it ended when they caught a truck like the one coming from Bayport, New York to Philadelphia. They caught a truck in Jacksonville headed to Palm Beach with 100,000 ballots that pretended to be Palm Beach ballots, but they were done up in Jacksonville. And then they had to end the election, and they prosecuted the people in Palm Beach. And remember, this year, we had no problem in Florida. I mean, you were counting for an eternity. Florida was over with that night because the governor had the courage to straighten it out. He had the courage to prosecute the people who committed the fraud. You don't end fraud by prospective measures to deal with fraud. You know how you end fraud? You put criminals in jail. That's how you end fraud. You have the courage. You have the courage to say that certification that was done by your state is a complete phony.
Complete phony.
It's a false statement made to the United States government. Those are prosecutable, by the way. That's not the vote by any means in Michigan. That's not the vote in Michigan. I don't know what the vote in Michigan is, but it's at least 300,000 or 400,000 votes off from what the real vote in Michigan is. And you heard the anger and the upset of your citizens. They seem to have more passion about it than you do. They figured out what happens because they live on the street. They know what happens in Detroit. Don't scratch your head about what happens in Detroit. They steal elections in Detroit.
Representative, you'll have an
And
opportunity
they steal elections in New York, and they steal elections in Boston, and they steal elections in Philadelphia. And the Democrats were smart enough to pick 10 corrupt cities to play their game out. 10 cities in which they could get away with it. 10 cities in which they could go into court and find a hack judge that will decide anything they want.
Yep.
So, I mean, we can live in this strange world all we want, but we're getting at the point where our freedoms are beginning to be eroded.
That's right.
Our right of free speech has been eroded substantially by the censorship imposed by big tech, big media, big corporations, and the Democrat Party.
Thank you.
Our right of freedom of religion, with the ridiculous dictatorial way in which the COVID regulations are imposed on us, like they like to be dictators, these Democrat governors. They're taking away our right of the freedom of religion. Those are basically the two reasons we founded this country. Oh, by the way, there was a third, the right to freely and honestly elect our government. And they're taking that away from us too. It should not go without notice. And you should spend time taking a look at Pennsylvania. Look at Philadelphia. Look at Pittsburgh. Look at how eerily similar it is to what these people
NFG, can you message me a link to that on Instagram?
That back them up. That election center in Detroit was a disgrace. You should be ashamed of it.
I could not find a
as
stable link
citizens of
for
Michigan.
Staten Island.
I would be ashamed of it if it was in New York, and it could easily be in New York. And I would do everything in my power to make sure it never happened again. And I would never certify an election or have my name associated with anything that was false. Now, it is your responsibility to do that. Not the governor, not the Secretary of State. You were given that responsibility by our founding fathers. They decided who would be the final arbiter, who should overlook a presidential election. And in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, the power is given to you. In the McPherson case in 1892, the United States Supreme Court made clear that you can take that power back any time you want to. Anytime. You can take it back tonight. You can take it back the day before the electors go down to Washington. You can take it back any time you want. And in case you think it's old law, it was reiterated in Bush v. Gore. You have the right to take it back. You are the final arbiter of how honest or not your election is in your state. And it's your responsibility to stand up to that. And all I can tell you is, we let them get away with this. I don't know what happens after this. This was a concerted plan to fix this election. There's no way that Donald Trump was ahead by 800,000 votes going to bed at night, that he was ahead here by
Lori, thank you so much for
300,000
liking the
votes,
stream.
that he was ahead in Wisconsin by 400,000 votes, that he was ahead in every state, that over a 4 or 5 day period with this ridiculously corrupt system of counting, they turned around with ballots coming in the back door, ballots being driven down from New York. There's no way that this wasn't stolen. And what it takes is courage. Courage. Not to be afraid of what's happened to these poor people. They've got guts to stand up to what the Democrats do to them. And it's not just the wild and crazy left-wing Democrats who do it. They do it as a way of bullying us.
Yeah.
You can see their behavior in this hearing. I can see the difference in behavior between two sides.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes we're too nice.
That's right.
Maybe sometimes we're too decent.
Mm.
Or maybe we shouldn't change. But one thing we should have is we have the ability to defend ourselves and not let our people get kicked around the way those Republicans were kicked around. They wouldn't let it happen, and we shouldn't let it happen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, and I asked the crowd, let's be respectful. I think one thing I've made, sir, please, sir, you're out of line. Please, we're having a legislative hearing here, so. I've said all members of this committee, if they wish, can ask a question. I hope we're respectful about that. So with that, I'll allow Representative LeGrand.
Pax Heavy said, I put a desk
So,
in the
Mr.
living
Giuliani,
room
I really
and
just
called
have
it
one
the
question
offices
for you.
of Pax Heavy. Mr.
We
Big
heard
My
testimony
Girl
tonight
told me to
that,
get this part of here.
You got an affidavit from one of these witnesses on November 8, witness who talked about tens of thousands of ballots being riffed through a machine. We had another witness who talked about ballots being double counted, who said that her affidavit dates back to November 3rd. You opened your statement, you made, in your opening statement, you referenced 700,000 fraudulent ballots in Detroit, which is problematic given that there were only 250,000 counted. My question is, given that we have paper...
All right, guys and gals. Before I burn out, I just thought I'd say thank you to everybody who joined us today, and thank you so much to everyone who joined and subscribed, and for the super chats. Thank you so much, guys. I hope this was as informative to you as it was to us, and I apologize if it was boring, but you got to stick through the boring to get to the goods, you know what I mean? So thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with us today. I thought we would start earlier than normal, and so yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys next time. Thank you so much for everything you guys do. You guys rock. We look forward to seeing you on the next one, guys. Bro fist. See you tomorrow.
The reality is that your political party had not fully disciplined for that. First of all, what he said is not true. Second, that is a defamation of my professional character.
Does it
allow that? Allow that to
What is your question, Representative?
Sir,
I'm asking you, what is your